Marie Yambo, that is Mike Migwi, the gentleman who refused to go to the village. Mama Mike, did this gentleman come to the village over Christmas as you directed?
Well, she can attest that somebody was there, and the moment I reached there, chickens started losing their lives.
Now we know why you wanted to go to the village that badly. We understand. And Marie, what really happened? I was trying to call you and your network was not working. Were you even in Kenya?
I was definitely in Kenya.
Which part of the world were you in?
I was in the village. I was also in the village.
Are you sure?
Yes, I was actually.
Really?
I was in the village, and I'm just tempted to ask Mike. Victor has really started with violence. This is the new year. Please.
V for violence.
We all agreed that you had to go to the village.
I had to, yes. Not I had to, but I was used to.
Yes.
But you have started on a very high note.
Good morning, world. Good morning, people. Good to see you. It's January the 8th, 2024. We are up and early with you once again. How was your Christmas holiday? How is your new year so far? Everybody is back to work. The 8th day, back to school. Everybody, probably the entire nation right now, is back to the grind. It was a deserved rest. I think even God rested. Do you know even Jesus rested during the storm?
Yes.
In the Bible, he rested. So it's always good for you to have a rest.
Yes.
Welcome to the program. This is how we do it. This is Good Morning Kenya. Please talk to us on our social media handles. How is the situation back to school? How are you finding it, all right? They say that school fees are so high in terms of books, school uniforms, etc., etc. Please talk to us and tell us where you are watching us from on this particular day. Later on the program on Iron Politics, just want to take a look at what really made headlines over the couple of weeks or days in the political arena. I've got Daniel Orogo, who is a political analyst. I've got Kevin Katisia, who is an advocate of the High Court as well as a Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui. And Naftali Nyamigo, who is a arbitrator, certified arbitrator. We just want to take a look at the fight between the executive and the judiciary. Who is going to blink first? Juicy, all right? Stay with us. All right, Mike.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm very fine.
Karibu sana.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Welcome back to Good Morning Kenya. This is the first Good Morning Kenya 2024, and we are happy that you are watching us. Later on in the program, we'll be dealing with New Year resolutions and the magic of fresh starts. Maybe you are a seasoned resolution maker or a person who just want to get a fresh start. We'll look at that in details later on in the program. And sorry about that.
Yeah.
Technical hitch.
We are back. So
we are back.
You'll understand. You'll
Yes.
understand that things are happening. Mariam is just smiling. Marie, that's the effect of having some long holiday.
Yes.
Exactly. You just remove the words from my mouth. You know, I was like, "Mtusamehe tu, lakini we are getting
exactly.
we are getting our acts together." So I'm happy to be back. You know, Mike, you just said, I don't know, is there something called like a seasoned resolution? There's something you said there, and I was kind of like, do you mean people who are perpetually?
There are people who make resolutions every year.
Yeah.
And now achieving those resolutions is one thing, and making those resolutions is another. We'll be talking about how to maintain that momentum and the aspect of fresh starts, because
and whether we should have resolutions.
Yes. And the aspect, and every year when we start every year, I see it as a blank canvas where you can write your ambitions, your aspirations, and work towards achieving them, because you have 365 days to work towards those goals. We'll be dealing with that, and in studio I'll be joined by one Pastor Jacob Leichena, who is a chaplain at Karura SDA School. So you want to tune in to that conversation later on. Marie?
That's going to be very interesting, because, you know, life without purpose is rudderless, let me put it that way.
Yes.
And I'm tempted to ask Victor and Mike, so what do you aspire for this year?
Well,
Mike?
Starting with who?
Mike.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot. One of the things I look forward to is exploring the opportunities in my career, and also other aspects of my life, and most importantly, I look forward to working with God throughout this year.
Good.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. All right. My New Year's resolution, this year's resolution is to, I know this might sound a bit off, but I'd love to get more into, learn more of first aid, all right? We realize that every time we walk around us, there's something that requires our attention. So I want to get more, to learn more on first aid when there's an accident, when there is fire, even at our workplace here, when something happens, how do you handle the situation? How do you make the situation calm? And this might sound a bit off. I want to start my aviation classes.
It's ambition. You know, we're capable of doing anything. We are not just born to do one particular thing. So we should be able to explore the world as much as possible, explore our own abilities and all that. So for me, to sum it up, I just want to do better and be better. I think in every aspect of my life. So, and yes, walk with God, definitely. You know, that is the source of our life, our health and everything. So yeah, for me, I look forward to the best time of my life. You know, so thank you once again back at home. Very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us and Happy New Year. Hoping that you also have your resolutions, you have your plans and your programs. But remember, it's, they say what? They say, is it 90% or is it 10% aspiration, 90% perspiration, which means there's work that has got to be put behind it. So stay tuned. Mike will be taking you through how to be able to plan your programs, your goals and all that together with our guest in studio this morning. But without further ado, let's look at the news where President William Ruto has extended an olive branch to other arms of the government, especially the judiciary, following a recent public spat between the two. Now, speaking at a church service at AIC Sugutek in Soiwa, Sengeshu County, the head of state said that the three arms of government ought to work together as opposed to competing against one another. And as Abdiaziz Hashim now tells us, the commander-in-chief, however, took a swipe at individuals colluding to derail government projects through courts, stating that they are curtailing efforts by the administration to cure what ails the nation. Let's get more.
President William Ruto this afternoon joined other leaders and residents of Soy in Uasin Gishu County in marking the first Sunday church service of the new year 2024. It is here where the commander-in-chief said corruption in some government institutions has not only impeded but delayed Kenya from realizing its full potential.
Maendeleo ya Kenya, transformation ya nchi yetu ya Kenya imechelewa. Wale walianza na sisi, nchi ya Singapore, nchi ya Malaysia, nchi ya Korea, wako mbele sana kutuliko. Hii yetu ya Kenya imechelewa. Na hatuna muda tena ya kupoteza kuchelewesha hata zaidi.
The recent spat between the executive and the judiciary also resurfaced, with the head of state extending an olive branch to both the judiciary and the legislature.
And that is why I want to ask all leaders, let us avoid unnecessary negative competition. There should be no competition between the executive, the judiciary, or the legislature. We must work together for the benefit of millions of Kenyans who pay taxes, people who look up to us. We must expand opportunity for them.
However, the president, alongside the various leaders who accompanied him, took a swipe at those individuals who they claim have colluded with few corrupt judicial officials to halt government initiatives such as the Affordable Housing Project and the new Social Health Insurance Fund that replaces NHIF.
Simamisha hii, wewe tayari uko na mshahara, wewe uko na kazi, unaenda kuzuia hawa ambao hawana kazi. Wewe unatumia ile pesa ambaye unalipwa mshahara, unaenda kutafuta wakili, unamlipa. Unaenda kotini, unahongana. Hawa ambao hawana kazi ya kulipa wakili, hawana pesa ya kuhongana kotini. Hawa watu mambo yao itakuwa wapi? Ndio nimesema mimi nitasimama na hawa ambao hawana pesa
President Ruto, at the same time, said that the government plans to invest 37 billion shillings into the agricultural sector, especially in the dairy sector, to ensure KCSE pays farmers on time.
And Deputy President Gachagua has asked the Judiciary to stop being a stumbling block to government development programs meant to help Kenyans. Speaking when he joined thousands of athletes and athletics enthusiasts at the Tinderet Bargain-Toon Mountain Run National Championship in Nandi County, the Deputy President said it was not right for judicial officers to continue frustrating government projects through the courts, yet they have a social contract with the people which must be honored. Let's get more with Frederick Parsaya.
The Deputy President Gachagua has told judges and magistrates to be patriotic and accountable in discharging their duties. The DP was speaking in Tinderet Bargain-Toon Mountain Run National Championship in Nandi County, said the suspension of government projects by the Judiciary was an attempt by opponents to sabotage key government programs through the courts.
And they should not live in utopia. Wakitoa hizi judgment, pia walete koti huko kwa raia, waulize maoni ya raia. Waulize raia, hii mnataka NHIF ipunguzwe from 500 to 300 ama hamtaki. Lakini wanakaa pale kwa kompyuta na kuandika judgment.
Gachagua said the courts ought to be accountable for their decisions, adding that other arms of government were under scrutiny by respective institutions for their actions.
Hawa judges nani na oversight hawa? Tukiuliza swali tunaambiwa tusiulize. Iko independence of the judiciary. But somebody must also hold them to account. And they also must be accountable. And they must also accept to be held to account.
The DP saying programs meant to benefit wananchi, including the revamping of National Health Insurance Fund to cater for their medical needs and affordable housing project, were being frustrated in the courts.
Mambo ya healthcare program. Rais anataka tupunguze malipo kutoka 500 mpaka 300. Mbona wanasimamisha?
He said that Kenya Kwanza government is on a mission to ensure all farmers reap from their hard work.
We've been able to work very hard to ensure that our people who are in these various sectors will get what they are sweating for in their farms.
The DP was flanked by a host of leaders, including the head of public service, Felix Kosgei, Nandi Governor Stephen Sang, and Tinderet Member of Parliament, Julius Meli, who is the patron of the Mountain Run Athletics Kenya.
Let's now head to Meru, where Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza has broken a silence on an incident on Saturday where the DCI detectives sealed off her official residence situated at Milimali Estate within Meru town, terming it a crime scene in connection with the murder of Meru blogger, that is Daniel Muthiani, alias Sniper. Now, the governor, while preaching at Baite Family Fellowship Church in Makutano in Meru County, now maintained that she was not involved in any way in the murder of the outspoken blogger. Mwangaza claims that her political rivals in the devolved unit are behind her tribulations.
Hours after sleuths attached to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations DCI Homicide Unit pitched tent at the official residence of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza in Milimani Estate in Meru Town, cordoning it off for the better part of Saturday.
Governor's residence inalindwa na askari, na kama kuna mtu wa kuuliza wa kwanza ni askari wa mchana na askari wa usiku. Maana wanakaa pale.
The county boss has voiced their concerns. Speaking during a Sunday sermon at Baite Family Fellowship Church in Makutano, Meru Town, Governor Kawira Mwangaza said her political nemesis are seeking to malign her name politically.
Wamekuja na njia nyingine. Wamejaribu impeachment, wameshindwa. Wamejaribu cases, wameshindwa. Wamejaribu kututoa uhai, wameshindwa. Wamejaribu kutuharibia majina, wameshindwa. Wamekuja na ingine ya juzi. Nataka kutangaza nikiwa bishop wenu. Yes. Maana mikono ya bishop wenu ni misafi.
The governor further urged the DCI officers not to be biased but to bring those who are involved to book.
Kama ulishindwa kura, pumzika. Na kama unataka kuwa governor, tukutana 2027. Yes. Lakini hamtasumbua Meru tena. Tunaomba justice si kwa huyo mtoto peke yake. Justice kwa kila mtu ambaye ako Meru. Yes. Justice kwa vijana wetu ambao wanakufa Ndumoru. Justice kwa Mbijewe. But justice kwa kila mtu. Na hatutaki siasa mbaya katika Meru. Kwa hivyo kuanzia kesho tutaongea na tutasema haki itendeke na serikali fanya kazi yake.
The team, led by the Upper Eastern DCI Coordinator Lenny Kisaka, Homicide Director Martin Nyuguto, and Meru County Secretary Kiamba Theru, stated that they are seeking an additional 21 days that will enable them to conclude investigations, noting that more suspects are yet to be arrested.
Kwa hivyo tunaomba kama kanisa, vitengo vyote vya serikali, mnapofanya kazi ambayo iko Meru, do not be biased. Msisukumwe kisiasa na watu ambao tulishinda kura. Yes. Maana tunawajua. Yes. Na tutawataja kwa majina. Yes.
So far, the 5 suspects presently in police custody are Kenneth Mutua Gatiri, alias Gasigi, Frederick Morioki Kiungu, alias Pope, Franklin Kimathi, alias Duduras, Timothy Kinoti, alias Timo, and Murangiri Kenneth Guntai, alias Stali. The 5 suspects are expected to be arraigned in court on Monday.
Thank you, Abdi Aziz Hashim, reporting there. Now, Vanessa Ogema, a medical student captured on video, causing chaos at the Port Victoria Hospital in Busia County, has been arrested. The 22-year-old presented herself to the Busia Town Police Station, accompanied by her lawyer, Leonard Okanda. She filed a statement at the DCI office in Busia, where she is being held. Now, Busia County Police Commander Joe Lekuta said she will be arraigned in court on Monday, that is today, to face various charges, including public disturbance. Vanessa caused a public outcry after a video where she was heckling a health worker surfaced online. Now, health workers at the hospital have since halted service provision, protesting the unruly behavior.
Arrested and she's been processed to be taken tomorrow to court, being charged with the offense of creating disturbance and damaging property.
The events of 1st of January are deeply regretted. All we are asking is that in view of the fact that operations the facility in Port Victoria have come to a stall since this event, we want to humbly plead to medical workers at that particular facility and elsewhere in the country to resume operations. Vanessa herself is a medic who respects the medical profession. She respects nurses deeply, and we do not wish that whatever happened on 1st of January be the reason why people in Port Victoria and the neighboring areas have to suffer.
A 6-year-old man in Mombasa County is appealing for financial help from well-wishers to assist him raise 2 million shillings to undergo throat cancer treatment in India. Cornelius Kiminza is suffering from pharyngeal cancer, that is, a condition that affects the hollow cone-shaped tube between the nose and the oesophagus. Let's get more from our reporter.
According to his family, Cornelius Kiminza was diagnosed with throat cancer 10 years ago. But with the support of the Glorious River Church, he managed to undergo a surgery in India that involved the installation of a tube at his neck that aided him in talking well and also allowed the passage of food easily. However, in late 2023, again began to experience challenges with speech and the ability to swallow food easily, prompting him to seek further medication back again in India.
Ni ugonjwa ambao kiutaalamu wanasema ni cancer level 4. Kuna wakati tulifanya changizo, akaenda India, akapata matibabu ambayo yalimsaidia. Aliwekwa kifaa cha kumsaidia kuongea, maana ni kansa ya koo. Kifaa kile kikafanya kazi kwa miaka inapata 10 tangu awekwe. Ila kufikia mwaka jana kifaa hicho kikaleta matatizo, ikawa hata kula kwake ni shida, chakula badala kiende tumboni kinatoka, na pia kuongea kwake ikawa kumeanza kuleta shida.
However, Kiminza's medication in India was halted in December last year due to a lack of funds.
Kufikia hivi sasa kuna kiwango ambacho kinahitajika na hata kukaa kwao kule, maana wanalipia nyumba wanamokaa na hata chakula. Limekuwa ni tatizo kubwa hilo. Hata hivi tunavyoongea wamemaliza karibu wiki hawana chakula.
The family, which is stranded in India, is now calling upon well-wishers to help them raise 2 million shillings for Kiminza to continue with this treatment.
Bili ilikuja ni 2 million ambao inahitajika ndio aweze kufanyiwa hiyo operation. Kwa hivyo tunaomba mweze kutusaidia kuraise hii amount 2 million ndio aweze kuweza kufanyiwa surgery ya hiyo pahali na aweze kurejeshewa hiyo face box.
The donations can be channeled through paybill number 522522, account number 1250168066, or M-Pesa number 0700527294. M-Pesa name Rose Kiminza.
Let's now head to sports, where Ethiopian athletes dominated and won the 2024 Dubai Marathon on Sunday, as Kenyan athletes failed to spark in both the men and women's 42-kilometer races. Now, Kenya's Douglas Chibi could only manage a 7th-place finish, clocking 2 hours, 8 minutes and 15 seconds in the men's race won by Ethiopian Adesu Gobana in 2 hours, 5 minutes and 1 second. Now, Dumecha Lemi and Magersa Dejane, both from Ethiopia, finished 2nd and 3rd respectively. The story was the same in the women's race won by Ethiopian Tigist Ketema in 2 hours, 9 minutes and 5 seconds. She was followed by Ruti Aga, who also from Ethiopia, in 2 hours, 19 minutes and 29 seconds, as defending champion Dera Dida, another Ethiopian, finished 3rd. Now, the Kenyan women faced a tough challenge with reigning Rome Marathon, that is Betty Chepkoni, failing to complete in the race, that is.
She's ready to spoil the Ethiopian dominance in Dubai.
I'm well prepared for the race, and I'm really ready to rock the street of Dubai. And I'm ready to represent my country. I'm the only one lady from Kenya, and I'm gonna rock the street of Dubai. It's very important for me because I've been dreaming a lot to run for my country and to have a big name, to run a big race. And I'm so happy. It's a big privilege for me, also for my future career. I'm very much happy for this.
In the men's category, Ethiopians Workines Tadesse and Kabede Tulu are tipped favorites to win their first Dubai Marathon titles. Tadesse has a personal best of 2 hours, 5 minutes and 7 seconds from Hamburg Marathon in 2022, while Tulu has a personal best of 2 hours, 5 minutes and 19 seconds.
Of course, that race has already taken place, and just as I updated you, Kenya did quite dismally in that particular race. So let's move on to rugby, where the Kenya national rugby sevens team will approach every game at next weekend's Challenger Series in Dubai with an aim of reaching the country's position globally. Now, the team of 12 players that will be on duty in Dubai was unveiled yesterday and head to the Challenger Series motivated by the fact that a win will propel them closer to a return to the World Rugby Sevens Series, where they were relegated last May. Now, Shujaa will begin their Challenger Series campaign against Mexico on Friday before facing their neighbors Uganda on the same day and wrap up with their Pool C fixture against Germany on Saturday. Now, the team departs today along with their female counterparts, that is the Lionesses, who will also be competing in the Challenger Series with the chance to grace the World Rugby Sevens Series for the first time.
Hayashi, the skipper, delayed on the pass, delayed too much, couldn't be taken. Abukuse, he's quick, and so is Jeff Ottowatch, the qualified policeman, laying down the law in Toulouse and applying.
La Marcia FC emerged winners of this year's Mngaro Mtaani Sun Cup after beating Ted Soccer FC 3-1 via penalty kicks in the final played on Sunday at Lucky Summer Grounds in Nairobi.
The two teams played to a 0-0 draw during the normal time, with the sport kicks being used to decide the winner. En route to the final, La Masia saw off Blep Kenya 2-0, while Ted Soccer defeated Soccer Boys 3-1 in the semi-finals.
To pay tribute to his work, to pay tribute to the young people playing football, the perseverance they're showing in life, going forward, wanting to change their lives. And you see that they're almost playing in mud today, so that really shows a lot of determination. These kids are underprivileged. Now, this is mentoring through sports. They get opportunities, they get to win, they get to show how they can go forward in life. They get support for their schooling, that we are giving a bit in mathematics this time. They get support for believing in themselves, just like Samuel here got at one stage. And I think that that is very important.
You know, it's just a week, 2 days to, and many kids can be carried away if they're locked up together. So Mngaro Mtani, we decided that we can keep them safe during this holiday, when the parents are looking for the school fees. So this is another way of keeping them safe, so that they can go to school. We know very well that like summer we don't have a ground, and you can see the way the field it is. We are praying that the authorities can take measures and can help these children, because if you don't build them today, who will make them leaders of tomorrow?
A total of 16 teams took part in the 4-day tournament that sought to offer mentorship as well as a platform to the emerging soccer talents.
Most of them are also now playing for the under-13 national team. And we still know that they're trying to expose themselves, and there are coaches out there that maybe are also watching what's going on and scout them so that they can actually get better development.
That story by Bernard Okumu brings us to the end of the bulletin this morning. Thank you once again for starting your day with us here on Good Morning Kenya on this first day of Good Morning Kenya on the 8th of January 2024. We are glad you could be with us, and as usual, we are up to bring you to keep you abreast with what will be happening in as far as news is concerned during the day. Remember, it's the first day of school for children in both primary and secondary schools, and there are quite a number of challenges that the ministry, or at least the schools, have brought up, including cash crunch, insufficiency in as far as teachers are concerned, and infrastructures as well. So those are some of the things that we'll be following up for you today, plus other stories. Thank you once again. My name is Maria. We hope to see you again next time.
王冕教授，看完了这份名单，你有什么感受吗？4次，黑球下一次受到惊吓。
够了！你以为这点小把戏能骗得了我吗？至少轮到我了。
Get ready for the captivating return of the FKF Premier League, exclusively on KBC. Brace yourself for the thrill of football as 18 teams battle it out for glory. Every week, KBC brings you not one, but two heart-pounding matches, delivering the best football action right to your living room. The stakes are higher than ever. The league champion takes home a handsome prize of 5 million shillings and also earns the honor of representing Kenya in the prestigious CAF Champions League. Feel the adrenaline, experience the suspense, and join the roar of the crowd as we celebrate the return of Kenya's football legacy. The FKF Premier League, live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1 and KBC radio stations. Save the date, mark your calendars, and get ready for the ultimate football spectacle. Coming to you live only on KBC. KBC, your true sports partner.
All right, welcome back. And it's now 4 minutes past 7 a.m. Good morning. Welcome to the program. It's now time for us to get into the political scene now and take a look at what really happened in the political scene. And this is where we start off our first show of the year. The president has been having that back and forth between the executive and the judiciary. The president has been saying that judiciary is, dotted, with some corrupt individuals, and that is where now we really want to understand how that is, as per the constitution, the separation of powers, what it really portends to this country. And in studio, I'll be joined by Daniel Orogo, who will be joining us later on shortly, and Naftali Nyamigo, who is also joining. But in studio, I have Kevin Katisia, who is the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui. Kevin, Mr. Speaker, karibu sana. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you and to all Kenyans.
Yes.
I'm very happy to be here today, this morning.
Good to see you.
Before the year gets old.
Right. How is Kitui doing?
Kitui is doing well. We also were able to got into the new year safe and sound, and we are happy to be serving Kenyans. Yes.
All right. Very good. You'll have to tell us your New Year's resolution as far as this is concerned.
Yes.
My colleague Mike is talking about resolutions later on in the program. I don't know, what is your New Year's resolution? Is it a plan or a resolution?
It should be both a plan and a resolution.
Right.
Because a plan is a detailed resolution. A resolution can be wide.
Yes.
But you must have plans on how you will achieve the resolutions. So it's both a plan and resolution.
I see.
Number one resolution, is to keep on praising God and thanking Him for the gift of life, and also serve the people of Kitui County, who gave me the opportunity to serve them as their speaker through the elected MCS.
Right.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. That is what will be coming later on the program, and you know how it's going to be done. So here we are. Let me take you through the traffic situation before we continue with this. Starting, today is back to school, and you are expecting to see or get to experience a bit of some traffic here and there. Oh, that's the first page of KBC. That's X page, and that is X page. Please talk to us. That is kbc.co.ke. That's our X page. You can talk to us and tell us where you're watching us from. There's a gentleman called Mike here. That was a bit around a few minutes ago. We are live, and this is what it is. That is Mike Migwi, you see. And he looks to be happy. I don't know what really happened over the Christmas and the season. That's how it is. So please talk to us and tell us where you're watching from. Okay, so on the traffic situation, let me start with the CBD, the Central Business District, or the capital city, Nairobi. So far as we are here, let me start with the main highway Thika Road, it's 10 minutes past 7, and the traffic situation along Thika Road is already a mess. This is what it is. It's starting all the around Utali Hotel, coming down to Mbagathi. That is where it is already. Thika Road is already a mess. Bumper to bumper. Everyone is back to work. That's spilling over towards Kiambu Road, towards the DCI headquarters. But the situation along Thika Road, this is what it is as we speak. 10 minutes past 7 a.m. The only problem is that you don't have an alternative route to come to town. Here, coming towards Limuru Road, around Parklands and around City Park Shopping Center, thereabouts, a bit of some traffic because of the construction work happening there. But after that, Limuru Road is flowing pretty well towards Gigiri and Ruaka area. After that, Parklands coming towards Globe Roundabout, also moving pretty fine. How about the western side of the city? All moving fine past ABC Place, all the way from Kangemi Mountain View, coming down to Westlands, that's around Villarosa Kempinski, moving pretty fine. That is the situation. The only problem I can see here is in the CBD. This is a CBD, I believe that because a majority of people are now either jetting back into the city or people are exiting. People are on the move, quite literally. Mombasa Road looking pretty fine as far as this is concerned. We have both the expressway and the alternative route, so far looking pretty fine. Capital Center, a bit of some traffic, I think, because of the stages there around Kenya Mas. But after that, Kila Kitu moving fine as you come towards Nyayo National Stadium, all moving fine. Langata Road, so far so good, nothing to report about. That is the CBD. The problem I have seen here is Thika Road. So if you're using Thika Road, the only problem with this traffic in the city is Thika Road. Okay, let's head to Mombasa. Good morning, Mombasa. This Nyali Road looking quite okay. All the way from the Kenyatta National Beach there. Open beach, that is Pirates, looking pretty fine all the way to Kongowea. Today Kongowea in a kafiti. Watu Mombasa, asanteni sana. That is now crossing over to the new Nyali Bridge. So far looking okay as you come towards Darajani there and into Sabasaba and finally into the CBD. How about the Likoni Ferry crossing channel? Now that is where the problem is because of the other side of Likoni and the other side of Mombasa. That is where the problem is, but you just have to be patient. I said that's the only place where people do not pay fare. Naftali, did you know that people do not pay fare while crossing the ferry?
I didn't know.
I hope no one is listening. No one is listening. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. So the crossing ferry channel, that is the Likoni Ferry channel, that's where the problem is. Let's head over to Kitui. Yes. Katisia, there's no traffic in Kitui.
There has never been traffic in Kitui.
So there are no people here.
Maybe, in Kitui town, I can say that we are well organized. So very little traffic, especially apart from on market days where there is a...
Hii ni kujifanya. Hii ni kujifanya hii.
Atujifanya.
Kid primary school, okay? Kids going Zambani, Rock City, Fire and Safety, Kalundu Eco Park.
Yes.
You all know all these places.
Yes.
Mbusiani Road.
Yes.
Mbusiani Dispensary.
Yes.
Okay. Hakuna traffic bana. There's something wrong.
There has never been traffic in Kitui.
So hakuna watu.
Watu wako.
Okay, but people are busy.
Yes.
All right, very good. So that is Kitui as far as it's concerned. You can see that it's all okay. All right, watu wa Kitui, here he is. So twende kazi. And finally, let's head over to Kisumu, Naftali, Kisumu City, all looking fine. There's only one place I just want to tell you. There's no traffic in the lake. That's what it is. All right. So when you're talking about Kitui, there's no traffic in the lake. So you can slide, you can fly, you can swim. There's no traffic. So all is well in Kisumu City. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Let's come back home and take a look at what's really happening on the front page of our local dailies. Let me start with this Daily Nation. On the front page of the Daily Nation here, cash crunch as schools reopen. Junior school crisis to worsen over teacher shortage as KCSE results yet to be released. This is a cash crunch as schools reopen. Says that head teachers of public institutions are awarded lots today as learning resumes after a 2-month break because the money that was disbursed by the government last week is yet to hit their accounts. Meanwhile, some secondary schools have moved to increase fees, further burdening parents who are struggling under hard economic times. Now, 31 billion shillings is now what the Treasury released last week for learning in public schools in the country. Let me start with you, Kevin. Let me just get to your voice on this one. As far as this concerns, back to school and the issue of capitation and money from the Treasury. What do you make of this?
I think, Victor, this week will be a very busy week for parents, for learners, and for teachers because it's the back-to-school season. And I can tell you, just as you have said, there are so many challenges with now they're going back to school because maybe some parents are not prepared for the high fees which they're supposed to pay. As you have said, the government money which is given to schools, many a times it delays. I wonder whether so far it has been disbursed to schools, because parents now have to be forced to be the first people to pay money to schools. So I think the best thing we can ask our school administrators is to be patient with parents because it is very tough, Victor. You know, people are yet to harvest their farms after the heavy rain. So and many Kenyans are depending on the farms for income and to get extra cash to pay to schools. So I think the school administrations should be very patient to parents because even some parents, Victor, getting the bus fare for their students to school is a challenge. And I think I heard yesterday the MP for Rarienda, my senior, Otienda Molo, confirming that the CDF money is yet to be dispersed to constituencies, to MPs. And you know, many parents have been relying on the CDF bursaries to educate their kids. So I think my plea to the government is that it should prioritize on everything, on all the funds which should be channeled towards paying of school fees. If it's money to CDF, and I saw the president sign the CDF Act, and I think they agreed that 40% of the CDF money should be for school bursaries. And if that money is released, I think many parents will be at ease. Even at the county level, you know, counties like in my county, Kitui County, we issue what we call propoa bursaries to needy students. And even I want to thank my governor because last week on Friday, my governor began the initiative of giving some bursaries to Form 1s. So I think the main challenge will be on the Form 1s because, you know, apart from the school fees, the preparation to go to school is an issue to many parents. Actually, preparing to go to Form 1 is 3 times the school fees. So I think we have to be this first term of the year is a very heavy term, and we want to ask all government entities, whether the national government or the county government, let us prioritize the issue of education so that our learners can smoothly join schools for those who are going for Form 1 and also for those who are continuing with the school in other forms so they can continue smoothly as they start Term 1. Because, Victor, as you have said about New Year resolution, New Year plans, if you begin a year wrongly or roughly as a student, chances are the whole of the year will be disoriented. So the first term of every year is a very important term. And I want to wish all our learners as they go back to school all the best, and may they have a successful term as they prepare the year. Thank you very much.
Very good way. All right. Nyabigo, cash crunch as schools reopen?
Victor, when you hear about school reopening and about our education system, our education policy, then 2 things emerge. Number 1, our education is a right and fundamental freedom for our children, which has been anchored in our constitution. Number 2, our education is part of our economic and social rights. So when you see the framers of our constitution contemplate the word free and compulsory basic education, then this free means this education must act at will, number one. Number two, it must be costless. That is the thinking of the framers of our constitution. So when I see that there is cash crunch as school reopens, then I am worried. Why? People are not acting in accordance with the provisions of our constitution, because our children have that right, and this right is incapable of being repudiated. It cannot be transferred to another. So why is there a problem in cash? It is because of responsibility. Those people who have been invested power and authority to run the management, right from the Teachers Service Commission, the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development, all the stakeholders, there is a failure there. You know, in his own words, and you will kindly allow me to quote the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Education and character, that is the true goal of education. Full stop. So when you see character missing from those who are supposed to operate or run our education system, then believe you me, this character cannot be imparted to our children. Why? There is bad etiquette. There is bad manners. So what we need then as a nation is to sit down and discuss ways on how to improve our education system. We cannot go on complaining each and every time that we are reopening schools and the parents are crying for school fees. Teachers are crying for paying. Everybody is questioning the government. What is the government? The government is us, because the people, but especially the people, is very crucial in the policy making. So when we say that the president, who is the head of state and the government, together with the cabinet, especially the cabinet secretary for education, then we are appealing to them that kindly, can you act in accordance with our constitution? Because these rights are inalienable. The preamble speaks authoritatively that our rights and fundamental freedoms are inalienable. It means they are incapable of being repudiated. They cannot be transferred to another. It is our right. It is the right for our children.
Okay. On the front page, still on the front page of the Daily Nation, very good. Ruto clamps down on his judiciary attacks. President now urges collaboration. With a couple of days, there have been that attack on the judiciary, citing allegations of corruption in the corridors of power. Police record a new complaint against main suspect in the city socialite's murder. That is Wahoo Kanyari. Police record a new statement against some of the complainants on the suspect in the city socialite murder. That's on the front page. Police sees a seventh suspect in murder of Meru blogger. Remember, the Meru governor, that is Kawira, also spoke yesterday and said that all that is being spoken about is just political witch hunt and does not hold any water. And still on the front page, slow down. Murathe tells Kalonzo on 2027 contest. That is Jubilee Vice Chairperson David Murathe has insisted that the Azimio coalition is fully behind ODM leader Raila Odinga as its 2027 flag bearer, asking those seeking the same ticket, including Wiper Chief Kalonzo Musyoka, to hold their horses. All right, that's on the front page. And yes, the picture of Raila Odinga feeding on some sumptuous cake there as he turned 79 yesterday. Some people said that Raila turned 40. I don't know what they meant, Katisia. I don't know what they meant. That Honorable Raila Odinga turned 40 yesterday. It's all jokes, though. It's all jokes. Kenyan way. Okay. All right, that's the front page. What do you mean? What do you make of this, Katisa? Before I go to the next page, slow down. Brother tells Kalonzo on 2027 contest. This must be so close to you.
Yes, of course. Whenever my party leader is mentioned, Victor, and you know, for avoidance of any doubt,
you the wrong way.
For avoidance of any doubt, my party leader is His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, whom I believe will be the next president of the Republic of Kenya come 2027. And you know, after Murathe swallowed the sweet cake which he was given by Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, he had nothing else to say apart from trying to portray that he still wants Baba to be on the ballot in 2027. But that is his own personal opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, but the opinion of many Kenyans will be determined in 2027. And I think my party leader has been very straightforward. He has said he must be on the ballot in 2027, and that's what we believe in as Wiper. So when he tells Kalonzo to slow down, I think maybe he should tell us why he's telling him to slow down. Because, you know, we have to start the journey as early as now. When you start the journey too late, that's where you find yourself losing. But when you start early, the earlier the better.
The earlier the better.
So I think that was his own personal opinion. But on the same breath, allow me, Victor, because I'm also a Kenyan and a lawyer of good standing. I want to actually condemn what happened yesterday at Tomboya statue in Nairobi, CBD, where the police were tear gassing Kenyans who were peacefully celebrating Raila's birthday. I think that was very unfortunate. Even though the police IG condemned those violence acts by the police officers, the question is why in the first place did the police lodge tear gas canisters on the peaceful members of the public who were celebrating Baba's birthday? I think it is very unfortunate. Maybe the police are still in the mood of disbursing peaceful congregants, because maybe when Raila said that in the new year he will restart the demonstrations, the peaceful demonstrations, maybe they thought that is part of the demonstrations. Yeah, the police should do their intelligence very well before they make any act. So I think as we start this new year, we should start on a peaceful note. And that's why, Victor, I also want to say that it is also very unfortunate that our president, in the New Year message, attacked the judiciary. And I think every Kenyan, every sound and sober Kenyan knows that the judiciary is the custodian of the rule of law.
Yeah.
And when the president was being sworn in, I think he was very excited about the judiciary because the Supreme Court ruled in his favor. Yeah. And he said that he will protect the rule of law and democracy. Yeah. The same judiciary is saying that there was no enough public participation when the housing levy was being imposed upon Kenyans. Yeah. The same judiciary is saying that the social health insurance fund, there was no enough public participation.
We'll delve into that.
Yeah. So I think as we begin the new year, Kenyans have so many plans. Yeah, and that's what I've said. My party leader has plans, and so many other Kenyans have plans.
So there's nothing wrong with having a plan.
There's nothing wrong with having plans. Yes.
But why is it now becoming personal that when Naftali, when it comes to 2027, he's being told, as you say, it's a plan. So what's wrong with a plan? I mean,
yes.
I don't know. Okay. Just on the same note, as Mr. Dinga celebrated turning 79 at Malindi Hotel, his supporters were tear gassed in Nairobi, and correctly, the IG condemned that and said that investigation will be commenced and condemn the act as it is. All right, very quickly, on the front page of the Star newspaper, Ruto and allies pile pressure on the judiciary. Just what you've just said. Ruto and allies pile pressure on the judiciary. UDA leaders accuse judges of overstepping mandate and vow to deal with quote-unquote ignorant judiciary officers. UDA leaders accuse judges of overstepping mandate and now vow to deal with quote-unquote ignorant judiciary officers. That's the story on the front page of the Star, and flash there for you. Still on the front page, police pursue serial killers and their extortion ring in Wahoo murder probe. A story that has been dotting our headlines for the past few days. Revealed why your power bills are so high. Why your power bills are so high. It stated that massive theft, system losses, skewed electricity deals by Kenya Power, and delayed completion of crucial transmission lines are the leading causes of expensive electricity bills. And that's a new report by the Senate Energy Committee, which also blames numerous taxes and levies for exorbitant power bills. That is what is here. But as always, on the front page, Ruto and allies pile pressure on the judiciary. Naftali, go ahead.
I don't believe that the President William Ruto can attack the judiciary. From where I sit, I get worried because, as my brother said, it is the judiciary. In point of fact, it is the Kenyan judiciary that affirmed the election of the President William Samoei Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua. And remember even the words which the Chief Justice who read the majority ruling were dismissing the other parties as hot air. When I see the President who was elected and there was a dispute and a petition was presented at the apex court, the same judiciary affirmed this election. This is the same President now who is attacking the judiciary. Then I get amazed.
Yes.
Do you know why? Our judiciary is independent. Our judiciary is self-governing. Our judiciary is sovereign, meaning it cannot be controlled by outside forces. Article 160 of the Constitution envisages independence of the Constitution, of the judiciary. Sub-Article 1, in the exercise of judicial authority, the judiciary, as constituted under Article 161, shall be subject only to this Constitution and the law, and shall not be subject to the control or direction of any person or authority. Full stop. So how can then the President purport to control the judiciary? How? In this Kenya, with our Constitution, the people of Kenya must say no. Yeah, authoritatively, because the Constitution of Kenya is the supreme governing authority. Even the President himself and other state and public officers must abide by to this governing authority, because the office of the President is envisaged under the Constitution. It is the Constitution. When you look at Article 2, supremacy of the Constitution, no person may claim or exercise state authority except as authorized under this Constitution. How come that you can go to social media, to the mainstream media, as the head of state and the government and castigate the Kenyan judiciary?
Let's take a break. When we come back, Kevin, I'll give you time for so chime on that as we continue with this discussion. Okay, let's take a break. We'll be right back shortly with more. Stay with us.
王冕教授，看完了这份名单，你有什么感受吗？4次，黑球下一次受到惊吓。
够了！你以为这点小把戏能骗得了我吗？至少轮到我了。
Get ready for the captivating return of the FKF Premier League, exclusively on KBC. Brace yourself for the thrill of football as 18 teams battle it out for glory. Every week, KBC brings you not one, but two heart-pounding matches, delivering the best football action right to your living room. The stakes are higher than ever. The league champion takes home a handsome prize of 5 million shillings and also earns the honor of representing Kenya in the prestigious CAF Champions League. Feel the adrenaline, experience the suspense. fans. And join the roar of the crowd as we celebrate the return of Kenya's football legacy. The FKF Premier League, live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1 and KBC radio stations. Save the date, mark your calendars, and get ready for the ultimate football spectacle. Coming to you live only on KBC. KBC, your true sports partner.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. All right, so we have it. Before we took a break, it was now time for us to take a look on the Star. I'm going to give you a minute to take a look at, actually you started talking about it, Ruto and allies pile pressure on the judiciary. What do you make on this one? Again, this must be so close to your heart.
Yes, Victor, thank you very much. This is very close to my heart, of course, as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have the primary duty of defending the judiciary, because apart from being a politician, my primary duty is to be an advocate. And Victor, it is very unfortunate that this is the way the president, who is the symbol of national unity, is starting the year by addressing the Kenyans about attacking and looking down upon the judiciary. And Victor, we must appreciate that the president, when he was being sworn in, he was sworn in as per the Constitution of Kenya 2010. As my brother, and I've learned that now, is Dr. Naftal Nyamongo, and it's good to appreciate that achievement. The president is a product of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Actually, all leaders, including myself as the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui, I am a product of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And at no point should I fail to appreciate the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So President Ruto, whom I respect very much, I think it will not be stooping too low if he just says the word "I am sorry" to the judiciary. It is good for him to apologize, because you can't attack a judicial officer who is making a determination on a matter which is very cardinal and very important to Kenyans. When the president yesterday was saying that he is the advocate to the poor Kenyans who can't afford to hire a lawyer or bribe a judicial officer, that is very unfortunate, Victor. My president, the best way he can be an advocate to Kenyans is by reducing the cost of living. That's the best way he can be the advocate of Kenyans. Because if you attack a lawyer or you attack a judge, no, the work of a judge is to make a fair determination of a case before them, Victor.
Based on the evidence.
Based on the evidence, based on the law, the rule of law.
Yes.
If the evidence taken to the court, and you know the president has brilliant legal minds who are paid on taxpayers' money, Victor. We have the Attorney General himself, Honorable Justin Muturi, who actually many Kenyans may not know. He has been a magistrate. He has been a member of the judiciary for more than 15 years. For 15 years. And actually, he was the chair of the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association. And he is the principal legal advisor to the president. We have the Solicitor General, Shadrach Mose, who is also a distinguished advocate. And so many other legal minds around the president.
Yes.
I think the mere fact that they are losing a case, it means that there's something to be done on the legal minds in the executive. Because, Victor, you know, when you are a judge and a case brought to you, you know, you have to look at that case on its merits. And the key thing, you know, these cases which have been brought against the executive, the main issue is the issue of executive, public participation, and following the correct procedure. in arriving at the various government policies and decisions. And Victor, one thing I can say as an ordinary Kenyan is that our president should know that the government of Kenya is the government for all Kenyans. You know, when he says that I am defending my government, I think he should also remember that this is not just his government, but the government of all Kenyans. All Kenyans have a say in this government. We all pay tax to this government, and we have a say in this government. Yes, we appreciate that the president is our leader in this government, but he is part of the government, just like myself and yourself, Victor. So I think the most important thing is for our government to respect the rule of law.
Okay.
As Dr.
You've talked about the Solicitor General and the Attorney General.
Yes.
The question is, where are they?
That's the question. Where are they? Where is Honorable Justin Muturi? Where is Honorable Shadrach Mose? Where are they? And there are so many legal counsels, in the state law office. There are so many advocates there. So where are they? Or are their counsels heeded by the president? That should also be the question. Because Victor, you can be my client, and I give you legal advice, and you fail to follow the advice. Because I think it is so worrying. At the manner in which so many legal suits are brought against the government, and the government is losing each day. So I think the most important thing is that as the president fights to ensure that he rules this country, I think rule of law must be respected. When the BBI, Victor, the BBI was dismissed by the Supreme Court, we saw our current president being very happy, because we know that the BBI was being pushed by the former president, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and the former Prime Minister. And the current president was not supporting BBI. And when the Supreme Court said the BBI was not constitutional, he was very happy. Why is he not happy when the court is saying the housing levy, and actually the court even said it will not stop immediately. It gives some more time. So I think, as Dr. Naftali has said, the judiciary must operate as per the constitution and as per the law, and it should not be intimidated by anybody. Because what the executive is doing, basically, they are intimidating the judiciary. When somebody like Gladys Bolshole, who was actually, she was working in the judiciary,
The chief registrar.
The chief registrar in the judiciary, and she was a member of the Judicial Service Commission. And Victor, something which is very important for Kenyans to know is that the executive is well represented in the Judicial Service Commission. The AG is a member of the Judicial Service Commission. We have two nominees of the president. We have the former governor of Bomet, Isaac Ruto, is there. We have a lady called Caroline Zilani, who is also a member of the Judicial Service Commission, nominated by the president. And we have a member from the Public Service Commission and members from the lawyers, LSK. So if there are any valid complaints against a judicial officer, correct channel should be used. The JSC is there. You can't go in a public forum and say that courts are taking bribes. We are turning the public against the courts. And there's one thing which Honorable the former Chief Justice William Mutunga said. Judiciary, the courts basically, they are the last resort to every Kenyan.
Okay, I beg you, don't chew too much meat on that. Because we have got a very big bone to chew. We have a very big bone to chew as far as this is concerned. Okay, very quickly, and then finally on the front page of the Standard newspaper, we are going to delve more into the issue of the judiciary and the executive, the separation of powers. Remember what the Constitution really said, and I'm glad that I have got brilliant minds. We're going to talk about that. Trouble in education, most likely it's almost the same thing on the front page of the Daily Nation. Trouble in education. Schools reopen today while facing numerous difficulties, mainly inadequate funding, crowding, insufficient number of teachers, and weary staff mulling a strike over litany of grievances. Will the Ministry of Education step up to the challenge? Will the Ministry of Education step up to the challenge? This is what Kahi Indimuli said. The economic situation we are in is quite bad for both parents and schools, but parents must pay fees, and thus should get into an arrangement to ensure that happens. That is what Kahi Indimuli said. That is the front page of the Standard newspaper. NHIF scandal report, used to kill insurer. Again here, say stakeholders, what do we have? What is happening at the NHIF? Reason for optimism in tourism sector. There must be some good reason there. And demolitions, Ruto walks in Uhuru's footsteps. That is what's here. A region is facing threat of bulldozers wrecking homes after similar action in a void, despite pleas from leaders to state officers to hold exercise as negotiations and compensations were underway, but which is against key promise by Kenya Kwanza administration. So this is what is here. Demolitions, Ruto walks in Uhuru's footsteps. The president said, and let me quote, this is way back in 2023, that we will not allow such demolitions, including those that do not follow due process. We shall provide enough notice and provide compensation where necessary. End quote. All right, inside Ruto's visa-free travel plan changes, the Immigration Department has received 9,787 applications for new electronic travel authorization and approved 4,046 of them. So far, out of 9,000, 4,046 so far have been approved. That is what is on the front page of the Standard. More or less the same thing on the front page of the Daily Nation. Protests after 3,500 squatters evicted from disputed land. Again, demolitions. Opposition supporters celebrate Raila birthday with messages to Ruto. And it was themed cost of living. It was celebrated across the country, of course. That was just that. So, schools reopen today. Starting today under cloud of financial strain. That is both affecting the parents and teachers alike, the schools, and potential teachers strike, extra levies and heavy rains witnessed in parts of the country spell a shaky start for the academic calendar. But now the National Parents Association wants the government to save parents from paying, quote unquote, unsanctioned levies. That is what's on the front page of the Standard newspaper. I have to stop it that because Standard and the Daily Nation are almost the same. Let me take you very quickly on what you have on the front page of the People Daily. Again, on the front page of the People Daily, this is what we have here. Key changes could reopen. Again, the same thing as on the front page of the Standard newspaper and the Daily Nation. Key changes as schools reopen. Again, what are some of the changes? Reduced lessons at primary, pre-primary, junior school. This is what we have. Reduced lessons at pre-primary, junior school. Integration of studies to ease learners' load. First term to last 13 weeks. That is what is here. First term to last 13 weeks. Again, capitation for first term now set at 31.31 billion shillings, which again schools say that have not been disbursed into their accounts. And finally, 844 curriculum gives way to CBC. The last cohort of KCP candidates last year were the last cohort of 844. Gentlemen, we will miss this. We were all used to this. The other system, all of us went through this system. Or, Daniel, did you go through CBC? Daniel Orogo, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Victor. My apologies for arriving in the set late.
It's okay. We are still trying to wake up to the new year.
All right.
So you understand. Karibu.
Asante.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be here this morning.
Karibu.
It's a pleasure also to hear from my colleagues weighing in on the different issues that are affecting the country.
Today I'm a lawyer by extension. By extension. All right. So on the pictures, you see, people celebrated Raila's birthday. Sorry for that. Celebrated Raila's birthday across the country. He was in Malindi at an orphanage. And happy birthday, Baba. He turned 79. And Ruto goes slow on judges. Again, something you're going to take a look at. That is what's happening. Probe links Kawira allies blogger. That is to blogger's burial, brutal murder. I beg your pardon. Probe links Kawira Mwangaza. That is Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza allies to blogger's brutal murder. And investigations reveal that Daniel Muthiani's killing was planned and executed by Meru County officials. That is what is here. According to the arrest, brings to 7 the total number of suspects arrested, among them Governor Kawira Mwangaza's staff and relatives. One of the suspects arrested yesterday has been identified as Brian Mwenda, and the circumstantial evidence has linked the governor's office to the murder with detectives saying that it was unlikely that killers acted without her knowledge or consent. That is what is here. All right. Okay, very quickly, and reforms beckon as schools open for new school calendar. That is 844 gone, and thousands to study and equity scholarship. That is very quickly. So on the front page again, inner pages, it's back to school. We all know what really happens. It's a rush against time. Bookshops, you know, the Juakali sector, Matatu, everything is just, you know, back to life, and we can all no, this is what really happens. We've been there before. Kenya Kwanza insiders see Wanjigi hand in president's setbacks. That is what is here. President William Ruto's allies have turned their guns on businessman come politician Jimmy Wanjigi, who they believe is a key driver in the litany of court cases challenging the controversial Finance Act. That is what is here. You can take a look at that story in details. And now, come let's all work together and reason together. Now, Ruto now tells courts, head of state declares he has no intention to fight with any arm of government in rare truce. All right. So, gentlemen, this is where we are. So, finally, that is what it is. So, gentlemen, we want us to take a look. Daniel, I'm going to give you a minute just to get your voice. We've done all the front pages, trouble education, Ruto allies, pile pressure on the judiciary, again, Daily Nation, cash crunch on schools reopen. In 2 minutes, if you can, let me just get your voice. Good morning, once again.
Good morning. Once is to wish all the learners who are going back to school, you know, a happy 2024, the curriculum begins, and like you've just alluded to, there seems to be a problem in terms of distribution and disbursement of this bursaries. I think that has been mentioned by a number of members of parliament, confirming indeed that the delay is still there. One of the principles of Azimio also equally alluded to the cash crunch in education.
Yes.
The schools that have not received their money, you know, to support, coupled with the delay on the bursaries. So I think it's important that the Ministry of Education, and I think today there's also a release of the results for KCSE.
Right.
We hope that even as this is going to be released today, a statement would be made in affirmation that the funds have been disbursed to school. On the second topic you've mentioned is, well, my colleagues weighed in. I was watching through as I was coming here, and to which I agree in some extent that our constitution envision the complete separation of powers. And that is why we have the three arms of government that are enshrined in the constitution, that are so distinct, and their roles are well stipulated in the constitution. And any attempt to, you know, usurp the powers of any arm of the government would be detrimental to the functioning of a complete governance system in this country. We are a democratic, you know, republic, and therefore all the arms are intended to work together and be distinct to some level.
Yes.
May I also submit that it seems that the legislature is slowly being encompassed within the judiciary. And I mentioned this in this platform, that we are witnessing a trend in which both the National Assembly and the Senate sometimes make, you know, some decisions or some voting that are allied to the judiciary. And there's a sense in which Kenyans are feeling that the quality of representation in both the houses sometimes is already allied towards giving an executive a footage, and not really, you know, trying to hold and play their constitutional role of oversight and accountability as well. I hope that that same, you know, nail will not be driven in the kennel of judiciary, because that would be very detrimental. We know judiciary has salvaged this country, made monumental ruling, even in terms of a presidential petition for 2017 that has gone to history as, you know, as a pointer towards, you know, an independent judiciary. My hope is that, and you've alluded to, that the president have heeded towards the call to make be a president that dialogues with these arms of government, as opposed to, you know, a strongman, you know, trying to dismantle strong institution. This is one thing we really need to be very careful with. I mean, Victor, you are following keenly about the U.S. presidential elections so far, and you can see, the juggernauts that is happening between, different judiciary in the states in terms of trying to make their ruling with regards to the presidential candidature of Donald Trump. And you clearly see that in an absence of a strong judiciary, then we are faced with anarchy. And the main point of conversation is whether a president who was able to marginalize insurrection on 6th January 2021 would still run to be a presidential candidate in this election. I think you would see the gravitation in the argument, the elevation of the argument that brings out the independency of judiciary, versus the political issues that are taking place in those countries. Yes. I am not saying that we are equal to the United States or other jurisdictions. What I'm saying is that there is a semblance that if we have a separation of powers, and that is playing so well, then the governance system in this country would ensure that democracy prevails. So I think I join the rest of my colleagues in just trying to, affirm that there is no one who would want to implement a manifesto in the backdrop of a constitutional mandate.
Very good. So, gentlemen, today I just want to take a look at what really happens. Where should we draw the line between politics, judiciary, and the executive? And it seems that that is where the problem is, between the three arms of government. The executive will at some point blame the legislature. The legislature will also throw some jabs at the judiciary. So at what point do we draw the lines between these three arms of government? Because at the end of the day, there's one person who will be suffering, the common mwananchi, who is the voter. The supreme power belongs to them, but at the end of the day, he's the person who will be suffering. Let me take you to this quote here, and I want you, gentlemen, to help me get to understand this quote. All right, the hunter who is tracking an elephant does not stop to throw stones at birds. This is an African proverb. The hunter who is tracking an elephant does not stop to throw stones at birds. Naftali, how do you interpret this? The hunter who is tracking an elephant does not stop to throw stones at birds in relation to what is happening between the judiciary and the executive. How do you translate this one?
So, in my case here, the hunter should be, let me call them the executive. Then the elephant here is the judiciary. The reason why I'm saying this, when you go back to our constitution, the constitution has 264 articles. There is a reason why the framers of our constitution decided that Article 1 should be sovereignty of the people.
To the people, right.
So, when it is the sovereignty of the people, it means all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. Number two, the second batch to be delegated this sovereign power from the people has been now anchored in sub-article 3. That is where we find separation of powers. So even if we have the judiciary, we have the executive, we have also the legislature, there is that hierarchy which is superior according to the framers of our constitution, and you find it there. Sovereign power under this constitution is delegated to the following state organs, which shall function.
The keyword is delegated.
Yeah, delegated. Right. It is our. The power belongs to the people, but the people have decided voluntarily to delegate. Number one, to the legislature. It means then, if we try to compare, the legislature is supreme. Then, because the constitution says parliament and the legislative assemblies in the county governments. Number two, the executive, the national executive and the executive structures in the county governments. It means then that now, after the legislature is the executive. Then number three, the judiciary and independent tribunals. Where I sit in the court annex mediation. The court annex mediation is an independent tribunal. You listen. So when the executive, the hunter, is throwing stones to the judiciary, he knows that the judiciary interprets the law. So in the judiciary is the elephant. because it may interpret anyway. Why? Because of the independence of the judiciary. So the president, whom I see as the hunter.
You said the hunter is the judiciary?
Is the executive.
Okay.
But the executive is headed by the president.
All right.
So when I say the executive, in my case, I mean the president, who is the hunter, who is now throwing what? Stones to the elephant, who is the judiciary.
Throwing stones to the birds. Are the birds?
Now, the birds are the Kenyans.
Okay.
Because the sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. We delegate it. Let me tell you. You see, Victor, you asked my brother, Mr. Speaker, where is the Attorney General? J. Muturi. Where is the Solicitor General? Shadrach Mose. I thank God that I am a student of legal philosophy. And my brothers here may know this, that in legal jurisprudence we have what we call res ipsa locutar. It means
what
the thing speaks for itself.
Res ipsa?
Res ipsa locutar. Meaning that thing speaks for itself.
I'm not a lawyer.
So, no, I'm explaining.
Right.
I'm explaining that what you can see in the executive and in our arms of government, especially the executive and the legislature, is negligence. Negligence is failure to act with the prudence that a reasonable person would exercise under the same circumstances.
Very good. Hold it there. Mr. Speaker, what do you make of this? The hunter who is tracking an elephant does not stop to throw stones at birds. We have got two things, the hunter, the elephant, and the birds. But there is one thing, stone, according to me. So we have got hunter, elephant, we have a stone, and the birds. How do you interpret this, in as far as this is concerned?
I think I will partially agree with Dr. Naftal that first the hunter is the executive, which is led by the president, but also there are some members of the legislature who have also become the hunter, like the Kenya Kwanza government allied MPs and senators who are defending the executive as it attacks the judiciary. The elephant, in my opinion, are the people of Kenya. Because if the president says that he is advocating for the people of Kenya, who actually elected him, and who actually are the ones who are being given these services.
Yes.
So if he is tracking development to Kenya, reducing the cost of living, advocating for the needs of Kenyans, in my opinion, the elephant is the people of Kenya.
What you said that the elephant is now justice that is seeking?
Justice to the people of
seeking
Kenya.
In the courts?
Yes.
The hunter, let's just say the hunter is the president, the executive.
Yes, the executive.
Hunting for an elephant, justice.
Yes, justice.
From the courts.
Yes.
And you will not stop throwing stones at the birds. Birds is now the judiciary.
Birds, according to me, is now the judiciary.
Okay.
Because the executive is attacking the judiciary. And of course, as my brother Dr. Naftal has said,
yes,
the Article 160 on the separation of powers. And when you look at Article 3, where it says that every Kenyan has the right to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. And actually, the president sought to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. The Constitution, actually, the custodian of the Constitution is the judiciary.
Sure.
And actually, when the judges are being appointed, by the Judicial Service Commission, the hand of the executive is there. You remember when the former president refused to appoint 7 judges, and he was saying, no, some of them have integrity issues. I have intelligence. If the current president says that there are some corrupt judicial officers, as Okia Mtata said, then it is his duty and it is his burden now to give this evidence. Due process must be followed when addressing judicial officers. So I think as we throw now, you have asked which are these stones. Stones is actually the language, which is disrespecting our Constitution. The attack on the Constitution, according to me, are the stones.
All right.
When you attack the Constitution, is actually like a way of trying to create anarchy in our country. And we know that the rule of law and democracy is very important to ensure that we have peace and harmony in our country. So, and Victor, as I conclude, I was actually very happy yesterday when the president says that he has no intention to attack any arm of government, and he's asking for collaboration. Collaboration does not mean that the other arms of government should agree with him. You know, if the judiciary disagrees with him, he should respect. Actually, collaboration, Victor, should come before these policies are actually started. Before the president says, I want housing levy, did he, first of all, seek the advice of the
you all have your cups of tea. I don't have mine. Can I also have mine?
Yes.
Let us have my cup of tea and take a break.
You haven't got my view about the Ugandan African proverb.
We'll be right back. They have their cups of tea. I don't have mine. Let me have mine. Let me just go offset and take mine. We'll take a break.
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua mahali mbaya.
Na ofadu. Sidhani mashida zimefika hapa.
Ndaiwa lende. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukisema mwage Mungu nataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Chunga sana. Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki? Hata bariki wengine bariki wengine chama suta. Maisha yake ni show eti. Ayayaya. Yona tole matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kale. Kakienda kengine ona kiwom. Kakikucha kengine ona kiwom. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Ngwa.
But the truth will come out one day. And for sure, I'll find out who that woman came between us is.
If Alonso finds out, we'll get into trouble.
Well, you're the one who caused these problems. You filled Rodrigo's head with the idea that Lucia was the best for him.
Rodrigo Zuniga, you're a spineless ninny.
Well, I guess. She told you everything that happened at the day of her supposed wedding.
Yes, but she told me that she's gotten over it. Do you believe that?
We all know what he did, but you went too far.
Of course not.
Too far.
I don't care. He deserves that. He should be the one suffering.
Auntie akona ka forehand. Akona the mark of quality.
Nataka kumaliza mambo hiyo wedding.
Umenimaliza kama chai kwa kikombe. September, October.
Ni kama tu nikuje nikwambie uko na kichwa kubwa. Sasa makosa si
au sio? Ndio manake. Okay.
Every Monday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. on KBC Channel 1.
And welcome back. Now, in football, we say goal, goal, GG. I also have my cup of coffee. There's no way they had their cup of coffee with a Messina. So it's goal, goal. Welcome back. Daniel Orogo, Kevin Katisia, and Daktari. By the way, you have a new title. You tell us where the name Daktari came from. Hold, he is now a doctor, by the way.
Absolutely.
See your Dr. Wameno, he's a doctor. You will tell us where that name came from.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. So before we took a break, I'm going to give you a minute, Speaker, to finalize your statement. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Victor. Before you rushed for the cup of tea, I was trying to say that I actually want to appreciate the President for saying that he would like to collaborate with the other arms of government. But let this collaboration not be one-sided, where he wants the other arms of government to agree with him. Yeah, you know, the President should allow the other arms of government to operate as per the law. Yeah, if he wants collaboration, and I've seen him attending judiciary events and pledging support to the judiciary, that's the kind of collaboration. If he wants advisory from the judiciary, I'm sure the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice and all the judges will give the necessary advisory to the executive. Yeah, but are they seeking this advisory in the first place? The answer is no. Before they start the housing levy, yeah, did they seek advisory from the judiciary? I'm sure the judiciary would have freely and happily offered free legal advice.
Yes.
Yeah, because we are asking ourselves, where is the Attorney General and where is the Solicitor General? Yeah, and in that, because there seems to be a gap, I'm sure our judges will fill that gap by trying to advise the executive appropriately. So all I'm requesting from the three arms of government is that, you know, when we start fighting, and we know, of course, when the President said that he was given the sword, it is not for cutting vegetables, yeah, and he will deal with all these criminals. You know, that is a direct attack on other constitution-holding Kenyans, like the judges. You know, these judges are also human beings, Victor. You know, the judges are actually protected by the police, who are actually an extension of the executive. The judges are paid from the exchequer, and we know that the exchequer is actually released by the executive. You know, and you know the judges are also human beings. Yeah. So I think the most important thing is for our president, who is actually the main defender, who should be the main defender to the constitution. He should ensure that this collaboration is in good faith. Yeah, and also the legislature. Yeah, many of these MPs who are singing president worship to the president, yeah, because maybe there are some favors they receive, they should know that the people of Kenya, and as Dr. Naftali has said, Article 1, sovereignty belongs to the people of Kenya. Victor, let me tell you one thing. Kenyans are very smart. Yeah, they can keep quiet, but they know who is right. Sure. Kenyans are not fools. They are not foolish. Kenyans are very smart. Maybe they don't have the capacity, yeah, to hear their views. Maybe not all Kenyans will have the capacity to come here to KBC and speak for their issues. But Kenyans, Victor, are very smart. The president should know that Kenyans are watching. And I'm happy that my brother here has given the example of the United States. You know, Donald Trump was a very good president to the Americans. And he was saying he wants to say, no, the Americans should be great again. Yeah. He was fighting for them fiercely. And I think we are seeing the same spirit with our president, who was saying he wants to fight for Kenyans to make Kenya great again. Yeah. And I heard him compare Kenya with Malaysia and Singapore. You know, we know what happens to Donald Trump. And now he's trying to fight back. Yeah. So I think what we can ask our president, because I'm a simple, ordinary Kenyan, that the elephant, who are the people of Kenya, deserve better. They deserve to be listened to. Listen to what are they saying? Kenyans are saying we are suffering. Okay. Reduce the cost of living. Victor, if I give you a house and you have no food, how will you live? I will farm. Give me a house right now. You will die. You will die. So I think this collaboration should be in good faith. I don't know how to get food. Let's get that house. Daniel, it's your time. The hunter who is tracking an elephant does not stop throwing stop at the birds. Again, Article 159 of the Kenyan Constitution, let me just get it here for you. It talks about the separation of power. Judicial authority is derived from the people, what you've all said, and vests in and shall be exercised by courts and the tribunals established by or under this constitution. What you said. It continues down there under. But now, Article 160 is now the prudence of the judiciary. This is what it is. Okay. Independence. Independence of the judiciary. Okay, there we have. I'll get it. There you have it. The exercise of the judicial authority, judiciary
Article 161 shall be subject only to the Constitution and the law and shall not be subject to control or direction of any person or authority, full stop. The office of the judge of a superior court shall not be abolished while the substantive holder of the blah, 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 that continues. But Article 159, 160 and 161 protects the independence of the judiciary. Let's go back to what we got here from our quote, African proverb.
I am confirming that it's a Ugandan.
Oh.
It's a actually Ugandan proverb. Well, have you heard when people are asking that, the elephant in the room?
Yes.
Every time our leaders are confronted with a question, a hot potato in their mouth to answer, the media always ask, now the elephant on the room is blah, blah, blah. This. So the elephant is now the thorny issues that are affecting Kenyans. And in this reference, it could be that we are looking at the promises that were tracked and were promised by this current regime. This elephant in the room could be the cost of the living that is weighing heavily on the shoulders of Kenyans. This elephant would be also what we are referring as the independence, what we are talking about right now, that the current leadership is really finding hard to face, yet they promised. So I am seeing that the hand, of course, is the judiciary, not really judiciary, but is the government.
Yes.
And this government, in this particular context, is the executive and the head of the executive who doubles up to be the president of the Republic of Kenya and the symbol of national unity that has now recognized the importance of having dialogue and conversation over matters that are affecting Kenyans. And of course, the birds, normally when you walk in every village or when you walk in every street, there's birds that are always chirping on trees.
Yes.
You never know whether they are calling to your attention or whether they are warning you that there is an impending danger ahead of you.
Yeah.
In the national reserves, you could actually see that certain animals relies on the bird to warn them about the impending dangers that they might not see that is coming ahead of them. So in this case, these birds that are chirping would be a warning towards something that is ahead of you, that you should not shoot, throw stones at the bird that are warning you. You should not throw stones at the media that is, asking you that there's a problem ahead of you. The citizens of Kenya that are telling you, look here, you are mutilating the Constitution. And in this large and extent in reference, you are not abiding by the values that are stipulated in Article 10 of the Constitution that the court has ruled on public participation, on principles of governance and democracy that are enshrined with Article 10 of the Constitution. You are not abiding to them. So for me, that would be my simple basis of analyzing, this particular proverb in the morning. Now, you have added to another thing, the independence, of our state institution. And in this particular context, the independence of the judiciary. You see, my colleagues have agreed that this is one of the institutions that is given the mandate to be the custodian of the law, but also do the interpretation of the law. When you're looking at the history, the judiciary has ruled in favor of the government in some extent.
Where there is evidence.
Where there is evidence that are due to it, and the case is strong, that in this large particular extent, judiciary has ruled in favor of the current regime, beginning with giving this particular government the legitimacy, after the Supreme Court ruling of, of the presidential, petition that was. There have been a number of rulings that have been made in favor. But to this extent, like I've said, as much as the judiciary is also the custodian of the law, the executive, the head of the executive is, and is also the custodian, because when he was being sworn in, he held a sword as a symbol of authority. And one of the oaths that he gave is that I will protect the Constitution, in the public glare, that this is one thing that is number one in terms of trying to, maintain the rule of law. Let us also not blind ourselves, because I keep on saying that when we appear on the set, we must be very balanced. And I also want to play the devil's advocate in this particular extent. Is there an evidence of some judicial officers that are colluding and maybe mutilating the constitution as well, and the cases that have been mentioned. And to that extent, if there is an evidence that is happening, I would also request, as has been mentioned, that those who are given the responsibilities of doing the investigation, the institutions that are given the responsibilities of trying to also make sure that these people are brought to book, would also do expedite these matters. The only problem that we are seeing, that I've been warning against the executive, is prosecuting these issues in a court of public opinion, which that one is not entrusted for them to do. That ended in the campaign trail. If the head of executive is quite sure, and given the advantage that he has with the national intelligence, first-hand information, there are certain judicial officers, there are certain lawyers that are indeed colluding with the judges, to put a break into the implementation of certain important aspect of the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, I think that should be brought again to the court.
That now brings my question.
For me,
do you think there are some, I don't know.
I think there is, I don't think, unless this is brought to the public attention with the evidence again. But prosecuting this matter in the court of public opinion puts the judiciary, at where it will be vilified with the public, and that really will not be well, because this is the custodian of the constitution.
Now, based on what Daniel has said, do you think the president might not just speak from the blues? Again, speaking from, devil's advocate, do you think there are some corrupt judicial officers in the corridor of his power?
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Yeah, because why? We are human beings. It is not all of us that abide by the law. So we can't be, it's like Apostle Paul says, there's no one righteous. So I cannot say that the judiciary is clean perfectly. No. Maybe there are some errant judicial officers, but there is the law. There is a procedure. There is that protocol that needs to be followed.
Yes.
The president cannot act on behalf of that. We have the DCI, we have the ODPP, we have other state and public officers that have been vested power to investigate an errant officer. So why does the president act like this? What we are saying, the president has got some desirable and positive qualities, especially those suitable for the things specified, that he needs to protect. We know him as being honorable.
Yes.
We know him as being hardworking. We know him as being having a vision. So if we cannot protect these qualities, which are valued as far as that person of William Ruto is concerned, then he may end up losing it. Because, as my brother said, Donald Trump had a very good vision for the Americans, but the approach failed him. I'm telling you, the approach failed him. So William Ruto may be having a vision for the people of Kenya, for a prosperous Kenya, working under the Vision 2030 in conformity with the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. But if the approach goes wrong, then everything will be wrong.
It's all about planning. It's all about planning. Execution is a bit of some percentage, but now the work in preparation is almost 80% of the work done. We are still talking about Article 159 and 160, because this is where the problem is. And what you heard what the president said, he slowed it a bit, he slowed it down yesterday in his attack towards the judiciary. But then the deputy president scaled it up. Is this a well-calculated move, in as far as this is concerned? Katisia, because you listened to what the president said a few days ago and what he said yesterday, and now everything now flipped to the deputy president. Does it really mean that the deputy president has nothing to lose in this? And the buck stops with the president?
Victor, don't forget that the deputy president was under serious judicial, let me call it attention, because when the former regime was trying to harass him, he thinks the judiciary was being used by the former regime to harass him. And I'm sure he may have some issues, scores to settle with the judiciary. But that notwithstanding, Victor, and I want to agree with my colleagues that I think all Kenyans even the president himself are agreeing that the doctrine of separation of powers must be respected.
Yes.
And the president respected that. And that's why we are saying the president, his deputy, all the MPs, everybody, including myself, we are a product of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Yeah? But what is important, Victor, is for us to walk the talk. You know, when the president says he wants collaboration and his deputy says otherwise, and then Gladys Sholei, the deputy speaker, also tells the president, leave the judiciary to us. We shall deal with them. You know, and that is an arm of government, a deputy speaker of the National Assembly, telling the president, and she was actually a chief registrar to the judiciary. She's most of her adult life, most of her career, she worked at the judiciary, for a very long time. So I think we must all agree that we need to respect our constitution. The position of deputy speaker, which Gladys Sholei is enjoying, is a result of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Anything which is outside the Constitution is not what the Kenyans want, unless they want to amend the Constitution, Victor. Because I know after the bipartisan talks, the NADCO report, there are those recommendations by the president, team and the Azimio team, to amend the Constitution. And I think from the look of things, they want to go the parliament way. Maybe they are trying to avoid going to the people. The question is, where are they avoiding going to the people? The people of Kenya are the ones who came up with this constitution. The people of Kenya are the ones who said there should be independence of the judiciary. Who will check on the executive? You know, Victor and my colleagues here, before we passed the Constitution of 2010, we must remember that we were coming from an imperialism where the president was final. If the president says, Victor, Leo, enda nyumbani, that is all. One thing, Victor, and I think I will say, as an ordinary Kenyan, is that Kenya ni yetu sisi wote.
Sure.
This Kenya belongs to all of us.
When the president now talked and urged for collaboration, what do you think now was running through his mind?
I think he has remembered that Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, Victor. This country belongs to all of us. Not just to the Kenya Kwanza members. The Kenya government belongs to all of us. That's why our taxpayers' money is being used to run this government, Victor. Remember when the former president, he also had a housing plan, and it was stopped by the courts. He had to partner with the private sector and the banks to do the housing projects. But you know, we are being forced, some of these things which are being pushed by the Kenya Kwanza. You know, our president, as my brother Daniel has said, he is very visionary, and we must appreciate. He is very hardworking. You know, we must give it up to him. But as my brother Dr. Naftali is saying, is that the plan, the strategy is important. You know, Victor, the strategy is very important. I think as we enhance the doctrine of separation of powers, every arm of government must respect the other, Victor. You know, if we want to create a position of CAS, 50 positions, it's okay. You can do that. But let it be done procedurally. The legislature, actually, and I think I heard the governor for CIA, James Orengo, say, the legislature, they are the lawmakers. If they want to help the president, let them make the law. Actually, the judiciary is only interpreting and enforcing the law. And all laws must conform to the constitution.
Very good.
So if the legislature wants to, Gladys Sholei wants to help the president, she's the deputy speaker.
Daniel, what is the end game?
I think the end game is to... there are two issues probably that had been envisioned here. One is that the executive and the president might have a feeling that with the time that is now elapsing, some of his, Kenya Kwanza manifesto and projects that were well, planned for might not really be achieved. And the one way was to have it, have the parliament, running the song of executive, of which that probably seems to be the case. The other one was now to get the judiciary working with also, following the same suit. And the resistance that is now coming is a result of, the government not finding it easy with the judiciary as it has find it easy in the legislature. Now, I wanted to underscore something that is quite critical, Victor. One is just to remind the head of state that he's done a very good thing in terms of trying to relinquish the earlier strands. The understanding is that we must have a dialogue between these particular institutions and to make sure that each and every institution is allied to the manifesto of the incoming government, and to make sure that the projects that are well stipulated, the implementation follows the rule of law, and that every decision that is passed, even in the House, must go through a public participation and must just keep track of the law. But if that is not happening, then it seems that one arm of the government maybe is trying to bulldoze through that process that might not really be achieved. So I agree that the president must come to a point where he realized that picking a war with the judiciary and picking a war with the media, picking a war, already the opposition has already made their stance with the agenda for coming 2024, is back to the street. Picking a war with the international community and the region, becomes very detrimental. And any government that accumulates a lot of enemies, is not really, you're not really going to succeed. So I think through the advice, and my colleagues were asking, where is the Attorney General? Where is the government legal advisor? Probably the legal advisor has reigned and has given his counsel to the president that the more you become very antagonistic towards independent institutions, that really might not really even work for the agenda. So I think the importance of the government, and I think I want to say that probably he listens. I don't know the realities, but I think he listens to what the legal advice, he was given. Yes. As I conclude, let me echo what the Deputy Speaker, Doctor, has just made.
20 seconds, kindly. Right.
You are not going to succeed by mutilating a constitution. Kenyans and those who are cheering you, like the Deputy Speaker, is really cheering you towards the deathbed of the government. Why am I saying so? And this story has been borrowed from our other jurisdiction. The civilians and the civilians of any democratic republic are very sensitive of any government that want to mutilate a constitution. However much your agenda might be on point.
Right.
The discussion about the elections in America, can I tell you now, is degenerating where the Americans are asking themselves whether to elect Joe Biden that has not performed vis-a-vis Donald Trump that, violated the Constitution. And the question is, they are looking at who is the lesser devil amongst these two.
Yes.
And the conversation that I'm putting forward is that the head of state must be very careful.
Very good.
For the people who are cheering him to violate the Constitution in terms of the agenda.
Naftali, you're a doctor.
I'm a doctor.
I've called you Naftali, and I've said you're a doctor.
Yeah.
Where did the title doctor come from?
Yeah. Now, when you are awarded an honorary doctorate, in legal philosophy, is called honoris causa. In humanity.
Honoris causa.
Yeah, in humanity.
Okay.
It means that those people awarding you have examined you. Why? Last year, I was accorded an authoritative standing by the Kenyan Judiciary.
Okay.
And I was qualified as a court annex mediator. I do pro bono mediation for the vulnerable. Youth, children, women, persons with disabilities, minorities, and marginalized groups. Number two, last year I was given as an international observer expert by the Novel Perspective.
Very nice.
Number three, I was accorded as the Secretary General for the Global Peace Ambassador in Africa, working under the able leadership of our chairperson, Archbishop Professor Eugene Kavune. Number 4, I graduated with a certified international humanitarian
Naftali, you make us look so bad.
Yeah, from the International College of Peace Studies in collaboration with the International Institute of Humanitarian Diplomacy, Florida, USA.
Yes.
The people who now came when we were graduating at the ICOPS by His Eminence Dr. Kenneth Kweningu, I was the first student of the season. So from these events, the International Kingdom University saw it better from Florida, USA, to award myself the honorary doctorate in humanity, honoris causa. Why? In his own words, and you will kindly allow me to quote the late Malcolm X.
Yes.
I am for truth no matter who tells it. I am for justice no matter who it is for or against. I am a human being first and foremost, and I am whoever and whatever benefits humanity as a whole.
Thank you so much. We have full stop. Tuachie hapo. Tumpige makofi bwana.
We must agree that he deserves it.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I'm quite honored that we've started the year together, and we are grateful that God has given us time again to come and talk to Kenyans. Whatever we've talked about is all in the benefit of serving our nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kevin Katisa, Speaker of the National Assembly, Kitui County, thank you so much for coming.
Amen.
A friend of KBC.
National Assembly.
Amen. I see. Daniel Roda, political analyst, a perennial visitor here on KBC. Asante sana. Good to see you. You look good. Something happened over the Christmas holiday.
Oh man, God's favor.
No. And Dr. Naftali, thank you so much for coming. You as a viewer, asante sana for watching. Let's take a break. GMK continues after this. Good morning.
王冕教授，看完了这份名单，你有什么感受吗？4次，黑球下一次受到惊吓。
够了！你以为这点小把戏能骗得了我吗？至少轮到我了。
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua
kwa mahali mbali.
Na ofadu. Sidhani mashida zimefika hapa.
Andaiwa land. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukisema mwagia Mungu nataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Chunga sana
Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki mdogo? Hata bariki wengine jamaa super. Maisha yake ni show eti. Ayayaya. Kiona tu ile matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kaja. Kakienda kengine ona divorm. Kakikucha kengine ona divorm. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Ngwa.
In a world filled with uncertainty, there is one thing we can always count on: the power of compassion and generosity. Every day, families in Kenya face unimaginable challenges and hardships. They struggle to put food on the table, provide shelter for their loved ones, and access basic health care. But today, you have the power to make a difference. By just contributing 1 shilling and 50 cents from your airtime, your generosity can provide access to sanitary pads, nutritious food, clean water, education, and life-saving medical care to those who need it most. To To support this cause, please tune in to your favorite radio station under the KBC umbrella for step-by-step instructions on how to subscribe. KBC Helping Hands. Together, we can make a difference and bring hope to those in need.
Auntie akona ka forehand. Akona the mark of quality.
Nataka kumaliza mambo hiyo wedding.
Kwanza kiongea kitu kia Patrick sana. Rosipol. Umenimaliza kama chai kwa kikombe.
Zote zimebaki December, September, October. Wanaona, I know my rights wala.
Ni kama tu nikuje nikwambie uko na kichwa. Sasa makosa si
au sio? Ndio manake. Okay.
Every Monday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. on KBC Channel 1.
But the truth will come out one day. And for sure, I'll find out who that woman came between us is.
If Alonso finds out, we'll get into trouble.
Well, you're the one who caused these problems. You filled Rodrigo's head with the idea that Lucia was the best for him.
Rodrigo Zuniga, you're a spineless ninny.
Well, I guess. She told you everything that happened at the day of her supposed wedding.
Yes, but she told me that she's gotten over it. Do you believe that?
We all know what he did, but you went too far.
Of course not.
Too far,
I don't
Abby.
care. He deserves that. He should be the one suffering.
It's a cocktail of emotions. The puns that cracks up the family. Greed that yields power and a hunger for success. Trends turn to foes. Survival for the fittest is the drive.
Who are we blackmailing?
But nothing beats the feud in a family where one disappears and another fights for the crown.
It was not supposed to go this far.
It's the desire to succeed that keeps us going, the deception that keeps us digging, and the laughter pill that keeps us living.
To the test, baby.
These are the moments we live for every Friday as we catch up with the world of football.
Manchester City go in front.
With your favorite stars in rivalries like no other that keeps you on the edge of your seat. Learn a few tricks that keep you ahead of the game and spice it all with unforgettable moments on Dunda Dunda. On Saturday, you're in for another treat as we rock your weekend with all sporting disciplines, bringing you insights on what's happening behind the scenes as we share players and athlete stories, preparations, and celebrate their achievements.
Charging to the line. Is it going to be a world record? Yes, it is. She smashed it.
Whatever angle you look at, we've got you covered. KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Thank you for staying with us right here on Good Morning Kenya. My name is Vivian Degwa, and today on Family Tech, we will be looking at a very important topic, that is back to school, as that is what is happening right now in the country. Back to school and Form 1 adjustments. And joining me for this particular discussion, where we're going to be looking at how to make sure that the students and pupils have a conducive environment in school, is Mr. Geoffrey Ongwae, and he is a pastor, motivational speaker, and author, and he is also the CEO G Talks and Mentorship. And also joining us for this particular conversation is Pastor Pearl Blessing, who's not very new right here on Family Tech. That is Pastor Pearl Blessing. She is the director star with Pearl. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
You're doing well?
Yeah.
The year has started off well
Happy
for
New
you.
Year.
Yes. Just to start us on a light note, what did you look forward to the most while you were going back to school? If I may start with you, Pearl. Just if you can just remember when you were back in high school, while you were going back to school, what were you looking forward to the most?
The excitement will be just meeting my friends that we have missed each other. And also, you know, you are going, of course, when you open schools, you go for something new. To be a new class or new topics. Everything is new. Sometimes even they change teachers. But there's that excitement, like you feel like you just want to be there. And of course, there's a lot, new people are also coming, get new friends. And that was the excitement on my part. Yes, yes.
Pastor Geoffrey?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
What were you looking forward to, if you can just remember back in the days while going back to school, beginning of the year?
The beginning of the year?
Yeah.
Especially Form 1, when I was joining in Form 1, there was a lot of fear. Because now you are going to join a new environment, new teachers, a new school. So there was a lot of fear. Yeah.
Yeah, for you, remember fear?
Yeah, I was excited.
Me too, I was really excited. I was really excited while going back to school, mostly because I was going to meet, my friends.
You know, there are times when you are told about the bullying, so you expect like,
especially in boys' school.
Even girls. There are girls who are real bully.
All right, so if we can just get this conversation going. It is back to school. Students are going back to school after a very, very long break, almost a 2 months break. So maybe as a parent who's back home, what questions should they be asking their students just to get them prepared and get them back into the mind of going back to school? Maybe what questions should they be asking, or what should they be talking to their children about?
Now the parent.
Yeah.
As a child goes back to school, children are at different levels. They are the one who are small, others are big, are going to Form 1 or so. There is that emotional part of the child. There is a social and the emotional part of the child. That is very important, more than paying the school fees.
Yeah.
You could take a child to a high-end school and even give the child the best food, but the environment that socially and emotionally how the child is affected may not give the best results. So it's good for parents to invest in looking at the emotions of the children more than what else they do, so that when that child goes to school, they have confidence. I have backing from home. Someone is careful about where I'm going. And they're also caring, even when they get to school. You also need as parents to start getting collaborated with teachers and have a bond with the teachers. Sometimes you find there's crisis between teachers and parents, which is also not good for the child. Because if you know that your teacher speaks negative about your mother, you will be emotionally low, okay? And maybe your mother speaks negative about the teacher, you will not respect the teacher. So you find you corrupt the mind of that child. And these things, that emotions that we are talking about, emotion and social, it is a long time thing, even when they grow up. Yes. So this is now the time to do the basis. And prepare them.
Yeah. So according to you, Pastor Geoffrey, how do you get them into that momentum, as a parent? How do you, or guardian, how do you get your child back to the momentum of you are going back to school?
First as a parent, what you're supposed to do is to prepare your son or your daughter psychologically. Because preparation is very, very important. So when it's 1 week to opening, you start having a conversation with your daughter or your son, so that you may know what is his feeling about going back to school, so that you can be able to talk to her or to talk to him how he should adjust, because now they have been at home for 1 month. you know, there is that now change of mindset. Now they're going back to school. So as a parent, sometimes you can ask jokingly, how do you feel going back to school? So that you can know her feelings, all his feelings. So at least you can talk to her. Because because we have now groups of students who are going back to school, there are those who are going back to the same school. We have grade 6 who are joining maybe in various schools. We have Form 1s. Now, as a parent, you have a part where you prepare your kid. We have the part for the teachers. And we have a part for the, maybe even for pastors in various churches, preparing students going back to school. Because shift of mindset is very important, preparing for that change. So that it will not be a surprise, like now for the grade 6 and Form 1. What is going to expect? The expectation of the new school. You can prepare your kid, because most of parents that we have, they have gone through several schools, maybe in primary, secondary, university, so you can prepare your kid. But unfortunately, many parents, they forget that part. They always just send their kid to school.
As long as you've paid your school,
as long as you've paid the school,
prepared it up.
So preparation is very important. That's why even I've done several programs for induction program for Form 1s in various schools in this country. And that program is so good. Very, very important. So immediately they join, the school should create time. I've seen other schools one day, other schools the whole week for induction program, so that they can adjust with the new environment. So preparation is very important.
It is very important, I agree with you. Pastor Paul, there's something you mentioned. You said that the parents or guardians should ensure that they give their child confidence, you know, the confidence as they even go back to school. So how does that look like? Maybe for a parent who was wondering, okay, how do I do that for my child?
Like Pastor was saying, that that's the issue of having a talk with a child. You know, we look to them like children, but children of nowadays, they're like grown-ups. And when you engage them and when you start telling you, let us talk, their confidence will rise, because they will see that dad can even listen to me. And you find that they have views that you don't even imagine. But you never give them that platform, they will never become. Okay? So that strength will come from the table from home is the main. If they are given confidence from home, the growth that they will have, they'll be able even to come out in public very clearly, and they'll be able even to address in school. And that child cannot be easily bullied. You know, bullying, there may be that kind of bullying like when you go to Form 1. But
I don't think there's as much bullying nowadays.
Not now. It's not really physical like our time, but there's psychological bullying also. But if a child is confident from home, you can't even bully them. They know who they are. So the way they will address you when you try to bully them, you find they realize themselves. And they have that, like what we are saying, that identity crisis, they don't have it. They know, my parents support me, and I have that strength. They can, like I was saying another day, we were with you here, that look at a child who is called like a king. You dress your child like a king, like someone great. That child, when you find them on a corridor, they have confidence walking. But if you call your child, you are like your mother, you are like your father, like a dog, they are fearful. So that child, however much school fees you pay and good food you give them, you have destroyed them. So let us work on the emotions, and we'll get the best of them. Yes.
And how maybe can parents or the guardian of a student ensure that the environment that their child is going to is conducive? Is there a way to know that the school that my child is going to, the environment there is conducive? And how important is it for a parent to also just know how the environment looks like?
Let's say, for example, their physical structures, and what is expected for that child to have a good learning position, okay? But all that is important, and okay, they are where it's good to go and check, and also to know where your child is going. Just pay school fees and let them go. Nowadays, people even pay people to take children to school, pick them from school, and they never know where the school is, which is still okay depending on what you do. There's no problem. Depending on who you, because there are people engaged to do that, there's no problem. But the issue is, it is good to know that environment, because environment is not only the structures, even the people around and how they behave. You can also engage administrators. Like I was saying that there are people like matrons and the cooks. Those people are very key to the children. They are characters of the children they pick. The teacher will not pick and the parent can never pick. How the child depends when they are in the dining table. Okay? And how they react when they are going to pick their food. There are things those people pick which can help you. So those are the things that you need to do, to learn and be able to pick that information and apply for your own child. Yeah, it is important. So let us not just look at what kind of a desk you'll sit on and who is the teacher, how learned are they, because that is important. But there are things that are nitty-gritties. Yeah.
You agree with the same?
What I can say, from the experience I have, the school administration, they have a big role to make sure that the environment for the learners are conducive. Like now, for the new learners who have joined, number one, teachers should give them time to adjust.
How does that look like? Because
like,
when you
because
go to
they make
school,
many mistakes at the beginning, they don't know the compound, how it looks like, how things are being done. So they are given time to adjust. This is a new environment. So for the first week they're confused, the second week they're confused. That's why I've said, I remember when I joined Form 1, so those days there were no induction. Sasa ujui where is the toilets?
Those who are joining
and
new
you are
schools.
so fearful, and you cannot even ask. So you fear. So they are given time. They can make some mistakes, but they are given time to adjust. So number one, administration, that means the principal and the teachers should give the new learners time to adjust, because adjustment is very important. Now they have new friends, new school, new environment, so they will take maybe, and it will depend with the students. Others they adjust very fast, and others they take time to adjust. So the administration should give them time to adjust. Number two, teachers, all the principal, all the administration should protect children from bullying, from mistreatment. That's the work for administration. They should come up with a modality where new learners cannot be mistreated. I've seen in other schools where the older students being assigned to take care of the new student.
Yes, that's what
like
happens.
a mother.
I've seen big schools where I have steps. You know, that's one way to make the condition for the new learners conducive. Another one, the administration should have regular meetings for the new learners, for familiarization. New regular meetings, like now every week they should have a meeting with the new students for giving them what is being done within the compound. Maybe academics, concerning food, concerning games and other things. So those regular meetings are very important. I've seen where we have been invited as speakers, all mentors, as all coaches, to give students some motivation talk to feel at home. To talk to their mind, to set through. Do you see? And another thing I was trying to say is they should be loving. Teachers should not be too harsh for the new students.
Caring.
Let us say caring. Like now imagine if a student being caned the first day at Form 1. The following day we run away.
And education.
Now the children we have nowadays, there are those who pamper them. atuachabi, tunaambia toto, kitinda, Sasa ni wale,
actually, caning has been abolished in schools.
Yeah,
they're no longer beaten.
They're no longer beaten.
Yeah.
But
there's emotional beating.
There's what we call emotional beating. Like now you can lavish. You are nothing. You don't know why maybe you are here. So such kind. So they will be tormented emotionally. That's why I've said also teachers, they have a big role to play.
Yeah. Actually, on the words being spoken to these students, I feel like it's very important because I'm sure even online you've seen this joke of mwalimu wa math hapa ni wapi, simply because because that trend began because someone felt like their math teacher used to tell them the way they will not amount to anything. How important is it for teachers to just speak positive things to students? I mean, there are students who are really can be difficult, and sometimes maybe the teacher may be forced to speak.
Vivian, I can tell you from the experience I have, the school where administration have come up with an habit where they speak positive words. That habit of speaking positive words to students. There is power in words.
True.
What you speak to your students, it matters, especially from the beginning.
Yeah.
So that's why we have said teachers should be careful with the kind of word they use, especially as we open the new students. They should be careful. Even parents at home, what you speak to students, oftenly it will become. Ukimwambia wewe hata ukienda shule hautapita.
In fact, we say that
she will never pass.
Words are instruments of creation.
Yeah.
What you say, you create. And what is created is there. Yeah. And people die, but their words remain. And their strength, the strength of those words. So what you say, when you call someone something negative, they will never forget. It will be instilled in them. I don't know whether you were, yes, I say that when I was in class 3, we had an house help who found me on a mirror. I said that, hey, even you. Do you know, let me tell you, it's practical. I'm seated here.
Yeah.
My education, primary, secondary, I could not look at myself in a mirror. I believed I was ugly.
And those were words you were
if I
told when
do
you
it,
were in
I'll
class
make
3.
sure nobody can see me because I don't want someone to rebuke me.
Yeah.
It is like a spoken curse. It comes in you. So it took someone to say, no, you're not ugly, you're beautiful. It left me. Even now I can use a mirror here. You see? So those, as he says, those words when you speak them, especially children are like a sponge. When you speak, it's like a sponge. They absorb. Something you were told when you were in class 3, it's class 5, you have not forgotten. Especially if it was a bad thing. Maybe your grandmother said something and she took it casually, but you have never forgotten. And it has gone inside you. You need another word to remove it. So we need to be very careful. As we have said, emotions are very key. Yes. You build them outside and also build them inside. And as you said about the orientation, that Form 1 orientation, usually that is found in universities. Mostly Form 1, they don't have such things. I don't think, if they are there, I don't know. But I think that's very important because when someone comes to an environment and is accepted, told that you have come here, you will make it. We will help you to become what you wanted to become. That child already has passed exams, but he finds you someone.
And on that note, I'll, if you allow me, we take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll look more into this. And I want us to talk about, the mental health of the student, especially those who are coming from a difficult family. Throughout the entire holiday, they were not okay. We'll look into that. But right now, we take a break. Don't go too far. We'll be back with this conversation.
Habari njema kutoka redio yako pendwa ya Ingo FM kwa wakazi na mashabiki wa Bungoma. Sasa Ingo FM inasikika Ingo Bungoma kupitia masafa ya 103.5 FM. Sikiliza na uchangie, burudika ukifurahia uhondo wa kipekee kwa lugha ya nyumbani.
Awamu ya Baraga UCC, natural sweetness.
Kadhalika, tegea Ingo FM ukiwa maeneo ya Kakamega, Busia, Vihiga na Trans Nzoia kupitia 101.5 FM.
Iseni koli, umwana wa kwendo, mkana wa imoni darano, mbonyara kunanga, KK.
Ingo FM, ininginingi ye muitala.
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua.
Gomalemba.
Na ofadu. Sijidhani mashida zimefika hapa.
Ndaiwa lende. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukisema mwage Mungu nataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Chunga sana
Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki mno? Hata bariki wengine bariki wengine chama suta. Maisha yake ni show eti. Ayayaya. Yona tu ole matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kaja. Kakienda kengina ona kiwom. Kakikucha kengina ona kiwom. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Ngwa.
It's a cocktail of emotions. The puns that cracks up the family. Greed that yields power and a hunger for success. Friends turn to foes. Survival for the fittest is the drive.
Who are we blackmailing?
But nothing beats the feud in a family where one disappears and another fights for the crown.
It was not supposed to go this far.
It's the desire to succeed that keeps us going, the deception that keeps us digging, and the laughter pill that keeps us living.
Welcome back, and right now we will go directly to Eldoret, where we are expecting a live link from there, whereby the CS for Education, CS Ezekiel Machogu, is expected to release the KCSE results for the year 2023. If we may just head straight over there for that direct link.
And it is going to run for 2 months, up to 29th of March. So we want to appeal to all the school principals to please make sure that all eligible candidates are registered inside that period of 2 months. 2 months is adequate to register all the candidates. So please note, there will be no late registration this year. We are not going to extend the registration period even by a day. So please make sure you take advantage of these 2 months to make sure that you register all the candidates. Parents, please also take it as your responsibility to find out from your school if your child has been registered inside that period of 2 months. It is now my pleasure to invite the chair of the council, Professor Nyabundi, to make his remarks, and thereafter invite Dr. Nancy Macharia to make her remarks. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. To the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Basic Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, CEO Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Nancy Macharia, Council members of KNEC present, CEOs of other government agencies and partners present, directors from Ministry of Education present, TSC directors, staff of the National Information Council, members of the press, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's my pleasure to CS welcome you all to this official release of the 2023 KCSE examination results. Cabinet Secretary, sir, allow me to start by introducing NEC Council members present here today. Unfortunately, because of the distance, I have only 2 council members present, whom are already introduced. There's 3 actually. This is the PS himself, the Secretary of TSC, and the CEO of NEC. The Kenya National Examination Council is committed to upholding the credibility of national examinations. This is grounded in our vision of transforming lives through quality assessment and credible certification. NEC has over the years efficiently conducted examinations at school, post-school, and teacher education levels. I wish to thank the government of Kenya for providing NEC with resources through Ministry of Education to enable us to successfully administer national examinations. As a council, we take up the responsibility of ensuring that these resources are efficiently utilized to deliver credible examinations. And as the CEO has just mentioned, and as you all agree, in the last examinations, there were no cases of early exposure. And I think going forward, it can only get better. I would also like to express my gratitude to the CS himself for the leadership he has provided to ensure my team delivers on the KNEC mandate. Your directive on the policy of double collection of examination materials during 2023 KCSE examinations was effective and beneficial to our candidates and the council. I wish to reiterate the CS message to those who have pending KCSE examination matters. And I repeat, anybody who has pending KCSE examination matters, take advantage of the opportunity that the council has extended to them within the next 4 years. Similarly, as we are releasing examinations today, there is provision in the KNEC Act that if anybody has any issues with the results, you have 30 days to engage NEC to get any corrections or any clarifications necessary. So we still have 30 days during which you can address issues of any nature which may be emerging from the results which are about to release. At this juncture, sir, allow me to invite the CEO of Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Nancy Macharia, to make her remarks, and thereafter I invite our PS, Dr. Bello Kipsang. Thank you very much.
The CS, Honorable Ezekiel Mashogu, the PS, Dr. Belio, Honorable members present, Honorable Phyllis, Honorable Professor Kamar, Honorable Newton, the Chair NEC, CEO NEC, Senior Minister of Education officials, the unions represented here today, KESHA officials, KEPSHA officials, the host principal, teachers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. seated. I'm excited to join our education stakeholders during this important ceremony that is being held in Uasin Gishu County for the very first time in the history of the KCSE examination. On behalf of the Teacher Service Commission, I thank all our teachers represented here today by the staff of this prestigious school, Moi High School Eldoret, and all the other teachers here with us for their hard work and commitment in preparing the 2023 KCSE class whose results we are celebrating today. As a commission, we continue reviewing our systems and staffing levels at both primary and post-primary levels to ensure that teachers are equitably distributed in institutions across the country as they prepare our students to sit the final exams. We take note, for example, that the implementation of the CBC in our primary and junior schools has shaken up the staffing levels. As a result, the number of classes in the primary school level has reduced by 2 classes, that is standard 7 and 8. Consequently, the teacher requirement for primary schools has reduced significantly, leading to an excess of 18,194 staff. The Commission will redistribute these teachers to schools to ensure all institutions have balanced and lower teacher-learner ratios. By the same token, the additional 1 class in the 2024 grade 8 in the junior school has created a staffing shortage of 42,117 at this level. Ideally, the number of teachers required this year in junior school is 99,045 against the current number of 56,928. It's heartening to know, however, that the government is progressively funding the TSC for the recruitment of additional teachers until optimal levels are achieved. In the next financial year, Waziri, the TSC has requested for funds for an additional 20,000 teachers to try and close this gap. The Commission, in recognition of the good work that our teachers do, has been funded and is in the process of promoting 36,505 teachers to the different grades, right from grade C2 to D5 this financial year. Of these vacancies, 17,914 will be filled by primary school teachers, while 18,591 belong to post-primary teachers. Interviews for primary schools were conducted in December, and the ones for post-primary are still ongoing, and we are asking that all teachers who applied then appear for these interviews so that they can be considered for promotion. A number of vacant positions at the level of principals have arisen in 2024 as a result of teacher exits due to natural attrition, establishment of new schools, and other personal reasons, including medical grounds and so on. As a result, the Commission has moved to fill 198 vacant positions in various schools in the country this year to ensure normal running of institutions. I wish to urge affected principals to settle down quickly and ensure a smooth takeoff of normal school programs this month, including the admission exercise of Form 1 students that is scheduled to start, I think, today. I won't conclude without celebrating our 100,771 teachers. These teachers were involved in the administration of this year's examinations. 70,895 teachers were contracted by KNEC, either as invigilators, supervisors, and center managers. Further, our appreciation goes to 29,876 teachers who are engaged as examiners in 40 centers to mark the 2023 KCSE examinations. Their efficient work and rigor are the reason we are here today. I must state that more than 99% of teachers carried their duties with absolute professionalism and diligence, even in very difficult situations, and as a commission, we celebrate them. Once again, allow me to wish the 2023 KCSE candidates the very best in their future careers. I also wish all our teachers and stakeholders a splendid 2024 academic calendar. Thank you for listening to me. I now take this opportunity to welcome P.S. Belio.
Asante sana Nancy, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, the Chair of the Kenya National Examination Council, the CEO Examination Council, our colleague, the Teacher Service Commission CEO, Honorable Barto from the Kenya National Assembly Education Committee, Joe Nyotu, our Chair at the Senate, and our former Cabinet Minister for Education and our Senator, Professor Kamar. Before I make some comments, I think I would want to acknowledge and appreciate the presence of our two committees of Parliament, and I will request Honorable Nyotu from the Senate to make some comments as we progress on this day.
Thank you, Dr. Belio. The Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogo, the PS, Basic Education at the Ministry, Dr. Belio Kipsang, the Chair of KNEC, Professor Jabundi, the CEO, Dr. Jengere, TSC CEO, Nancy Macharia, and all protocols observed. Good morning. So I come here in my capacity, as the PS has said, as a Chair Education Committee in the Senate, which is mandated to look into all matters related to education, and KCSE is an important matter in education, and that is why we are here. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the candidates that sat last year's KCSE. I wish them all the best in their future pursuits. And in the same breath, let me say that because it has been empirically proven, though we do not know who scored what and how many scored what grade, but from the past we know that only a small fraction of our candidates get to qualify to join the university, and a bigger chunk does not qualify to join a university. So if you may allow me, let me take this opportunity to advise those that will qualify to join university, as they do revision of their degrees, that now they will do the said revision from a point of knowledge, because now they'll know what grades they scored. And I would want to advise them to pick courses that may lead to maybe self-employment. And again, those that will not qualify to join the university, let me encourage them to pursue TVET courses, which the government is supporting in a big measure. We know that every student that joins TVET, Technical Institute, is actually given a funding by government of about 30,000. So let parents and candidates not look down upon these courses, because the information coming from the job market shows that those that take technical skills are more likely to get jobs faster than those that take formal courses. And so I think let our parents and those that do not join university not idle around saying that they have no jobs. Let them join TVET institutions for training to acquire and to be equipped with the necessary skills. I think I do not want to say much because it's not my day and I did not carry a written speech. But because I know that our professor will recognize his colleague, Professor Kamar, who is a member of the Education Committee at the Senate, let me leave the PS to do the necessary. Otherwise, Prof, thank you very much as a member, a very resourceful member of the committee at the Senate. Thank you very much. I pass my thanks also to the teachers that prepared these candidates and helped in administering these examinations. God bless you and have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Nyotu. I would want at this juncture to give a minute or two to the chair of our committee to just breathe for a second before I can have him make his comments. I know Nyotu has said we appreciate the presence of Kamara. I have requested my minister to deal with that one because, you know, Kamar was my minister at one time, and therefore I will leave it at that. So, Chairman of the National Assembly Education Committee, you've arrived at the right time. I know you are a teacher, you are a principal, and therefore you are ready to make a lesson at any time. So I invite you to make your comments. Karibu.
The CS Minister of Education, the Chair Council, Kenya National Examination Council, and the CEO, the Teacher Service Commission, and the Kenya National Examination Council, all the stakeholders present, and members of the public, good morning. Yes, I've come in late, but for purposes of this function, I'm not late because I've been following it all through. As a member of the Education Committee and as a chair, I want to thank Waziri, first of all, for bringing this very, very important function to Wazingishu, to this particular part of the country. This is for the first time that we are releasing exams outside Nairobi. And Waziri, you are devolving functions. This is very good, and we are happy for you for that. Two, as a Committee of Education, I want to note with a lot of appreciation the kind of work you did as a Minister of Education, and more importantly, that you took the recommendations of our committee on education reforms and the inquiry. The last KCSE exams was done with a lot of input from the Education Committee of the National Assembly. More so, the issues of payment of the examiners, the issue of manning the centers adequately, the issue of making sure that we have no early exposure of exams. All those particular things, we did say as a Committee of Education that we want an exam that has integrity, exam that is going to give international standards here in the country, and the Kenyans will be respected worldwide. I also want to say that as we release these exams, we as a committee, as an oversight committee, we are still going to look at it, how the whole process was, because that is the kind of work we do in the National Assembly. We shall oversight you, we shall give the advice that is required, and we also want to ask the Council that as we release these exams, every other time we have an audit of the whole process, so that we can be able to make it better as we move forward every other year. So for all the other stakeholders, especially the teaching service, we still need more teachers. You all know that the service has a shortage of almost 70,000. But we want to thank the government for employing these teachers yearly. But as we employ them, let us retool them again, because CBC requires a lot of retooling as we move to the new competency-based exam process. Otherwise, I want to say a lot of thanks. Asante Waziri, asante members of the Education Committee who've come in. Thank you, Teacher Service Commission. When I was on the way, I heard that you are going to recruit teachers. We are appreciative, and Kenyans are going to get jobs. So thank you so much. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Chair. CS, allow me to most sincerely thank our center managers. I know they are represented here by principals from this particular county. I would want to most sincerely thank you for the good work that you did in accepting and working with the Kenya National Examination Council in picking the examination twice in a day. I know when this was announced earlier, there were some cheaters, but I think at the end of the day, we all realized that it was for the best interest of one, our learners, and two, our country, because we would want to maintain the integrity of our certification, and we would want to say thank you very much. I would also want to thank our examiners for the good work that they did. And this year, as already mentioned by the CEO, we had 40 marking centers, and we had a very good, we visited most of them, we engaged them, and they were out there doing that which we all need to do for our children, work for them, because as we work for these children, we are investing in the future. Moi girls, thank you very much. We gave you a very short notice. I know I was here yesterday to tell you to prepare this room for us for what you didn't even know it was worth, but you still did a good job. And thank you very much for having done a fantastic job in a very short time, and that you are able to host this national event today. I know the Cabinet Secretary at policy level will mention, but I would want to assure our schools, assure our head teachers, assure our principals that yes, we have released captations. The resources that you are required to receive, we have released that resource. If it's not in your accounts today, it is a process. It could be in the accounts of schools today, tomorrow, the slowest banks maybe on Wednesday. But I would want to assure you that we have made the payments. The other one I would want also to assure from an accounting perspective are our examiners, is that again we have released your resources. I know KNEC finalized this morning, and if your resources is not yet in your points of payment, then in the course of the day I would want to assure that we shall have paid all our examiners. And this is the first time that we are making sure that as we release results, we make sure that all our contracted professionals are also paid, because they will have done the release of results is the confirmation that there was work done. And if there was work done and a service provided, then we ought to pay for that service. So it is so important that we are assuring our teachers and contracted professionals that we are for sure made the necessary payments. Karibu, Madam Speaker, Honorable Shelley. Finally, I don't want to go beyond here. I would want also to urge and ask our principals that as we take in our Form 1s on Monday, the admission process should be through the NEMI system. So we should capture all admissions through NEMIs. All registrations for the examinations will be extracted from NEMIs. So let's make sure that all our candidates, all our students are in the NEMI system, both for public and private schools. The Kenya Education Management Information System, which transited from the National Education Management Information System, is for every school and child. So this year's registration for examination will be an extraction from the Kenya Education Management Information System, because we have realized, as the CS will mention, sometimes we have students who register and they don't turn up for examinations, and some of these students, as the CS will mention, maybe are students who may not even be there. So with those remarks, now that the CS has given me permission to request my former minister to say a word, I'll request Professor Kamar to make some comments. Thereafter, I'll request the Deputy Speaker to make some remarks. So, Karibu.
Thank you very much. Our CS of Education, Honorable Achogu, our PS, all the stakeholders in the Education Center, the Education Committee members, Madam Speaker. CS, I'm very delighted that you decided to decentralize where you release results. I really want to thank you for that. Not only because I'm from Wasingishu, but also because I'm an old girl of this school. I was in Highlands those days. This was our assembly room. I want to thank the principal. She's a wonderful principal. I've been visiting. And you give her 10 minutes notice, PS, and she will do it. Yeah, that is the kind of person you gave us, and I thank TSC for that. Here we are to congratulate you, CS, and the stakeholders. I want to congratulate the Examination Council for a very, very smooth examination process time. I congratulate you because handling about 1 million students smoothly and without any complaint is really something that we must thank you for. Thank you, CS. That was really well done. And your stakeholders did a very good job. I am very delighted to hear that there is hiring of teachers. The TSC has done their best. As a member of the committee, we have had sessions with TSC for a number of times to look into how education in this country can be implemented very smoothly and to the best, for it to be the best for all our students. CS, allow me to also congratulate you on the report that was done by the task force. The task force gave very bold recommendations, and would like to encourage you to implement those recommendations. One of the ones that we picked in our committee, and Chair is here, was the issue of dealing with equality in education, so that everybody can access equal education. Our education system is such that we do exams on the same day, all of us throughout the country. The child in Turkana is doing the same exam that the child in Moi Girls is doing and the child in Lamu is doing. Equality in education is extremely important, so that the teachers must be facilitated equally throughout the country. And that was one thing that came out from the report. The other one that came out from the report that we were
These are the moments we live for every Friday as we catch up with the world of football.
Manchester City go in front.
With your favorite stars in rivalries like no other that keeps you on the edge of your seat. Learn a few tricks that keep you ahead of the game and spice it all with unforgettable moments on Dunda Dunda. On Saturday, you're in for another treat as we rock your weekend with all sporting disciplines, bringing you insights on what's happening behind the scenes as we share players and athlete stories, preparations, and celebrate their achievements.
Charging to the line. Is it going to be a world record? Yes, it is. She smashed it.
Whatever angle you look at, we've got you covered. KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
You're not the girl I think you are. I'm not the perfect man for you. 1, 2, 3, loving you. 4, 5, 6, I'm missing you. 7, 8, 9, I want you. I lay your head to rest, baby. Let us put love to the test, baby.
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua
Gomale mba.
Na ofadu. Sidhani mashida zimefika hapo.
Ndaiwa lende. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukisema mwagia Mungu unataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Chunga sana
Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki mdogo? Hata bariki wengine bariki wengine jamaa super. Maisha yake ni showeti. Ayayaya. Kiona tu ole matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kaja. Kakienda kengine ona diwom. Kakikucha kengine ona diwom. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Sawa?
Managers and all dignitaries present, I want to take this opportunity to say good morning. As my chairman, Education Committee has spoken, it's not in order for me to come after him, but all the same, the PS said I'm speaking here in the capacity of a scholar. My name is Professor Phyllis Chepkemoi Basto. I'm a member of Parliament, Moiben constituency, which is just next door, and also a member of the Education Committee. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the candidates, the 2023 candidates whose results are going to be released today, and to tell them that it is their day. They should celebrate irrespective of which grade they are going to get. Because as Professor Kamara said, every grade will take you somewhere. There are those who are going to go to the universities. We have those who are going to TVETs. We have those who are going to different institutions. We also have those who will choose a different destiny and even become businessmen and women. And all of it is a success. I want to also to thank the teachers and the head teachers who have managed this process for the last 4 years. Until today, we are seated here to release their results. I don't think it was an easy task, and we want to congratulate you as well. All the stakeholders who have participated in this process and until this day when students are graduating. I was also a teacher once upon a time, and I rose through the ranks until I became a professor in the university. And I am a product of education and a testimony that education is indeed an equalizer. And together with the members of the Education Committee, we have been part and parcel of the processes and the education reforms. And whatever we are witnessing today, we have been in the process. We have been in the mix, and we have been working very closely with the Cabinet Secretary and the entire team in the ministry to see that the education standards at least are upgraded. We have been working hard to improve the budget so that we employ many teachers and overtime, and even with the support of the government, our able President, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has also been supporting the education reforms very much, and it is his wish that we have the best standards. I would also want to thank the ministry through the Cabinet Secretary that they did not just prepare the results and also the KNEC, but they also went ahead and subjected them to international standards so that whatever is being released today, it is an indication that these results are credible. But our chair has also said, members of parliament, we do oversight. We are still going to go on with our oversight role to make sure that we better the standards of education. But because it's not my day, I want to take this opportunity to wish the candidates, the 2023 candidates whose results are being released today, the best. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much. I would want now to move quickly and invite the Deputy Speaker to make our comments. I know we've had some little consultation with the CS because we have another function not in a very long time, so we shall move with speed. Thank you.
Waziri Education, my friend Michogu, and together with all the members who have accompanied you from the education sector, my colleague, Chairperson of Education, Honorable Meli, and together with all the other dignitaries, in the interest of time, allow me to adopt the protocols that have already been established so that we can be able to proceed. And all distinguished guests, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to stand here today as a former student of Moi Girls Eldoret. This is the very room that we used to have our assembly in. It was still a very small school those days. And today I've come accompanied with my cousin who was always my classmate, Chebet Chemjor. So I was telling her, let's go back to our old school and support Waziri. So Waziri, thank you for actually having the wisdom to decide to announce the results, not only from my hometown, but also from my former school. Thank you. And for me, this announcement of results is very dear to me because, like Honorable Kamara said, that we should encourage, and that is my message to those who will receive their results today. I congratulate you all for whatever results you will get. But most importantly is to tell you that whatever results you get is not going to define you. I must tell my own story. When I did my CPE in Hill School Eldoret, I was at the bottom of my class. I had the lowest mark in Hill School in that year. Totally at the bottom. In fact, I couldn't get a place in secondary school. But because my sister was already at Loreto Convent, Matunda, the nuns decided to allow me to go to the school just to keep us together. And by the time I finished at Loreto Matunda, I was top of my class. And by the time I came to this school, I was right at the top of the school. So I always tell young people, one result does not define you. I was always a C student, probably even a D student when I started out. But I completed with a strong finish as a straight A student. So Waziri, I'm a strong believer in that in as much as we have the examinations for our students, we must also know that at every stage of their lives, they have a chance to improve. And that's why the examining system must be made in such a way that it's not an elimination program, but an accommodating program, so that all students, even the C students like me who are the bottom of the class can continue to be encouraged and have hope and know that that can actually change. And even for those students today who will receive their results and you may not be at the top, maybe you get the bottom mark. Remember, you have the opportunity to go to TVETs, to go to other colleges, and eventually you might make your way to be a professor. And a casing example is my uncle, whom you know, Professor Kibos. He was a Form 2 dropout, but today he's a professor. Again, he went through the certificate program, the diploma program, degree, and eventually made their way. So Waziri kindly encouraged that people can take those steps and make their way. So with those few remarks, I just want to congratulate those who will receive their results and to tell them that this is not an end in itself. You can define your own circumstances. This should not define you. And also for those who will be the top of the class, I know a lot of people who finish at the top, but because of indiscipline issues and they become complacent, eventually they don't succeed in life. So at the end of the day, it is what you do and the decisions you make every single day as a young person along your journey in life. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. And thank you for the progress that has been made in the education sector. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. I know we are absolutely running out of time, but I just want the area MP to have a word. Thereafter, I will invite the governor, and then we release the results, because I can see the CSE is getting worried because he's supposed to be in another function.
Thank you very much, PS, CS, and all the invited guests. Good morning. We have agreed, we have entered into an agreement. As you know, I'm a lawyer. We have entered into an agreement that I will only speak for 1 minute. And if it exceeds 1 minute, I have asked the MP for so to blow the whistle. Because I hope you are going to give him also 1 minute like myself. Sorry, my name is Samuel Chepkonga. I'm the area member of parliament for Ainapko constituency. Sorry, I came late because I started where the students who will be receiving their results this morning started from. I was handing over a primary school which we did renovation just here, Kapsoya Primary, and you know you don't ignore small beginnings. So I started from where these others will be receiving their exams, their results. I want to say this, CS, I want to thank you very much. Welcome to Ainapko constituency and welcome to Moe Girls. This is one of our flagship secondary school. They ordinarily take 99.5% to university. So when you release the exams, I hope it is going to be 100%. If it is not, then we will doubt. Because we have established a precedent. You know, I told you I'm a lawyer. So when a precedent has been established, you don't depart from it. It can only be 1 degree or 0.5. So the results we'll be expecting this morning for Moe Girls would be in excess of 99.5%. And if we don't get there, we know that we'll doubt the results. We will know that we didn't work very hard. You know, I want to finish by saying, as you have made this place, indeed your home this morning to release the exams, we are truly very grateful that you have honored us as a constituency and as a county. So I want to thank you very much, because, you know, when President Nelson Mandela came out of prison in 1991, this is what he said. He said, and he found South Africans who were very poor in terms of education. They were very ignorant because they were not taught on a number of issues. And he said education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change your world. So, Mr. Minister, as you release these exams, I am sure those who will be receiving the exams, whatever grades they will get, that grade will change their world. Whether they will get a C minus, which you know, as you know, Mr. CS, I have 2 TTIs in my constituency. I have RVTTI and I have KTTI in Kipkabos. And I'm also completing KMTC in Banforest, which will be opening in August. And so we have very many places where these students will go. So nobody is a failure. Everybody will have succeeded in whatever grade they would have gotten. I thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you very much. Governor, you can come and then recognize your senator, because I can see your senator has come. I would want to recognize the Education Committee members, Honorable Nabi, Nabuera who is here, Kroitichu is also here. I would want to recognize the MP for Soy, DK Kiplagat is here also. So, Governor.
Na mtazamaji, tuiradhi kutokana na hiti.
But the truth will come out one day. And for sure, I'll find out who that woman came between us is.
If Alonso finds out, we'll get into trouble.
Well, you're the one who caused these problems. You filled Rodrigo's head with the idea that Lucia was the best for him.
Rodrigo Zuniga, you're a spineless ninny.
Well, I guess she told you everything that happened at the day of her supposed wedding.
Yes, but she told me that she's gotten over it. Do you believe that? We all know what he did, but you went too far.
Of course not.
Too far,
I don't care. He deserves that. He should be the one suffering.
Auntie akona ka forehead. Akona the mark of quality.
Ameke rough denel mshetani over.
Nataka kumaliza mambo hiyo wedding.
Umenimaliza kama chai kwa kikombe. September, October.
Ni kama tu nikuja nikwambie uko na kichwa kubwa. Sasa makosa si
au sio? Ndio manake. Okay.
Every Monday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. on KBC Channel 1.
敌人的进攻加强，目标仍然是科学界的高层。王冕教授，看完了这份名单，你有什么感受吗？4次，追求下一次是否听下。
And I want to thank the Ministry of Education because you are giving opportunity to everyone, even the one that who has an E. If an E is a mark or anything to go by, there is still room for that E to improve, that honor, that kid that has gotten an E to become somebody in this life. So we want to say we need equal opportunity, we need some motivation, we need some encouragement, and we want to say as long as your heart is beating and you are breathing, there is room for success in this country and in this universe. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Asante sana, Governor. So finally, I would want to request our colleagues from the field who are here that immediately after this, we have a function at Kamagut Primary School. Let's all meet at Kamagut. And with those remarks, it is now my humble duty to request and to invite the Cabinet Secretary to now to make his comments and release the results for 2023. Karibu Waziri.
Yeah, thank you very much, PS. Your Excellency, the Governor of Uasin Gishu County, the Principal Principal Secretary, Minister of Education, State Department for Basic, the Chairman, Kenya National Examination Council, the CEO and the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, my Chairman, Senate, Chairman, National Assembly, Madam Speaker, and all the members of Parliament present here, not forgetting the host, Mr. Kirui, the Principal, thank you very much, the County Commissioner, and all the senior officials from the Ministry of Education. Good morning. Members of the Fourth Estate, thank you very much. Good morning. Yeah, thank you very much. This morning, I had an exceptional engagement with His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, as a prelude to this event, during which I will be releasing the 2023 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Examination results. Our lengthy conversation also attended by my senior education sector leaders who are together with me here, focused on the broad, deliberate, and robust reforms that our country is so ably rolling out in the face of a challenging economic environment. One of the discussions was on teacher employment, and my chairman is here. His Excellency made it clear that in the next financial year, we will again be employing another 20,000 more teachers. During our engagement, His Excellency President Ruto made it abundantly clear to us about the government's unwavering commitment and undivided attention to the provision of quality education to all Kenyan children, right from the ECD level to university. The President instructed us to ensure that there would be no Kenyan child who would be left behind in the enrollment to school, retention, transition and progression until completion of the basic education level in line with our Constitution. Additionally, the President gave us firm instructions to particularly ensure that runners from all sets of households, especially those whose families are at the bottom of the economic pyramid, are financially supported to access all levels of running in tandem with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The release of 31.34 billion to primary, junior, and secondary schools. To buttress the President's commitment, the provision of the free running program in the primary school level and the free tuition learning program at the junior and the secondary school levels, the National Treasury released Kenya shillings that 1.34 billion to support runners enrolled in the subsector. These funds have effectively cleared the way for a smooth opening of schools for the first term of the 2024 calendar year countrywide as effective from today. This disbursement was distributed as follows. Free primary education, 4.74 billion. Capitation for junior schools, 7.60 billion. And I'm also happy that His Excellency and the government gave out examination and invigilation fees, 2.80 billion, and like before, where those who worked in invigilators and the rest used to wait for almost a year, today we're actually completing each and every payment. There will be nothing pending. Secondary schools, the government has given out 16.20 billion, making the total that 1.34 billion. I did have an engagement that was last week on a Tuesday between my peers, the CS National Treasury and the PS National Treasury, and the money was released to us on Wednesday. We have dispersed this money to all the schools, and I'm sure that the money must by now be in the respective accounts of the schools may it be primary, junior school, or secondary schools. This year, our first cohort of the CPC will be transitioning to grade 8 and the junior school. Although we are all so excited at this milestone, we are also aware that the cohort will be transitioning to grade 9 in 2025 and will be expected to pose a massive strain on our existing infrastructure. To preempt this crisis, the government is set to spend 12.8 billion to facilitate the construction of classrooms in the junior schools in conjunction with members of parliament. Through these funds, we expect to have 15,015 classrooms ready for use in junior schools for grade 9 next year. In line with the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform report, the Ministry of Education has rationalized the number of learning areas and the curriculum designs in terms of scope and integration of subjects within learning areas as a way of eliminating content overload and overlaps in the basic education. The Ministry has already issued instructions to schools to ensure that the implementation of these changes starts with effect from today in all schools hosting CPC runners. I wish to assure the country that the Ministry, working with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, has started a process of reviewing textbooks aligned with the rationalized designs. In the meantime, I urge teachers to continue using the existing already approved textbooks since they have relevant content, tasks and assessments for runners as guided by the curriculum designs. I have directed the KICD to ensure that the curriculum designs are updated in the KICD website by the end of this week. We did reduce the number of comparative subjects, as you are aware, from 5 to 2, in a departure from tradition. This is the first KCSE examination results to be released under the new grading structure that was implemented in the year 2023 KCSE examination. This was approved and as authorized by the KNEC Act, and we have been able to implement this. Under this system, the overall grade at KCSE examination has considered mathematics the best performed language subject, among them English language, Kiswahili, Kenya Sign Language, and the best performed 5 subjects. As you will find out when I release the results, the new reform measure will allow a larger number of students to pursue courses of their choice at their universities, diploma and TVET training at certificate and arts levels. That was previously not the case, as the system was more restrictive. It is clear from the new grading system that the Ministry is now focusing on ensuring that our candidates are mandatory literacy, English or Kiswahili, and the numerous skills in mathematics to enable them pursue their careers in TVET institutions, universities and colleges. Arising from the changes in the new grading system, therefore, I am directing the Kenya Universities and College Central Placement Service, KUPS, and the universities to align their cluster points and the entry requirements with the new reforms to avoid disadvantaging the candidates. I ask the KNEC to complete their process and hand over the final results to KUPS to pave the way for the start of the placement process. Additionally, I direct the KUPS to mount a robust career awareness campaign among the 2023 KCSE candidates to ensure all students understand the new TVET and the university entry requirements under the higher education funding model that was launched last year. More importantly, I direct the KUPS to immediately put in place measures to allow the 2023 KCSE candidates wishing to join TVET institutions to apply for their courses ahead of the March 2024 admissions. For the first time, the Ministry introduced a new system of correcting examination materials from the 576 distribution centers countrywide twice each day. This meant that in the morning, usually at 7 a.m. daily, center managers could only pick up the first paper of the day. If the candidates had the first paper of the day, the center managers were then required to return to the distribution centers to pick up the second paper that the candidates could sit in the afternoon. I'm happy to report that this change in examination distribution, coupled with the efficient work of examination professionals, was able to substantially reduce the cases of early exposure of examination papers. I wish to thank all the center managers who took their time to effect the double correction policy and uphold the integrity of our examination. The release of the KCSE examination will be followed by the release of the KPCR reports for candidates who sat the grade 6 assessment in 2023 in the next few days. I urge our parents, guardians, and teachers to scrutinize the KPCR reports to ensure they use the result to monitor learner progress as they transition to grade 7. Allow me to register my appreciation to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, and his government for the support they offered us during the administration of the 2023 KCSE. I also wish to recognize with appreciation the support accorded to the Ministry of Education by my counterparts in other government ministries, departments, and agencies during the 2023 KCSE examination. The merged agency collaboration spearheaded by my colleagues Professor KNEC and Waru of the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government and IT and Digital Economy, respectively, was impressive. Administering the 2023 KCSE examinations came in the face of adverse weather conditions occasioned by the El Nino phenomenon. This caused massive challenges in the delivery of materials to some examination centers that were cut off by floods and flooding rivers. Delivery of examination materials from KNEC headquarters to the 576 distribution centers countrywide was also not spared by the effects of the heavy rains. We had to resort to air transportation in some areas to surmount the challenges in a bid to ensure that all candidates received their question papers. The examination administration was also threatened by insecurity in some parts of the country, such as banditry-related instances, as well as acts of thuggery. I wish to thank all the teachers, field officers, security officers, KNEC officers, and other stakeholders who braved the odds to make the conduct of the examination possible. I also wish to thank members of the public who came in to support the process in various ways. Allow me to also commend the 2023 KCSE examiners who reported the 40 marking centers immediately they were called upon after the conclusion of the administration of the examination. As I promised during the release of the 2023 KCP examination results, all the examiners have now received their payments, and immediately after this, through M-Pesa, we are making sure that by the end of the day, this must be done. Overall, I wish to thank the Almighty God for the successful completion of the 2023 KCSE examination administration cycle. I also thank you for assembling here this morning for this exercise of releasing the 2023 KCSE results for the 899,453 candidates who concluded the examination on November 24th, 2023, and are now eager to join various higher learning institutions to pursue careers of their choice. When I released the 2023 KCPE examination in November 23rd, 2023, November, I promised that the Kenya National Examination Council would administer a supplementary examination for 9,000 candidates who failed to sit the examination. Upon further audit and scrutiny of the number of candidates who actually failed to sit the examinations, the Council has only been able to trace 2,000 eligible runners. Since the number so far allocated is more to warrant the national examination, it has been decided that the 2,000 candidates join Form 1 starting January 8th, January 15th, that is next week, and be allowed to sit qualifying examination later. They will, however, be advised to ensure they sit the individual qualifying examinations by the time they join Form 3 to enable them to be registered to sit the KCSE examination at Form 4. I direct the Council to release further guidelines regarding the entry examination. During the 2023 KCSE examination, a total of 899,453 candidates sat the examination compared to 881,416 candidates in 2022. This represents an increase of 18,037 candidates, which is 2.05%. However, I should note that the number of candidates that sat the KCSE examination last year, was raised by 3,685 compared with the number that actually registered to sit the examination. I am concerned with the number that failed to sit the examination, as it could point to a situation where some schools could be inflating the figures of registered candidates to meet the minimum threshold of 30 candidates required to be enlisted as an examination center. Although there could be more reasons for the missing candidates, any misrepresentation of figures could imply a wastage of public funds since the government pays examination fees for candidates based on the data submitted by schools. I therefore direct the relevant Directorate of Quality Assurance to work with the Kenya National Examination Council to investigate the 3,685 candidates who failed to sit the 2023 KCSE examination with a view to unearthing the true identity and whereabouts of the 899,453 candidates who sat the 2023 KCSE examination. 450,554 were male, while 448,899 were female, representing 50.09% and 49.91% of the total candidature, respectively. This indicates that the country has achieved gender parity at the secondary education level. During the year 2023 KCSE examination, 11 counties had a significant entry of more male than female candidates. These were Garissa, 66.39% compared to 33.61%, Mandera, Wajir, Turkana, Samburu, Narok, Mabei, West Pokot, Mombasa, Migori, and Ramu, while 9 other counties had a significant entry of more female than male candidates. This being Vihiga, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kirinyaga, Meru, Kiambu, Nairobi, Kisumu, and Kitui. The number of candidates who were aged 16 years and below increased from 12,710 in the year 2023 to 16,040, which was 1.776% in the year 2023. The highest percentage of candidates registered for the 2023 KCSE examination were within the appropriate age bracket of between 17 to 19 years, constituting 632,288, which was 70.01% of the total candidature. The percentage of candidates who were 20 years and above constituted 254,810, which was 28.214%. Out of the 30 subjects offered in 2023, 12 subjects recorded a significant improvement in performance. These subjects were mathematics, and we thank the teachers for this effort and the students. because for the first time we are actually confirming an improvement in mathematics. The other one was Kiswahili, biology, CRE, business studies, Germany, music, chemistry, building construction, French, and electricity. 14 subjects also recorded a drop in performance. These were English language, Kenya Sign Language, physics, computer studies, history and government. And for the first time, we are seeing a decline in performance in history and government. It is normally done in the afternoon. You can see now that early exposure. That early exposure was missing. Equally, geography used to be done in the afternoon. You can also see there was a decline. Equal agriculture and some of the subjects here which used to be done in the afternoon. We are seeing a decline in performance. Power mechanics, metalwork, woodwork, drawing and design, and art and design, home science, there was a decline in performance, including Islamic religion. Female candidates recorded better mean score performance than male candidates in 5 subjects, that being English language, Kiswahili, CRE, home science, and art and design. Male candidates recorded better mean score performance than female candidates in 10 subjects, this being mathematics, biology, chemistry, general science, history and government, geography, agriculture, computer studies, and business studies. There were 1,216 candidates, which is 0.14%, who obtained an overall grade A in the year 2023, compared to 1,146,000, which was 0.13% of the candidates in the previous year, that is 2022. The number of candidates who attained the minimum university entry qualification this year, C+ and above, was 201,133, which was 22.27% in the year 2023, compared to 173,345, which was 19.62% in the year 2022. This is as a result of the application of the new grading system that reduced the number of comparison subjects required to compute the mean grade. The number of candidates attaining a pass grade D+ and above was 526,222, which is 58.27% in the year 2023, compared to 522,588, which was 59.14% in the year 2022. The national schools produced the highest number of candidates with an overall mean grade of A, where we had 889 A's from national schools, which was 2.486%, followed by county schools, 172 A's, which was 0.096%. Private schools, we had 143, which was 0.221%. County schools, we had 5, which was 0.004%. And the sub-county, and I would like to give an emphasis this, these are day schools which had 7 A's, and which was 0.001%. Overall, I'm improved by the quality of grades that are coming out of our day schools that produced 283 candidates with a mean grade of A and minor and A minor in the 2023 KCSE examination. I urge all stakeholders to invest more in the sub-county schools where more of our runners attend schools. You will also be able to see from the table that sometimes we assume that everybody who goes to a national school gets university entry, but you can see about 20 of the candidates had a mean of a D- from national schools. So it is not always the case that anybody and everybody who goes to a national school will be able to make it to a university. And you have seen the miracles and what is being done from day schools. As the cabinet secretary, I'm also pained by the fact that a large number of candidates, 48,174, or 5.33%, still ended up scoring a mini grade of E in the year 2023 KCSE examination, even after the ministry used a more flexible system of computing the final overall candidate results. I therefore directed the Directorate of Quality Assurance to work with the field officers and teachers to investigate this E-grade cases in each county of the country and submit a report to me within 1 month for further action. As a country, we must start interrogating data and evidence to enable us to make critical decisions that could ensure that we realize our return on investment from all the resources that the government puts in the education sector. Now, we come to examination irregularities. As much as we try to minimize, and we were successful in minimizing our exposure and as the number of irregularities we used to experience there before, we still had a few cases of irregularities. There were a total of 4,113 candidates who were reported to have been involved in examination irregularities in the year 2023 KCSE examination. Of this, we have cancelled results of 4 cases of reported impersonation after completing investigations. The results of the remaining 4,109 candidates who were suspected to have engaged in examination irregularities have also been withheld pending the completion of investigations in their cases within a period of 20 days from today. The Council is empowered in law as provided in the Kenya National Examination Council handling of examination irregularities, rules of 2015, legal notice number 132 of 2015, rule 8 to withhold the results of any candidate or examination center suspected to have been involved in an examination irregularity or malpractice pending the completion of investigations. It is unfortunate that a few contracted professionals are still insistent on ruining the future of our runners by subjecting them to examination malpractices. 120 contracted professionals were reported to have been involved in heading examination malpractices. Firm disciplinary action will be taken against such teachers. I also wish to notify the country that the ministry has now set up the National Examination Appeals Tribunal. My chairman and the members of the Education Committee will remember that we had an engagement in this and undertook to ensure that we exercise the members, which we have done in line with Section 40B(2) of the KNEC Act 2012. I therefore urge any Kenyan aggrieved by any process of the Council to seek redress through the tribunal. Accessing the 2023 KCSE examination results. And as I told you last time, we are not having a service provider, so the SMS system, we are not going to have that, but we have a system in place that people will be able to access the results immediately after this. The Council will dispatch the 2023 KCSE examination results to sub-county educational officers for distribution to examination centers within their regions. Candidates are urged to correct their provisional results from their respective schools that is examination centers. A candidate can also access the individual 2023 KCSE results online through a link on the KNEC website or directly through the URL https research.nec.ac.ke. Let me repeat again. One can directly access either through the KNEC website or directly through the URL https research.nec.ac.ke, and you will be able to get your research. This time round, we have worked with the engineers and the experts, and we are sure that the website and this particular system is working such that Kenyans will not be able to have the kind of inconvenience that we had last time when using a service provider. You will be required to enter your candidate's index number and the names as per the registration data for the 2023 KCSE examination. The results will be available immediately after this exercise. I now declare the 2023 KCSE examination results officially released and wish all the candidates the best in their future academic journey. I also wish all runners, teachers, parents, guardians, and all the stakeholders a happy and prosperous New Year 2024. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Well, that has been the announcement of the 2023 KCSE examination results that have been announced by Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu, and this is at the Moi Girls School in Eldoret. So, highlights of what has been announced, and let me now start with the results. Number one, 899,453 candidates sat for their examinations, and this is compared to 881,416 in 2022. But one of the concerns that has been raised is that there were 903,260 candidates who were presented, and the results now being presented to the Principal Secretary for Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, who is receiving those results. And this is happening in Eldoret as we see the county and the leadership there receiving the results of these examinations. Those are the pictures that are coming to you live from Eldoret. So the KCSE results there. So from this number, the results of 889,453, with the exception of about 4,100 who have been flagged for irregularities. There are 4 of them who have been identified and they're facing different proceedings. But for the other, about 4,109, their results have been withheld for another 3 weeks. And then they will know if any irregularities involved will have been cleared. But also remember that there is the National Examinations Appeals Tribunal, and the Cabinet Secretary doing this, looking at the furore that came up with the release of the KCPE results. So the examination results will be released through the National Examinations Council portal, knec.ac.ke. So all that a candidate has got to do is to present their index number and name on that portal. So no SMS system is going to work. There were concerns about that. What else about this is that of the candidates who sat for their examinations, those who scored A's were 1,216, and this is just about 0.14% of all the candidates who sat for the KCPE, and majority of them have come from national schools. 889 A's coming in from the 100-odd national schools in the country. So that would give what? An average of about 8 or 9 A grades from the national schools across the country. Another interesting, another development that everyone's got to pick this time round is the way that the examinations have been graded. So a student, for example, will receive a B- of 59 points under the new grading system, and the old KCSE system, if that was given, say, for example, a C+ would be 49. But this is what happens. Mathematics is compulsory. Then there is the issue of a language. Previously, English and Swahili were mandatory, but under the new grading system, 3 languages come into play. You've got English, you've got Swahili, and you've got the Kenya Sign Language. So the best score from the languages is the one that is picked. Then you've got agriculture, you've got the sciences, and also the other ones are vocational training, think of electricity, woodwork, metalwork, and such things. So they are picked from that, and the pure sciences that come in through. So already, that is the new grading system, and also the Kenya University and colleges placement system, COOPs, have been asked that they need to review how they are going to admit students, those who have met the threshold for joining university, so that they are not disadvantaged in any way. So that is part some of the key items that have been there. In terms of distribution, 450,454 male, 448,889 female. Basically, we are looking at a 50-50 parity in terms of student representation. Counties which were identified and probably where there were more male students than female students, averaging about 2/3 of the candidates were male. Garissa, Mandera, Wajir, you've got Samburu also involved, Homa Bay, Migori, and Lamu. So those are where you have got more male candidates than female candidates. Where there were majority of female candidates, Vihiga, Elgeyo Marakwet, Meru, Kiambu, and Nairobi, those had more female candidates who were there. Now, concerns for the Ministry of Education, schools. Now, for you to be registered as a center, as an examination center, you need 30 candidates. Else, you may have a school where you've got 25 students, but they can then, at that point, is where they have got to go to another school where they will sit for that examination. So those are some of the concerns that have been brought up. So the question is, are schools giving false numbers? Those are some of the questions that have been raised. And also remember that the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment, that is the KCSE results, are going to be released after this. And this is for those who are in grade 6. And remember, they're transitioning. This is under the CBC program, where we now have the first cohort getting into grade 8. We'll be having more conversations around this. We've got Dr. Mark Matunga, who's going to be joining us briefly, so that we can go through this and look at the education and what the transition means. That's coming up after this short break.
Dereva, kutumia simu wakati uko barabarani ni hatari kwako, abiria wako na kwa wengine wote walio barabarani. Wengi wamepoteza maisha yao au kujeruhiwa baada ya kuhusika katika ajali zilizosababishwa na madereva wanaotumia simu. Usiwe mmoja wao. Usalama barabarani unaanza na wewe. Ujumbe huu unaletwa kwako na Kenya National Highways Authority. Quality highways, better connections.
Okay, my drink is clean. My name is drink. My Oh, Salvador, they started with my looks. Salvador, you have a big stomach. Like as if you cook for yourself. Salvador, you are ugly. They called me ugly so many times until one time I looked in the mirror and I like,
This is to certify that Francis Munyao scored a mid-grade of 50 by 100.
Hello, Shamso. Alikuwa ananiambia I love you and I didn't hear. Chezi, like ananiambia roho yake inadunda boom boom. You know.
Tonight, we go to some of the album launches that happened last year.
Can't imagine life without my shady. I decided to take that and make it the album cover because toplessness represents a lot of things.
Shout out, man, to every one of these people. BN, Major, King Kaka, Femi One, Hat the Band, Brancy, Costa.
But the truth will come out one day. And for sure, I'll find out who that woman came between us is.
If Alonso finds out, we'll get into trouble.
Well, you're the one who caused these problems. You filled Rodrigo's head with the idea that Lucia was the best for him.
Rodrigo Zuniga, you're a spineless ninny.
Well, I guess. She told you everything that happened at the day of her supposed wedding.
Yes, but she told me that she's gotten over it. Do you believe that?
We all know what he did, but you went too far.
Of course not.
Too far,
I don't care. He deserves that. He should be the one suffering.
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua mahali mbaya.
Na ofadu. Sidhani mashida zimefika hapo.
Ndaiwa land. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukisema mwage Mungu unataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Tunga sana
Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki? Hata bariki wengine jamaa suta. Maisha yake ni show eti. Ayayaya. Kiona tu ile matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kaja. Kakienda kengine ona kiwom. Kakikucha kengine ona kiwom. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Ngwa.
的进攻加强，目标仍然是科学界的高层。王冕教授，看完了这份名单，你有什么感受吗？4次，追求下一次受到惊吓。
你以为这点小把戏能骗得了我吗？至少轮到我了。
Well, and welcome back to Sports Check on this Monday morning. It is the second Monday of January 2024. Actually, the second Monday of 2024. It's the 8th day. That's what happens when you got a year that starts on a Monday. And now Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu is addressing the media just at the Moi Girls School in Eldoret. This is after releasing the 2023 KCSE results. Let's listen in and then we'll get back to our conversation.
We were able to confirm that the only number we have is 2,000. So we know where they are, and they will be able to be given admission, most likely in county or sub-county schools. They will be able to proceed with their studies because we have a policy of 100%, and after they are done 2 years in secondary schools, we will then be able to administer an exam before they are able to undertake their Form 4 exam.
Are you worried with the highest number of those students who have failed the exam this year?
Yes, as I've said, the 5% who got an E, the quality assurance officers and the teachers, we are going to make sure that we get what the problem is, so that progressively moving forward, we see how we can be able to get an improvement, because we want, moving forward, the lowest degree to be a D+ and above.
Tupe muktasari tu kuhusiana na matokeo ya mtihani wa KCSE mwaka 2023.
Yes. Asante sana. Siku ya leo tarehe 8 Januari tumeweza kutoa matokeo ya KCSE mwaka wa 2023, na wale watoto ambao wamehitimu kwenda katika vyuo vikuu, mmeona hapa watakuwa watoto 201,000, na watoto wetu wamefanya mzuri. Ile kitu ambayo tunasema ni kwamba kila mtoto yule ambaye apate nafasi kwenda chuo kikuu aweze kujipatia nafasi ya kuingia katika TVET institutions. Tunawapongeza watoto, tunawapongeza walimu, na tena invigilators wetu pia tunawapongeza kwa kazi ambayo walifanya mzuri. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ezekiel Machogu is the Cabinet Secretary for Education, speaking in Eldoret, and this is after releasing the KCSE results for the year 2023. And just to take you through the key things that he spoke, and this is in sequence as he delivered his speech today when releasing this. Number one is that 31.4 billion for capitation was released last week from the Ministry of Education to schools. Now, there is the new cohort of the first cohort of those who are in through the CBC system and joining junior secondary schools. And on the screens, as you can see, the A's that were attained by national schools, 899, A's by extra county schools, 172, those in private schools, 143. County schools had 5 and day schools had 7. So that is from a total of 1,216 A's that was scored in this year's examination. So other key issues noted, number one is the structure used for grading students. There is a new one where mathematics is compulsory, and of the 3 languages that are, there is the Kenya Sign Language, English and Swahili, where you perform best. That's the one that is picked, and then there are the sciences and these others. So, and also the Kenya universities and colleges placement system has been asked to align the cluster points so that students are not disadvantaged. Also, the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment results to follow. Cost of examination administration, the weather and security concerns, those were raised. But there is also schools giving larger numbers than those who are registered, so that they can be classified as an examination center, because 903,000 students registered, but only about 800, basically there were over 3,000 students who did not sit for their examinations. It's a concern. And there is that 50-50 balance that is there, and the students' performance has also been indicated. As you can see, those students who scored D+ and above, 526,222. And then those who scored E, 48,174, and the Cabinet Secretary has indicated that he does not want to see E as a grade by students. And there are those 4,113 candidates involved in examination irregularities. 4 of them outrightly just went the wrong way. Then 4,019 candidates have had their examinations withheld for another 3 weeks, as the National Examinations Appeals Tribunal goes through to see what irregularities were there. If they're cleared, they get their results in 3 weeks. The others stay back. So, and for them to get the results, no SMS platform being used at the moment. It is the Kenya National Examinations Portal, which is results.knec.ac.ke. That's where they get the results. So straight, talking about this and also looking at the administration of the examinations as happened last year, we're joined by an educationist and a person who also says that he's a technology evangelist, runs a crusade about technology, Dr. Mark Matunga. Doctor, good morning.
Thank you, Aume, and a Happy New Year.
And a Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you.
All right, now let's first of all, Doctor, start with this, with First of all, for looking at how the examinations were administered last year, the cabinet secretary did mention that in the northern part of the country, we know that there was an operation to get rid of banditry and all that, concerns for that. And then we know the El Nino rains came. Overall, how did you see the performance of the Kenya National Examinations Council as far as the examination administration is concerned, given the what you'd say, force majeure situation that they faced?
The act of God is act of God. I think that overall there was a good attempt. Since we are in the era or in the mood of results, I think I want to give the Minister of Education a C. I would have given them a C-.
Are you saying they can't join uni?
they can't go to university. I would have given them a C-. But that is because of the circumstances. Because, Wahome, look at the results. I'm a great supporter of government. But if you're looking at the results, the way they have come out, and even the challenges, we had the rains, but then the results were supposed to have been released nearly 3 weeks ago. Those kinds of things began to actually inject in the minds of Kenyans, including yourself and myself, that something is not right.
Because I would like to bring this.
Something wasn't right.
If we go back in time, 15-something years, you'd realize that KCSE results would be released late February, early March.
Yes.
But there was the process was expedited.
Yes.
But consider this: last year, after the furore over the KCPE results, the ministry has had to be cautious. For example, number one, they're not using an SMS platform, and number two, they're trying to. They're using a portal, so they don't want that mess. Would caution now have come into play?
Yeah, no, for me, just the fact that the results were moved, the release of the results was moved, that is not a big issue, except that I am now looking at what has been released, and I think you already see the challenges we have been facing. A situation whereby 3,000 students registered for exams and did not sit for the exams. That tells you that is when fraud started. It started with our schools, whereby for me to retain my center, I bring in Wahome's name as a fake student. So we had actually ghost students to start with. That is the first challenge that we actually faced. And then I agree with the caution that the ministry actually had to deploy in the release of the exams. But then if you now just look at the results themselves, I think I want to be glad that this is maybe going to be something that we will have to actually relook at as a country. Because just having 200,000 out of our 1,000.
Out of 900,000, roughly.
So out of 1 million. So you're talking about 20% making it to university. Honestly, is that a number that we can actually sit here and be proud of? That 20% of the 1 million are the ones who are actually going to make it to university.
Then the question is...
That's a big problem.
There's a phrase that came in some time back where you'd have, a school with 200 A's, 100-something A's. But now it has reduced and we only have 1,216 A's. There was a transition point where the grades were called the Matiang'i A, where the numbers suddenly reduced in a year from one examination year to another. How do you see the administration of these examinations? We already know about the bell curve that's used to normalize, such that you have an even distribution. Where do you see this going, the country going in terms of this?
Wahome, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I can easily put you on the spot by asking you, what did you score in high school? But you're here. If you looked at what I scored in high school, then I could have easily been condemned to not even being where I am today, where I have risen to the levels that I have. That is part of our original sin, whereby we teach to test. And I want to give you just one example, then I'll answer your question. My brother, I have a brother who is a PhD from JKUAT. He scored a D+ in high school. There's no way JKUAT would have opened the gate for him. What did he do? He went to India, got his degree. He came back here. He did his master's at JKUAT, passed super well, and did his PhD at JKUAT, and scored and graduated. Now he can be accepted as a lecturer at JKUAT. So that to me is the original sin. That's why we got it wrong, whereby we're saying if you get a D+, you're condemned to what? Tell me.
Basically, go do TVETs, do other things. And basically, that's the end of the road for you.
That's the end of the road. And so we're sitting here condemning close to about, 700,000 students? That's what you want me to actually sit here and discuss and say, oh, these have qualified. I think that is the original sin. And that was the first problem, which actually, as a country, we need to relook at. This thing of teach to test and score this, and then once you score this, you go to university, or once you've scored this, you're condemned to a certain kind of cadre of professional life. Even TVETs today, to me, TVETs is an extremely important professional line of gaining knowledge to do what you actually want to do. So I don't want a situation whereby, Wahome, we are sitting here, and you know, Kenyans are watching, the children are sitting there watching, the students are sitting there watching, and I am the one telling them that yes, you have a D+, and that's the end of the road for you. In fact, and I'm glad that as KBC, we're having this conversation, whereby we need to encourage. How many of them got E?
Those who had 48,174.
As CS, I would not even mention that. Look at the psychology or what we are subjecting these kids to when we are saying that these many number got E. In fact, that to me is why I would even have a challenge answering all your questions.
Okay.
Whereby, because I don't want to be telling these children who are watching me right now that, you've scored an E and you are condemned to a certain sort of lifestyle or a certain way of life for the rest of your life. So no, I want to speak hope. And I think that that is why I have a problem with the way the results have been released. Because we're used to that hey, 100 A's, these many B's, these E's. How do you face a country and tell a country that out of 1 million students, only
20%
have a shot at life?
All right. Now, the other one that I want to bring in... We
have to change that conversation.
The other one that I want to bring in here is that leave the 200,000 who can make it to university. There are those who may have scored the C's and that. What is the review of tertiary education that we need in this country, such that those who do not make it to university, you can go pick up? For example, we know people who've taken up accounting and they start somewhere, not with the C+ or that. They start their CPAs. There are those who've decided they are going to start teaching, get into teaching. There are those who join our polytechnics and TVETs. How much do we need to expand beyond the university?
Wahome, I think you know why you called me to this studio, because I'm starting a whole new conversation. Are you telling me, because we have believed it for the last 60 years, that if you get low grades, you become a teacher?
Nope, not necessarily.
Are you telling me that those who are teachers are people who basically scored low grades? That's really part of the problem. Now, and which is why, and CS Machogu is a friend, and I appreciate what he does, and he's in a very difficult situation. we need to move away from this thing of A, B, C, you're going to university, the rest of you are going to Tibet. That conversation should not be happening. In fact, it should be lifelong. And now to answer your question, it should be lifelong, that even if I have scored what is considered a C or what's considered a D, that I still have a strong shot at life. And you know, many of our comrades, many of our colleagues, when the education was sort of liberalized in a way, those who did not make it to university, out of lifelong learning, now have degrees.
Yes.
Now that is what we should be doing, because you know, you remember, if you scored something less, a lower grade, then you either go to police or you go to teaching. But that has changed in the last 15 or so years, whereby we have a lot of people who are in the police force who have now gone through learning and gotten their degrees. We have
a doctorate. We have a doctorate in the National Police Service.
Exactly.
Already.
And then and we had those who actually went to teaching with lower grades and are now graduates. And I think you even saw that TSC is promoting about, is it 26,000 or 36,000? Yes. Because they have gone through that. So that is the conversation we actually need to have. And even through TVET. TVET is a pathway. That yes, I've scored this. I can start basically with a skill. And through that skill, if I want to actually get to university, if I want to get a university degree, I can still pursue that line of learning and still be able to acquire, a degree. And that is, Wahome, that is what I want to actually be able to see. So that when we are talking to Kenyans today, those who are watching it, KBC is the most watched across the country, yes. Even in places where these traditional media do not get to, especially the private ones. KBC gets there. And so I want us to be sitting here and be communicating hope that yes, you have a D+, you have an E. We are not just telling you that go and get a certificate in accounting. You can go and get a certificate in accounting, get a diploma, and get a degree if you want to. And those skills, my last comment on this, those skills are extremely, extremely important. We are lacking plumbers.
Actually, yes, I remember the late Professor George Magoha saying plumbing is a skill that, for example, he had to travel over 100 km to get a plumber. Now let's talk about, this KCSE. The country is transitioning now. We have got 4 more KCSE examinations because the last KCPE class did the examinations last year. So we have got 4 of them to come. What needs to be done such that, because with every year there's going to be there's going to be a gap between the grade 9 as they head to grade 9 and get into senior secondary school under the CBC. What's the transition that's needed so that the whole mindset of education in the country is changed?
Do we have 4 or do we have 3?
4.
Are you sure we have?
Yes, KCPE last year is the last class. So they've got 4 years.
4 years?
Yes.
I was hoping that we had 3.
Yeah, the KCPE class of 2023.
I was hoping that we had 3.
Makes it 4, because they're joining Form 1 next week.
But I'm glad that we are actually transitioning slowly away from this teach to test. And that is where I support competency-based education, the CBE, which we casually call CBC. CBC is a curriculum, competency-based curriculum. But the education program that we are entering, education philosophy that we are entering to, is CBE, competency-based education, whereby we're not just basically putting you in an education,
rote learning,
to learn and you get a grade. And so this is the right thing that we actually have chosen to do as a country, to get into competency-based education, whereby even the tests that will be carried are sort of cumulative, and you're being tested in your area of interest, your area of proven competency as you actually develop yourself in that space. There'll be people who will be going into soccer academies. There'll be people who will be going into swimming or sport, let me just call it sports academies. There'll be people who will be going into arts academy, arts in whichever way, whether performance arts or basically expressive arts. And so this is really the way to go, whereby young Kenyans are put on pathways of their interest. Because, for you like a journalist, when you were in high school, were you planning to be a journalist?
No, I think, I grew up in an era where everyone wanted to be a doctor and a lawyer.
Yes. But had we identified that actually really you could excel in this space, and congratulations. I think the last we met must have been several years ago. And then you've done well to actually grow in this space. Look at how well you do it. Because had we basically identified that that is your interest at the time, you would have basically just pursued that area. Of course, with knowledge in other places, as a journalist, you're a jack of all trades. You have to actually understand everything. And that is what we need to pursue. That is competency-based education, whereby this teach to test, the exam administration will be slightly different. And actually, let me also just mention something about exam administration, because I know you've asked me that question a few times. The way we have been administered the exams, which is why it is being stolen many times, we're putting it like it is life and death. During exams, everything stops. And it shouldn't be. Do you know that in a lot of these other countries, including the developed countries, have you ever heard that, in the US, we're now in the exam period? The only thing that is compared to elections is exams. That we now deploy choppers, all policemen. Honestly, it cannot be. If you go, it should be continuous. And in any case, being a technology evangelist, let's go online. Even the most serious of exams can be actually done on a technology platform. So that we move away from this rush that this month of, actually it's about
October,
2 months,
November.
Life stops. And now we look at a situation whereby we are now, some people have been arrested.
Yes.
Okay.
We know for candidates.
Because of teaching.
Because of cheating.
I mean it. Because of teaching. You're a teacher. You are in a school. You are teaching in that school. And then because of that is your profession, you've been asked to go and administer exams. So your first sin is because you're a teacher. And then something happens because we have put examinations as life and death. Your life begins there and ends there. You are condemned to this kind of a profession because of the way we classify and look at exams. It should not be that exam period is life stops. And in fact, that is why even other thieves thrive, because all policemen are in the exam rooms. Why should we be protecting exams with a gun? Honestly, in the 21st century, we need to move away from that and find a way that we're actually administering exams in a more, in a way that is friendly, affordable, and the same way it's done in all these other countries. There's no hullabaloo or a hodgepodge during exam in the US.
Let's talk about...
Have you heard of that?
No, actually. I think the only examinations that are taken seriously in the US are bar examinations, because then you qualify to be a lawyer, and that's at the professional level.
And those can be done online.
Now, let's talk about something about the integrity of our country. 4,113 irregularities, 4 of them criminal. 4,109 have had their results withheld for another 3 weeks. And this is pending the National Examinations Appeals Tribunal coming in. How you've mentioned it's a case of life and death, but what needs more to be done? Not just from the legal perspective, where you try to use legal means to put an end to this, but also from a socio-cultural perspective, such that this life and death matters come to a close.
The 23rd Constitution talks about values. And I think
Chapter
that is where we have a big problem as a people. But because we have said that exams is about life and death, everybody wants to actually figure out a way to actually be able to succeed, even if you're succeeding irregularly. And so I really think that it is horrible, to a point whereby I would have advised CS that this, that comes to about 10,000 people that are being investigated. 4,000 withheld, 3,000 ghost students, and another 3,000. I mean, no Kenyan should be subjected to that. No Kenyan in the 21st century should be subjected. In fact, in any case, what I think the ministry should have done is at that period whereby they extended, there was no rush to actually even release the exams today. That period that they extended, they should have dealt with these cases and concluded them, whereby there's no even still a situation whereby, there's an appeal. You can appeal, and because we lack integrity. So even these guys we are going to appeal to, some parents will be able to actually bribe those who are adjudicating, who are sitting in that appeals board. That's how rotten we are. And I think that we need to actually reevaluate our national values and how, because if we are having a problem imbibing or in integrating national values at the level of education and learning, then we have a big problem. And I think that we need to actually relook at that. And I think that committee, the committee of, there was a task force that the president had put together. I think they need to extend and look at the issue of exam and also look at even what we are learning in school. Because as parents, we want our kids to score high. And so imagine for the next 3 weeks when you are, your case is being reviewed. I mean, honestly, should any Kenyan go through that?
I can tell you, it can be very, very painful because it's not, especially for the parent, thinking that they have to send their child to another year of school.
Can you imagine?
In case of that.
Can you imagine?
Now, let's talk about, let me just bring in some perspective from Japan and their education system. Because we have got a lot of focus on examinations. But some time back, I think it was the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, together with the Kenya Institute of Education, they wanted to bring in something known as value-based education. Now, this is what happens, is that, and also on our screens, before I come back to that, this was His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who received the KCSE report earlier this morning from Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu, and the results were presented in Eldoret because the President has got a function going on in Eldoret. So those results were presented there, and we also had the Chair of the Kenya National Examinations Council, Professor Julius Nyabundi, and Principal Secretary, State Department for Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang. And those are the pictures that they are there. They presented the report of the 2023 KCSE examinations to His Excellency the President earlier today. Those are the pictures that are on your screen. So coming back, because you've mentioned about values in this, and let me just try it and see which model should the country take. And I was referring to Japan, where they said until the age of 10, a child does not do an examination. But here's what happens. You must get literate. You must know how to read, write, and count in Japanese properly. And by that time, they teach you the values, a value system that Japan is known for, a very serious value system. And they understand if you're academically inclined or you're actually more hands-on inclined.
Yes.
What should we do to encourage such a thing in the country?
There I give the ministry, on that I give the ministry great marks. That's 100%. And I thank the president for not abolishing CBE, because you remember during transition, the big question was that we actually need CBE. And that is what CBE will actually be able to do through the competency-based curriculum. And I know you're about to ask me to finish this comment, but most importantly, Wahome, if we could, with CBE now, we have the privilege of bringing in all sorts of working methods or formulas or philosophies of education. I really think that we should move away from exams. We need to begin inculcating values very early on in life, both from our leaders and our educationists and the country as a whole. You know that we're dealing with issues of corruption, which are purely integrity issues. If we can begin to actually address that, let me just finish with a personal example. My child is not subjected to exams. I have an 11-year-old who I put on an online system and is learning. Is not doing these regular exams that you actually do. And he's progressing well. I can assess. Of course, he has a teacher that guides him in his area of interest. And so I'm talking of something that I'm exercising. I did that with my daughter, who is now just finishing, who is a fourth year at USIU. And so I'm talking of the things that I know work. And that system of Japan is something that we can easily modify. And actually, we are close there. We're about 70% in that space. And I think that is what really we need to do.
All right. Dr. Mark Matunga speaking to us about education. He's an education and an educationist and a technology evangelist. We'll be taking a short break. Then when we come back, let's see about the transitional education and what it holds for the future, especially now that the Kenya National Examinations Council will not forever be in the limelight. And we're talking about just 4 years' time. That's a flash. Let's take this break.
Ukiwa dereva, usalama wa abiria uliowabeba uko mikononi mwako. Usiendeshe gari kama umechoka ama umelewa, na hakikisha unazingatia kasi iliyoidhinishwa. Usalama barabarani unaanza na wewe. Ujumbe huu unaletwa kwako na Kenya National Highways Authority. Quality highways, better connections.
敌人的进攻加强，目标仍然是科学界的高层。王冕教授，看完了这份名单，你有什么感受吗？4次，黑球下一次是否冲上？
够了！你以为这点小把戏能骗得了我吗？至少轮到我了。
Habari njema kutoka redio yako pendwa ya Ingo FM kwa wakazi na mashabiki wa Bungoma. Sasa Ingo FM inasikika Ingo Bungoma kupitia masafa ya 103.5 FM. Sikiliza na uchangie, burudika ukifurahia uhondo wa kipekee kwa lugha ya nyumbani.
Awamu ya Baragawi CC, natural sweetness.
Kadhalika, tegea Ingo FM ukiwa maeneo ya Kakamega, Busia, Vihiga na Trans Nzoia kupitia 101.5 FM.
Isenikoli umwana wa kwendo mkhana wa imoni dalano mbonyala kunanga KK.
Ingo FM, ininginingi ye Muitala.
All right, and welcome back to Sports Check, News Check this Monday morning. And as you can see, 2023 KCSE results have been released and by Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu. So just about 900,000 odd candidates who sat for their KCPE examinations, 1,216 A's, then 201,000. That's about 23% of the candidates have scored the university, the grades to move on to universities. And quite some interesting thing, a new way of grading that has come in. And as we have this conversation, this is a time when, just taking a look at that, we are coming to the close of the KCSE examinations. Just 4 more exams, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027. But we also have got the curriculum, the competency-based curriculum, competency-based education that's coming up. And we are with Dr. Matunga, who is an educationist and technology evangelist. He runs a crusade about technology because he's worked in the technology field, for quite some time. But Daktari, let's talk about CBE and the transition and the mindset that we need as Kenyans, because soon, just thinking of it, in December, the Cabinet Secretary mentioned that the primary school education assessment results are going to be released later this week. But thinking of it, the National Examination Council ceremony is coming to a close 1 year at a time. And it is huge. It's going to be a massive shift in the way we look at things.
Yes.
What's this CBE truly? Because every time there's a new conversation coming in, what's it going to bring at the end of it all?
Good. Before I come to that question, that's an excellent question. There's something crucial that the CS mentioned. That it's worth also just tackling. He said that the 3,000 students, most of them ghost students,
yes.
But let me just say that they exist, that will move to secondary school anyway, and then they'll be tested. They'll be examined.
Those were the 2,000.
No, the 3,000.
The 3,000 KCPE candidates who had some matters with their results.
The one that had matters with their results, or the one that were not registered, didn't do exams?
There are those who never did examination, so they are moving forward.
They're moving forward
to Form 1.
Form 1. You just heard him say that.
Yes.
They're moving forward to Form 1. One, I don't know which schools.
I think that the CS mentioned they could be going to the
county schools,
the day schools.
Yeah, the day schools. But then here you are. You could have been a student who was supposed to score A and go to Alliance or go to Mangu,
or Starehe, Alliance Girls.
You look at you can now see how messed up integrity issues can lead us, because the government, and I support the government on 100% transition, now are forced to actually find a way of taking these students forward. And that's a good thing. That is something that I commend the CS on. And I want to actually go on public record that is a great decision. And it doesn't matter. And that is why it is important that the schools are standardized, that there is no national school, there is no alliance, and there is no, what's your village?
My village is known as Agodi. It's Raki.
Yeah?
It's Agodi.
Yeah, and not Agodi mixed secondary school. And that is one of the steps. That's one of the good steps that I think the ministry has taken, and I congratulate the president and the CS on that. Competency-based education is the best thing that has happened to Kenya, and I don't think that KNEC will fizzle out as such, because KNEC is going to remain as a regulator. Just to say, regulators are very, very, very powerful in any country. They're going to be examiners. In fact, I think that eventually they need to be able to examine every county. They need to regulate education in every county, in every district, in terms of the results, in terms of exams, in terms of continuous assessment, because there's going to be continuous assessment. So you might end up with a section of a country that just basically writes A or consider. So KNEC is still going to play a critical role in ensuring that they monitor assessments as they go. So in fact, they're going to have more work than they think they do have now. The beauty is that they'll no longer be on the limelight. Right. Just the same way KICD is not necessarily on the limelight, but they're critical because they are the ones who actually develop the curriculum. So KNEC will be critical in assessing and in regulating assessment that goes on in grade 6, that goes on in junior secondary, and going forward. In fact, they will even need to grow bigger. So they're still going to actually play a critical role. But the beauty with competency-based education is that it is going to now help a child grow in their, a learner grow in their competency area.
Now, because you mentioned something, and national schools, extra county schools, as you knew them, national, provincial, district, that. As we close, Daktari, what's the future of Alliance, Pangani Girls, Alliance Girls, Loreto Rimuru, Maseno? What's the future of schools under CBC?
I think that they still have a future because we're going to actually use them as centers of excellence as a country, and we're going to actually look at them as the standard that Kagutia primary, school, mixed second school need to actually rise to. Such that I think that, and President Ruto and CS Mashogu and PS Belio are alive to this, that they want to actually now inject money into all those day schools to actually rise to the level in terms of infrastructure, up including, because the teachers that teach in all these schools are trained in the same
They colleges. All come from the same college.
They come from the same college. So what's different? Maybe what's different is the facilities and what we have created in our minds. And by the way, I would say this whispering, I removed my daughter from Alliance. So Alliances still have the future, but we're going to look at them as centers of excellence, and we're going to actually look at a way of building all other schools to actually be at the same level. So that when I'm in my village, Mauta Secondary School in Mfangano Island, I get the same quality of access to education, the same way a student in Limuru or any other will get, so that we demystify these kinds of classification, extra county, national, whatever, hiyo itaisha.
Watu watasomea nyumbani na masomo yatakuwa shwari kabisa.
And that's what's happening all over the world.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not allowed to actually leave your district to go to another district, and that's part of why we have traffic jam in Nairobi. Because why should a student cross all the way from Embakasi to come to a school in Riara?
No.
I mean, why should and they're spending nearly 4 or 5 hours in the bus, waking up very early to go and come back. Yet the school near their home can be developed to a standard of Riara in that same district, so that they don't have to actually cross town. Traffic jam ya sasa imerudi. In fact, I think watu wangekaa nyumbani kidogo.
I know so many people would have loved for an extra week, but thank you very much. Dr. Mark Matunga is an educationist and also a technology evangelist, and he's speaking to us about education after the release of the 2023 KCSE results. Asante sana Daktari.
Thank you.
Take a short break, and coming back now, let's talk about somebody who's got some great ranking. She is a woman FIDE master, Sasha Mungeli, and also the National Women's Chess Champion, coming up shortly.
But the truth will come out one day. And for sure, I'll find out who that woman came between us is.
If Alonso finds out, we'll get into trouble.
Well, you're the one who caused these problems. You filled Rodrigo's head with the idea that Lucia was the best for him.
Rodrigo Zuniga, you're a spineless ninny.
Well, I guess. She told you everything that happened on the day of her supposed wedding.
Yes. But she told me that she's gotten over it. Do you believe that?
We all know what he did, but you went too far.
Of course not.
Too far,
I don't care. He deserves that. He should be the one suffering.
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua mahali mbaya.
Na ofadu. Sidhani mashida zimefika hapa.
Ndaiwa lend. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukishanimwagia Mungu nataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Chunga sana
Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki? Hata bariki wengine jamaa suta. Maisha yake ni show eti. Yona tole matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kaja. Kakienda kengine ona divom. Kakikucha kengine ona divom. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Agwa.
Okay, my drink is clean. My name is Oh, Salvador. They started with my looks. Salvador, you have a big stomach. Like as if you cook for yourself. Salvador, you are ugly. They called me ugly so many times until one time I looked in the mirror and I like,
This is to certify that Francis Munyao scored a mid-grade of 50 by 100.
Hello, Shamso. Alikuwa ananiambia I love you and I didn't hear. Jesse, I hear. Like ananiambia roho yake inadunda boom boom. You know.
Tonight, we go to some of the album launches that happened last year.
Can't imagine life without my shady.
I decided to take that and make it the album cover because toplessness represents a lot of things.
Shout out, man, to every one of these people. BN, Major, King Kaka, Femi One, Hat the Band, Brancy, Costa.
4次，追求下一次世贸天下。
够了！你以为这点小把戏能骗得了我吗？至少轮到我了。
And welcome back to Sports Check on this Monday morning, the 8th day of January 2024, second Monday of the year. And we start a conversation about sport. We'll be talking chess shortly, and let me introduce my sign language interpreter, who is Wangeshi, who is at the bottom right of your screen. She's going to be doing that. Well, towards the end of last year, the Chess Kenya, they held the national championships, and the competition was there for both men and women. And in studio with us, we've got the women's champion and a woman FIDE master. Initials would be WFM. Sasha Mongeli. Welcome, Sasha.
Thank you.
First of all, Sasha, just, for you, just detail to us about the December competition that was held at City Hall, because you went on, and this is a very convincing win. For the women's championship. 9 out of 9 games. We know that Joseph Metho, who won the men's championship, tied in 1, isn't it? 8.5 for 9. But here you are, 9 out of 9. Just explain to us about that competition.
So the competition took place in 5 days, and it was, all the games were long, so it was hectic. For me, last year, I lost 2 games through mistakes, and this year I wanted to do...
That was last year, but 1.
Yes. Oh, yeah, last year, but 1.
It's called the December hang-on.
Yeah, back in 2022. So I lost 2 games, and that led me to position 3. This year my goal was to correct the mistakes I did last year, which I did, and that's how I ended up winning 9 out of 9 games.
And when you take a look at making, corrections to a chess game, what are the key things that you look out for whenever you are playing against different opponents, so such that you can, get your ranking points?
So, first, if you make a mistake, you have to go through your game. Analyzing your game helps you know where you went wrong and correct the mistake. And when you're playing against other players, the first thing you have to do is you have to go through their games, see where their strength lies and their weaknesses, so that during the game you are able to take advantage of their weaknesses.
So looking at it, what are the strengths that you have developed as a chess player? For either fortunately or unfortunately, we didn't have a board here with us, but what are some of the things that you've seen yourself grow, such that you even got the WFM title, the FIDE Master title?
For me, I would say patience on the board, because it's sitting for around 6 hours and you have to play the best move takes a lot. So patience.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm looking at your the local field. Let's just look at the top 3 from last year's championship. Joyce Nyarwai of KCB, and there's Madelta Glenda of Equity. Just tell us about the competition that Joyce and Madelta offer to you. Starting with Joyce, who was the defending champion.
Yeah. So when I started playing chess, Joyce was among the first people who taught me how to play. So since I started playing chess...
How many years back that is?
That is 7 years ago.
Uh-huh.
So she has been my target, the person who I want to beat, so that I can say that I've become a better chess player. So playing against Joyce is always a war where we want to see who is the best. So beating her is always a joy for me.
Now, the other opponent, Madelta?
Madelta, yeah. Last year, in 2022, she is among the people who beat me and made sure I was not going to be the national champion that year. So this year, I did my best to avoid the mistake I did that year.
Well, let's now talk about various competitions. You represent the country at global competitions. Just give us, your outlook from the competitions that you played in the year 2023, and what are some of the things that you've seen with opponents from other countries?
So 2023, I played in Uganda, Rabusheni. In Uganda, the competition was stiff. Those players are good. And
Okay, because I'm looking at your profile and some of the opponents the players are good there. Think of somebody like Lideta Batehele of Ethiopia. How do you rank her?
Yeah, she's the top-rated player in our country, and she's good. She plays really well. So playing against her, you have to prepare yourself for a very long game and full of tactics. So you have to be very well prepared.
Now let's talk about different versions of the game. There is the standard game, like what you played in December.
Yeah.
Towards the championship. And that game can actually take long. I think one had to be played into the morning. They had to, take the photos of the pieces and let's finish the game in the morning. Taking a look at that, where is the state of the game in the country, especially from the women? Let's start with the women's side, and then we can come to the men's side, because we know you play open chess.
For the women's side, chess has really grown. When I started to play, most ladies players were very were lower rated. So the top was around 15, sometimes 16. But now we can see that we
1,500, 1,600 points.
Yes. So now we can see that we have reached 1,700, and we are aiming to increase that rating. And also we can see that young female players are joining the game and they are doing good. So we are hoping that the coming years will see a huge shift in the ladies' chess.
Now, two other formats of chess that we know. We have got rapid and blitz. Just tell us the difference between, because in simple language, the numbers sound the same. I mean, the words sound the same, isn't it? Rapid and blitz. So what's the difference between rapid and blitz?
So I can say blitz is faster than the rapids. Rapids is time control between 45 minutes to 5. And then for the blitz, it's anything below 5 minutes. So blitz is faster.
So let's now talk about this rapid. Your ranking points 1,677. Just tell us how you've come now to this, because it's about quick decision making whenever you're playing on the board.
For the rapids, how I got to 1677 was through All African Games back in 2019, where we represented the country. And that was the first time I played in an international event which involves rapids and blitz. So that's where I was able to get those ratings.
Blitz, now tell us about that, which is a faster format of the game.
So for the blitz, I'm not a fan of blitz because it's so fast and I like to take my time, think about every move. But playing against men has influenced those ratings.
So just tell us about, where you play chess, which is open, where you play against men, and you can play also against women. How do those competitions work out for you?
So when you go to a chess tournament, you'll find that there is open section and then ladies section. Open section is where both men and women can play together. And for the ladies, it's only ladies players who can play in that section. In open sections, so far I've been doing well. I've performed well in a couple of events. And I'm looking forward to a day that a lady player will win one of the big open events.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, standard chess is where you're ranked. You're a FIDE Master, 1732. And if I take you back 4 years back when you were named the Sports Personality of the Month, you are the Student of the Year at a university. What did that moment, what was the impact of that moment? Getting that award and also being honored by TUK, where you were a student then.
Since by then I had not been playing chess for so long, it came as a shock. I wasn't expecting it, but later on I realized that other people are seeing that I can play well, and that motivated me to this day, and that's why I keep on working hard so that someday ladies can be at equal strength to the men.
Your outlook for the year 2024. Let's start with this. The African Games are scheduled for March. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah. I hope that we'll be playing in that event, and I'm looking forward to bringing a medal, a chess medal. Yeah.
Global competitions. Let's talk about that, because that's where the real points now start coming up, and you can start moving up the ranks as far as your ratings are concerned.
This year, the most likely event is Olympiad, 45th Chess Olympiad. It is in 2022. We represented Kenya in India, and the ladies team won gold. So this year, we are hoping that we will do the same thing, but the difference will be that we want to be the number 1 in Africa and not number 2. So we'll have to beat Egypt.
How strong are Egypt? Because every time you play, I've seen them, even when they've come and played age grade competitions, as Egypt, South Africa, they always give a challenge to players.
Egypt are very strong. Currently, they have a number of WGMs, and for us, we are not close to that.
WGMs meaning?
Woman Grandmaster.
WGMs,
Yeah.
Grandmasters. You looking forward to that, and I hope that you do get that.
Thank you.
In the local scene, finally, competitions that you're looking out for?
Kenya Open and this year's national championship. I want to maintain the title.
Oh, good. Thank you very much, Sasha Mongeli, for giving us your time this morning. She's a national chess champion. In the women's side, won it in December last year, and she is also a woman FIDE master as far as global rankings are concerned. Thank you very much, Sasha.
Thank you.
Well, next, we'll be talking basketball. And when you talk about basketball, is that there are things that take place, and we need to develop a lot of our youngsters early enough. And one of the formats of basketball that is growing is 3x3 basketball. We saw Kenya's women's team top the FIBA 3x3 basketball championship, and that means that they're going for the pre-qualifiers for the Olympic Games that will take place in Paris 2024. And so, to get into that conversation about basketball and 3x3, especially age grade basketball, they say teach them young, and by the time they are adults, they will be very good. We're speaking with Zedekiah Otieno. He is a basketball coach. He's played in the top tier of Kenyan basketball, and he is with Vikapu. And this is a movement that, goes down to age grade players from the age of 5 up to about 21. Good morning, Zedekiah.
Thank you for hosting me, and Happy New Year.
And a Happy New Year to you too.
Yes.
So, Zedekiah, just, for you, looking at somebody who's played basketball in the league, you've seen the impact that was there, I think, 2019 when the Morans made it to Afro Can, finishing going on to win that trophy, then moving on to playing in the Afro Basket.
Yes.
Looking at that, looking at those 4 years back, what's been the impact of such performances by the Morans and also by the Lionesses on the local scene?
First, continentally, when we look at basketball, is the second growing sport in the continent. There's a surgence of basketball. When you look at Basketball Africa League, when you look at FOHA, so there's a lot of activities going around through the continent about basketball. And the performance of the Lionesses and the Morans also has given a lift to the country. There's also a lot of mushrooming basketball academies cut across. So there's an urge for developing the game of basketball locally as we speak now.
Now, when you talk about the mushrooming of academies, I mean, there's always something they say that there's some way of putting a method to the madness. What's the right way? Because we know, for example, it was an entire generation, I think, since 1994 when Kenya hosted the Afro Basket. Took 27 years.
Yes.
But that is, just to call it, it's simply a generation.
Yes.
But with all these academies coming in to fill in this gap because of the popularity of the sport, what's required?
I think the ball goes back to the federation. The federation, they have to work extremely hard to ensure that they put in structures that can go a long way in terms of nurturing the growth of basketball. Because remember, all these academies, they are self-sponsored or self-financed. There's very, very little impact in terms of federation impact. So they need to come in, streamline how these academies operate, how they move, because now the academies are able to produce very, very skilled players for them, and they are able to adapt these players into the junior national teams. If you look at when was the last time we took a junior national team, it's close to 8 to 10 years that we had a junior national team traveling out for competition. So I think time has come that the federation, they need to ensure that they drive the agenda of development, and that is the narrative they need to push, because where we are going, the numbers are there. Last year we are lucky to get funding as Vikapu Elite. We did a 6 months basketball league for kids, which was under 16 and under 14. We are hoping to do it this year for a longer period, because having such structures, they're very, very key. Because it means early development, it means early exposure, it means early competition. So it makes us very, very good competitors when we go to play outside our borders.
Now let's talk about that and how you blood these young players. You know, when you're working with children between the ages of 5 and that, how do you help them grow? You know, from the moment they get that ball, the first thing they want to do is probably dribble, then try shoot,
yes,
and other things. How do you get
as Vikapu, as Vikapu we have been blessed. I myself am an alumni of ITK in Germany. I was there for close to a year learning basketball. We have what is called golden ages, whereby which skill, what to do at what particular point. So this is the model we are trying to use with kids from 5 years to 21, because remember, at each age group there's something that you need to be teaching, whether it's strength, whether it's skill, whether it's agility, and that is the model we are trying to use in Vikapu, just to ensure that we get out of the best. And so far we've been successful. If you look at even the last trip for the under-18s in Egypt, the 3x3, all that team was from Vikapu Elite. So it means we are bridging the gap. If you look at now...
That is the women's team?
No, the men's team.
The men's team.
Yes, the men's team 3x3. That was in Egypt, I think, in 2022 in Egypt.
It was 2022.
Yes, in Egypt. Yeah, you see. So we are trying
before the Commonwealth Games.
Yes. And you see, those are some of the things. If you look at now, we have the best 18-year-old in the country. That is David Gishoi. He's from our program. So it means the model that you're using is proving to be a success. And now is what we're trying to do with all these leagues, with all these programs, because once they're ongoing, it means you're able now to sit down as coaches, structure, tell players or tell academies, this is what we want in the league, this is how we want to play. We want players that play like this, shoot like this, move like this. So it gets even easier when they're called up to the national team, because now it will only be just plug and play.
Now let's basically take, I'm going to give you, a cluster of group ages.
Yes.
Let me first take 5 to 7.
Yes.
Then I'll take, say, a 7-year-old to about 9.
Yes.
9 to 12. Then 13 to 15.
Yes.
What are the things that you teach at the ages of 5 to 7?
So 5 to 7 basically is mini basketball. At this age is teaching them how to fall in love with the game. So a lot of small-sided games without putting a lot of emphasis in terms of their form, the technique, all that. So it's just them coming to the court, them dribbling around, playing with bibs, snatching bibs. When you're growing up, there are those games we used to play like Icho and all these. So you incorporate that. So with time, they get to love the game without putting a lot of emphasis in terms of their form, in terms of their dribbling. Because once you start doing this, now this comes to specialization. And when you start early specialization, it means they get to their peak very, very early. And remember, you need this skill to be something that is natural. So once they do this, it means they're building their rhythmization, they're building their coordination, and they're building their flexibility at this age. So it's all about loving the sport. Then once they graduate, maybe now when they get to maybe
7 to 9?
7 to 9, now a little bit of emphasis. You see, we need the right hoop for shooting. Now you're trying to put a little bit of emphasis in terms of what they need to do. Now there you can start teaching a bit of speed, a bit of strength, but now body strength, no weights, no nothing. Yeah, And the more they progress, when they get to 14, now the emphasis starts early specialization. It means you want them to shoot in a particular way. You want their form to be this way. You see, because now they're getting into that competition stage whereby now starts from 16, 17, and 18.
Now, the other one that I would like to bring in, and it's a conversation I previously had from another sport.
Yeah.
And specifically golf. They said, look, when you've got an 8-year-old and you want him to play golf, you want him to learn how to
swing, yeah.
To swing.
Yeah.
Then don't take him to the men's tee. Let him swing the distance that is fair for him.
Yes.
So he can start somewhere in the middle of the fairway and tell him that 3 because of the strength and what they can do.
Yes.
Do you use boards and the hoops that are age grade appropriate when starting? Or you use the standard ones?
Currently, if you look at all the facilities around, nobody has been able to do what? To make sure that their facilities are able to cover them. But when you come to Vikapu, we have been able to modify small boards that are able to be hanged, which are age appropriate. So the more they grow with age, the more higher they're taken. Because remember, something like shooting is an art. That is why not everybody is able to shoot. Yeah? Very specific players are able to shoot. So when it's not taught the right way, then fundamentally, in the long run, they're going to be poor. It's the same way you're talking about golf.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. Missing free throws.
But can't shoot.
Can't shoot. So such things. So we have to be very, very intentional in terms of how we want to teach the game. And not only the hoops, even the what? The basketball itself, the size. So if maybe they are below 10, it needs to be a size 5. As they grow, the size increases. Because if they don't do that, then the form becomes distorted. And once the form gets distorted, it becomes so difficult to change it. Because now it's become a habit. Yeah. So we want to train them the right way at the earliest time possible. When now they are just free doing it by themselves until now they get to specialization and then they get to performance.
So now moving on is, once you've trained them in this, how do you get them to know, get into the competition? At this point, they understand the laws of the game and all
Yes.
that. How do you bring them into competition?
It's so easy. You see, when they come in at 5 years, you're already starting to play small-sided games. It means they're already starting to know, even within the small-sided games, there are rules, that they need to abide by. So the same game rules, you start incorporating them at this early age, whereby they know, I have an opponent, I score here, or I tap here, I need to pass. When I'm dribbling, I need to look up. So those things are emphasized, but not strongly at that playgroup age. But the more they progress, because also they get to interact with the game, they get to watch. At times, we learn a lot from them because they watch, they come teach, hey coach, I saw a Euro step, can you teach me? You see, when they do it by themselves, that is not specialization because they're not doing it with the same intention. If you're coaching them, you'll want them to do it. So you just guide them and let them do it. But now at later stage, now you put a lot of emphasis in it so that they do it correctly, so that they know which muscles to mobilize, they know what level of strength they need to use to score a basket, to get a foul. If they're going to get bumped, how do they need to react? So it's quite interesting. And once they start playing there, like now, this year, we have what we called on the 24th of February, we'll be doing a Vikapu mini junior tournament, which means kids who are below 10 years and kids who are below 14 years get to play. And remember, in these age groups, it's a mix. Yeah, we're not playing boys alone, girls alone. So as long as they're 14 and below, it's a mix. We get a team with both boys and girls. They just get to play a whole day for them, mini basketball.
Yeah, actually I was coming to that because you've got those two competitions and you've also done a league. What was the experience of, running a junior league for 6 months?
It was amazing because you get to see how teams can improve within a very, very short span of time. Because remember, they just get to train, but they don't get to compete. But now if you put competition into it, it makes it even sweeter. Because you see, as they train, they're matching up. They say, okay, we want to beat Vikapu this weekend. We want to beat Little Prince this weekend. We want to beat Madare next weekend. And you see, so there's a lot of improvement, both collectively as a team and both for the individuals. Because remember, this was the first time us having a junior league since 2017 when we had the junior NBA league. So this was so nice. We had 18 teams cut across Nairobi, playing after every 2 weeks, and we were able to get our winners. And this year already, as we speak now, I have 24 teams already waiting to be part of the league this year. So the challenge to my side is go out there, get funding, make sure that the league happens, because we did it last year, so we can't say no this year. So we have to make sure that the league happens in 2024 again.
The format, is it pools or is it round robin for the 24?
We just played a normal league, home and away. So also remember, at this age, we need to get our players playing more games. That is why the league took longer. So for this year, the plan is to make sure that maybe the U18s, because we want to structure the league that we have the U18s, U16s, and U14s. So for the U18s, we want them playing on Fridays. The U16s, we want them playing on Saturdays. U14s, we want them playing on Sunday. So also we are getting different venues so that we ensure that when they get to play like 3 or 4 games in a day. Then we tally it into a league so that at least each team gets to play at least 70 to 80 games in the span of the 8 months the league will run.
End of this month, a competition 3x3 for boys and girls. Just give us an overview of that.
Yes. We are located on 209 Status Road. We are redoing our basketball court. So we are planning to unveil it on the 27th.
It is the one where if you're going up processional way, you see some place there.
Yes, that is the one. Yes, so we are rebranding, we are redoing the court. It should be ready by the 27th. So we have just decided to do a 3x3 basketball, under 16 and under 18. So we want to bring players together for this experience. It's going to be our first time as Vikapu Elite hosting a 3x3. So we are talking to the 3x3 management. We want it to be an annual thing, and we want it also to be part of the world circuit. So everything is going to be digital, it's going to be online, players are going to get points. So we just want to do it professionally and then ensure that now it's something that runs year in, year out.
What are the numbers you're looking for and what's required for someone to participate in this competition?
It's open. If you get 100 players registering for it, it means now you have to think outside the box in terms of how will you group them into pools, how will they play, are we going to push the tournament to the next day so that they get to play more. Registration is 1,000 shillings per player. That includes your lunch, a t-shirt, and cash prize and a winning medal for the winning teams.
Well, fair enough. So 209 State House Road.
Yes.
Wow, that's a very Muzungu address system. So anyway, it's along State House Road, so you'll find it there. And if you're on processional way, as you go up the road, there's a place that is not fenced. You'll see the basketball courts there.
Yes, and we'll be doing a branding there, written Vikapu Elite. All right. So it's easily visible.
So we'll be talking about that 27th of January.
No, 27th of January. Yes, that is when the tournament is 3x3.
The 3x3, 3x3 basketball.
Yes.
This is quick, 21 points, and you win. And let's see how explosive it can be. Like they say, basketball is the other game that can be played out in the streets.
Yes.
Besides football. Thank you very much. Zedeki Otieno is a basketball coach. He's with Vikapu Elite and talking about age grade basketball, having a junior tournament on the 27th. Thank you very much for being with us over the past 2 hours. Remember, the big story today, KCSE results from 2023 have been released, and also thanks to Sasha Mongeli and also Zedekia for being with us here. Now, time for me to leave, and coming up next is Kurunzi Mashinani, followed by Tamrini. Kasichana Masha is going to be your host. Our sign language interpreter has been Anwangeshi. Have a good day and be blessed.
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua
Go mahali mbaya.
Na ofadu. Sidhani mashida zimefika hapo.
Ndai walende. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukishanimwagia Mungu nataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Chunga sana
Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki mdogo? Hata bariki wengine chama suta. Maisha yake ni showeti. Ayayaya. Yona tole matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kaja. Kakienda kengine ona kiwom. Kakikucha kengine ona kiwom. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Sawa?
Itakuaje? Oya.
Auntie akona ka forehead. Akona the mark of quality.
Ameke ram denela mshetani over.
Nataka kumaliza mambo hiyo wedding.
Kwanza kiukia kitu kia Patrick sana. Rosi Paul.
Umenimaliza kama chai kwa kikombe.
Zote zimebaki December, September, October. Wanaona,
ni kama tu nikuje nikwambie uko na kichwa kubwa. Sasa makosa si
au sio? Ndio manake. Okay.
Every Monday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. on KBC Channel 1.
In a world filled with uncertainty, there is one thing we can always count on: the power of compassion and generosity. Every day, families in Kenya face unimaginable challenges and hardships. They struggle to put food on the table, provide shelter for their loved ones, and access basic health care. But today, you have the power to make a difference. By just contributing 1 shilling and 50 cents from your airtime, your generosity can provide access to sanitary pads, nutritious food, clean water, education, and life-saving medical care to those who need it most. To support this cause, please tune in to your favorite radio station under the KBC umbrella for
Shut up. Katunge.
Ni sawa. We, hii mwaka inakupeleka aje shua kwa mahali mbaya.
Na ofadu. Sidhani mashida zimefika hapo.
Ndaiwa lende. Miezi ngapi? 2.
Unaongeongea jinsi unavyotaka wewe. Ukishanimwagia Mungu nataka nile nini?
Shida yako iko wapi na mimi nakukufanya tu congratulations.
Chunga sana
Mimi nilikufanyia nini unanibariki mdogo? Hata bariki wengine chama suta. Maisha yake ni showeti. Ayayaya. Yona tole matope kapembe kanamia. Ona kaja. Kakienda kengine ona kiwom. Kakikucha kengine ona kiwom. Soto na hakikisha simetimomi. Sawa?
Okay, my drink is clean. My name is my
Oh, Salvador, they started with my looks. Salvador, you have a big stomach. Like as if you cook for yourself. Salvador, you are ugly. They called me ugly so many times until one time I looked in the mirror and I like,
This is to certify that Francis Munyao scored a mid-grade of 50 by 100.
Hello, Shamso. Alikuwa ananiambia I love you and I didn't hear. Jesse, like ananiambia roho yake inadunda boom boom. You know.
Iko na nini? Tukuli ni nini? Tukuli ya bachelor's boys whatever. Tukuli ndio hiyo mheshimiwa.
Wewe ni mtoto.
Mimi si mtoto.
Unasoma hiyo shule?
Sisomi kwa hiyo shule.
Sasa utadropiwa wapi?
Kwani nani yako ndio hiyo?
Wewe anakidnap mtoto, ana traumatize mtoto sababu ya pesa ngapi wewe?
Na wakati wewe na kunyima pesa ndani ya nyumba, unasikianga namna gani?
Nasikianga ni kama naweza call tande na nitafute bwana mwingine.
Tonight, we go to some of the album launches that happened last year.
Can't imagine life without my shady. I decided to take that and make it the album cover because toplessness represents a lot of things.
Shout out, man, to every one of these people. BN, Major, King Kaka, Femi One, Hat the Band, Bransig, Costa.
黑球效应是受到倾向。
够了！你以为这点小把戏能骗得了我吗？至少轮到我了。
Ni Jumatatu nyingine shwari kabisa, tarehe 8 mwezi wa kwanza mwaka 2024. Ni matumaini yangu kwamba pia mzima na buheri wa afya popote unapotazama runinga yako ya KBC Channel 1. Karibu sana kwenye habari zetu za mwendo wa saa 6 mchana, kurunzi mashinani. Jina langu ni Kasichana Masha. Tukianza na masuala ya elimu, ni kwamba Rais William Ruto katika ikulu ndogo ya Eldoret alipokea taarifa kutoka kwa waziri wa elimu Ezekiel Machogu na kundi lake kabla ya kutangazwa kwa matokeo ya mtihani wa KCSE. Waziri Machogu aliandamana na katibu wa elimu ya msingi Bello Kipsang, afisa mkuu wa tume ya kuajiri walimu Nancy Macharia na maafisa wengine wa elimu. Zaidi ya watainiwa 903,260 walifanya mtihani wa KCSE ulioanza tarehe 23 mwezi Oktoba mwaka jana 2022.
Was addressed on Friday, and the money has already, the ones who did the exam, who said that we have also done the marking in this. We had a total number of 32,632 assessment centers. This year, and this was addressed on Friday, and the money has already, the ones who did the exam, who said that we have also done the marking in this.
Kama tulivyo kutaarifu hapo awali ni kwamba masuala ya elimu hii leo tayari waziri wa elimu ametoa matokeo ya wale wanafunzi waliokalia mtihani wa KCSE ama kidato cha 4 mwaka jana 2023, na niruhusu nikupeleke kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo mwanahabari mwenza Junei Karisa iko kule kutueleza tu yanayojiri baada ya kutangazwa kwa matokeo hayo. Kwako Junei.
Hujambo, tupo katika shule ya Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed katika eneo bunge la Nyali, ambapo hii leo matokeo bado yangali yanatiririka katika shule za upili hapa katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Matokeo haya mwaka 2023 yametangazwa tu muda usiokuwa mrefu, lakini kumekuwa na changamoto za interneti ambapo tumeona kwamba wakuu wa shule wamekuwa wakijikakamua kuona kwamba wanaweza kuingia katika mtandao ule kutumia tovuti ile ili kupata yale matokeo, lakini imekuwa changamoto. Tumekaa hapa kama takriban dakika 30 hivi tukisubiria kuona kwamba mtandao unaweza kufunguka ili waweze kupata matokeo. Kufikia sasa ni hali ya furaha katika shule hii ambapo wanafunzi 6 wameweza kupata alama za A, huku wengine wakizidi kusubiria tu hali ya matokeo ya mitihani mtihani ili kuona kwamba wanaweza kujua majibu yao, na waziri wa elimu ameweza kusema kwamba hakutakuwa na mfumo wa kutumia simu, lakini shule wanaweza kutumia mtandao ili kupata majibu yao. Niko naye mwalimu mkuu hivi leo, namwona ana furaha sana. Atueleze kunani leo ana wanafunzi wake, je, wameweza kumvalisha kofia siku hii ya leo ama yualia? Karibu sana. Tuanze na majibu.
Alhamdulillah, bismillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Watazamaji wetu wapendwa, kwa majina naitwa Sheikh Rashid Rajab Ramadhan, mimi ndo mwalimu mkuu wa sekondari kwa sasa, alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Kwa hivyo na mimi tushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala sana, kisha na tushukuru vijana wetu kwa bidii yao, walimu wetu kwa juhudi yao, na ushirikiano wetu wa wazazi na wakuu wetu wa shule. Alhamdulillah, kwa jumla ushirikiano huu umeweza kufanya tukaweza kupata matokeo bora, na matokeo bado yanaendelea kutiririka. Pale awali alikuwa kwa kidogo yana 6, lakini sasa mitandao imefunguka na paka sasa tuna A7, 4 zikitoka kwa vulana na 3 zikitoka kwa watoto wa kike, na A- kadhaa, lakini wajua kwanza tushirikia zile A kwanza, na tukishamaliza ile process ya kuzidownload zote ndo tutaweza kuwapatia namna orodha ilivyo, lakini paka hapa sasa tuko sambamba na mwaka jana.
Ukilinganisha na mwaka jana, unatarajia kupata max ngapi ama main grade yenu itakuwa vipi?
Nikitarajia na mwaka jana tumepata 9.0. Mwaka huu azma yetu na malengo yetu na juhudi zetu zote ziko zina dua zetu kwa zimelenga tupate 9.5 na juu zaidi, na kulingana na hivi kulivyo sasa, ikiwa bado zinakujua hatuwezi orodha ya majina ya vijana inakwenda kulingana na admission form, haiendi squeeze index inakwenda kulingana na admission, haiendi na performance. Sasa ndio kidogo wale wazuru wako katikati kule, lakini nina hakika mwisho wa kwisha process kisha nina zaidi ya A10 hapo, hata ziada. Mimi ndio matarajio yangu makubwa, na azma ni 9.5. Tukiweza kuifikia hiyo, tutaangusha mbuzi hapa ama ng'ombe kwa kushangilia na kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu.
Waziri Mashogo ametaja tu kulikuwa na hitilafu ama kulikuwa na shida wakati mtihani ukiendelea ama wakati mwaka mzima wa 2023. Wewe kama mwalimu mkuu, kulikuwa na visa vote pengine ulishuhudia?
Wallahi sisi katika shule yetu hapa wallahi sisi lazima kwanza tumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu sana, maana unajua shule yetu imeekezwa juu ya imani ya dini. Kwa hivyo hapa sisi masala ya discipline na utovu wa adabu ni jambo ambalo kwamba ni nadra, na ile ambayo kwamba ni watoto ambao kwamba wanaja tu kurekebishwa na kuelekezwa na mambo yanarudi sawa sawa. Sisi tumekuwa hatuna issue yoyote alhamdulillah, na wakati wa mitihani sisi upata wageni wengi. Kila siku kunakuja mgeni, wanakuja masupervisor kibao, watu kuja kutembelea kibao, na hawajapata tatizo lolote hapa alhamdulillah. Sisi mambo ukweli na uaminifu ndio jambo ambalo kwamba sisi tulishikilia, maana sisi himaya yetu ni dini na Mwenyezi Mungu kwanza kabla ya mambo yote mengine.
Pengine ukiangalia wale walofanya ama wanafunzi wako, ungewaambiaje? Maana pia wao wako kwa hali ya kusubiri. Je, wako kwa hali gani na ungewaambiaje?
Wanafunzi ambao kwamba wako majumbani, nataka kuambia kwa alhamdulillah rabbil alamin, kulingana na namna ambavyo kwamba clustering imefanywa zile results, namna ambavyo kwamba kwa hakika ni jambo ambalo kwamba linawasaidia wao. Tunamshukuru rais wetu, tunamshukuru wakuu wetu, waziri wa elimu, kwa sababu ile kubadilisha kuondoa kwa si lazima wawe na languages mbili na si lazima ziwe ni sciences mbili. Kwa hakika ile imesaidia sana wanafunzi, imesaidia sana kuondosha zile maxi mbovu na zimempatia kila mtu opportunity ya kuweza kufanya vizuri. Kwa hivyo hilo lazima rais ashukuriwe, maana ni jambo ambalo kwamba kalisukuma kweli, lilikuwa kwa halitakani, lakini wajua siku zote lazima watu wawe iwe katika malengo ya elimu, lazima mwanafunzi aekwe mbele, na hivi lilivyofanyika sasa kwa hakika mwanafunzi amewekwa mbele. Na
mwatarajia transition, tukimaliza transition ya mwaka huu kilinganisha na mwaka ujao?
Mwaka jana tulipata ilikuwa kwa 96.7 ama tuki round off kwa 97. Mwaka huu sisi tunatarajia 99. Ningesema 100 lakini nimepata C1 saizi, kwa hivyo ina maana natarajia 99.8 hapa, nitakuwa nimefurahi zaidi. Lakini nikiweza kufikia kupita ya mwaka jana, lazima mwanadamu mshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala kwa nyongeza ama ziada yote ambayo kwamba atawahi kuipata. Naam,
mashallah, shukran sana. Huyo ni mwalimu mkuu wa Sheikh Khalifa bin Zaid hapa katika eneo bunge la Nyali, ambapo yeye bado subiria matokeo yake kutoka wanafunzi wake ya mwaka jana. Sisi tuko hapa, tutapiga darubini katika kaunti ya Mombasa ili kukuletea matokeo matokeo yanavyotoka katika shule mbalimbali hapa katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Lakini kwa sasa nakurudisha kwa studioni.
Na wacha niseme heko sana kwa wanafunzi wote ambao wamefanya vyema kwenye mtihani huo. Tukiachana na masuala ya elimu, tuende kwenye ulingo wa siasa ambapo viongozi wa chama cha Orange Democratic Movement katika kaunti ya Narok wametoa wito kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kushughulikia masuala muhimu ya kiuchumi yanayokumba taifa hili. Wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti wa chama hicho katika kaunti hiyo Musa Ole Nampaso, viongozi hao waliokuwa wakisherehekea siku ya kuzaliwa ya kinara wao wa mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya Raila Odinga walisema Kenya wamelemewa na mzigo wa gharama ya maisha. Pia walithamini mchango wa Raila Odinga katika kupigania demokrasia humu nchini.
Ikiwemo devolution ambayo tulipata magavana katika Kenya mzima. Ikiwa miaka ya mbele hatukukuwa na CDF na tumekuwa, walipigania hiyo harakati yote, na tunataka kupongeza yeye kuambia aendelee kupigania Kenya hii.
I want to urge this government, we have put these things, saying the levy, saying the school fees, saying the taxation and the high cost of living.
Twende Mlima Kenya ambako baadhi ya wanasiasa wa mrengo wa Azimio wametoa wito kwa serikali kutohusisha vijana katika eneo la Mlima Kenya na kundi haramu la Mungiki. Wakiongozwa na kiongozi wa chama cha Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka, wanasiasa hao wamesema madai ya kuibuka tena kwa kundi haramu la Mungiki hayafai kuwa kisingizio cha kuhangaisha vijana.
Wakizungumza wakati wa ibada katika kanisa la Jesus Christ Compassion Ministry Ruiru katika kaunti ya Kiambu, viongozi hao wa upinzani walikosoa serikali kwa madai ya kuwalenga vijana wa eneo la Mlima Kenya kwa kuwahusisha na kundi haramu la Mungiki.
Stop private profiling Kenyan youth. Stop kabisa. There is nothing called Mungiki in Kenya.
Mimi sio MCA, sio mbunge, hata sio nini. Mimi ni yule tu.
The scenes I saw in Nyeri of those youth, those innocent youth who were arrested, reminded me of the concentration camps zile za wakoloni.
Huku wakidai kundi hilo haramu halipo, viongozi hao walisema serikali inafaa kutoa mipango kabambe ya uhamasishaji wa vijana ili kuepukana na uzembe miongoni mwao pamoja na viwango vya juu vya ukosefu wa ajira.
Wanarika wetu ndio viongozi wa kesho, na ni lazima tuwaangalie na tuwachunge.
Viongozi hao pia walimkosoa rais kwa kutishia kutotii agizo la idara ya mahakama pamoja na kuhusisha idara hiyo na ufisadi.
Lakini tusitishe the whole judiciary kwamba utatumia upanga. Huu upanga sio kukata sukuma wiki.
Yusufar Kurunzi, mashinani.
Mwakilishi wadi ya Situtanga katika eneo bunge la Cherengani, kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, Simon Murray amewahimiza vijana kushiriki kwenye michezo na kutumia fedha wanazopata kuwekeza katika miradi itakayowainua kiuchumi. Mwakilishi wadi huyo aliyekuwa akiongea wakati wa kipute cha soka cha Simon Murray alisema michezo itasaidia vijana kuepukana na utumizi wa mihadarati, mimba za utotoni na utovu wa nidhamu. Zaidi ya timu 20 zilishiriki katika kipute hicho ambapo timu ya Chepkoyo iliibuka mshindi kwenye mchuano huo baada ya kuilaza timu ya Taito mabao 2 kwa nunge.
Maeneo ya Cherengani anakuja tena kule mbele huko.
Madhumuni yetu ni kuona kwamba tunaweza kuweka kwanza ile inaitwa ushirikiano kadhi ya vijana wetu hawa, kubadilisha ujuzi na vile vile ni kukuza talanta za hawa vijana, kwa sababu wageni wenye wako hapa wengine wako kwa ile inaitwa scouting ya hawa vijana, na wanaweza jipata kwamba wameenda kwa ligi nyingine, wanaweza cheza kwa vilabu kubwa kubwa, kwa sababu ya hii talanta. Lingine ni kwamba tunasaidia hawa vijana wasiweze kujihusisha na mambo ya ulevi, dawa ya kulevya na mambo ambayo haitajiki kwa jamii. Ndio maana tumeweza kuwaweka hawa wakuwe busy.
Katika makala yetu kuhusu Ifahamu China, tunaangazia jinsi mafanikio ya Olimpiki ya majira ya baridi yanavyoanzisha msimu mpya wenye uchangamfu wa theluji nchini China.
Ujambo na karibu katika kipindi cha Ifahamu China. Mimi ni Zakia Peng. Hoteli za mapumziko ya michezo ya kuteleza kwenye barafu na theluji kaskazini mwa China, yakiwemo maeneo ya zamani ya michezo ya Olimpiki ya majira ya baridi ya Beijing, yameleta msimu mpya wa theluji wenye uchangamfu kutokana na athari za kudumu za michezo hiyo na kushuhudia shauku kubwa kutokana na kuongezeka kwa idadi ya watu wanaopenda michezo ya kuteleza. Katika wilaya ya Chongli ya Zhangjiakou, mji mwenye mwenza wa michezo ya majira ya baridi katika mkoa jirani wa Beijing, Hebei, mamlaka za mitaa zimeandaa vema zaidi kumbi za Olimpiki ili kuhimiza michezo ya barafu na theluji miongoni mwa umma. Katika wiki iliyopita, vituo 4 vikubwa vya kuteleza kwenye theluji huko Chongli vilianza operesheni ya mwaka huu na kupokea makumi ya maelfu ya wageni katika wikendi tu. Hii ni kulingana na takwimu ambazo hazijakamilika. Mbali na kuboresha vifaa vyao, hoteli za kuteleza kwenye theluji huko Chongli pia zimekuwa na shughuli za kuvutia kama vile sherehe za ufunguzi, sherehe za muziki na karamu za bia ili kuimarisha zaidi utalii wa theluji na kukidhi mahitaji mbalimbali ya watu wanaopenda kuteleza. Katika mkoa wa Jilin wa kaskazini mashariki mwa China, ambao umepitia tufani kubwa ya theluji, baadhi ya vituo vinavyojulikana sana vya kuteleza vimeanza kazi ya majaribio, huku watelezi wengi wakikimbilia kwenye pistes. Katika mkoa wa Altai, kaskazini magharibi mwa China, katika mkoa unaojiendesha wa Xinjiang Weiwei, vituo 3 kati ya 4 vikubwa vya mapumziko vimeanza kufanya kazi, hasa katika eneo la hoteli ya Jiangjunshan mjini Altai, eneo pekee la mjini la mapumziko la michezo ya kuteleza milimani nchini China. Limependelewa na watalii wa ndani na wa kimataifa kutokana na msimu wake mrefu wa theluji na theluji ya hali ya juu. Takwimu zinaonyesha kuwa oda ya tikiti za mapumziko ya ski nchini China kwa mwaka huu ni juu kwa 147% kuliko kiwango cha kabla ya COVID-19 mnamo mwaka 2019. Haya, kwa leo kipindi hiki kinaishia hapa. Katika kipindi kijacho nitaendelea kukuletea mambo mengine yanayovutia kuhusu utamaduni na jamii ya China. Asante kwa kuwa nami. Mimi ni Zakia Peng. Kwa heri.
Naam, ni hayo tu loko tumekuandalia kwenye habari zetu za Kurunzi Mashinani mwendo wa saa 6 mchana. Kasichana Masha ni jina langu, lakini usiende mbali, maana tutakuwa tunakutana kwenye awamu yetu ya pili ya Tamrini ambako tutakuwa tunachanganua kwa zaidi matokeo ya mtihani wa kidato cha 4. Usiende mbali mtazamaji.
tonight we go to some of the album launches that happened last year.
Can't imagine life without my shady.
I decided to take that and make it the album cover because toplessness represents a lot.
Shout out, man, to every one of these people.